together with the sun, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. I feel with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fire. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here!
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Looking for the end. They already kick off to Auntie. They're gonna end it on top. BTK have done it. They made their statement. The West has caught up. That's game number 1 going over to BTK.
Oh, there he jumps in and gets 2.
That's it.
Still trying to defend, but the Valley are here to upset the world stage.
We're in an era where underdog teams like Team Spirit and SRG can rise up and take down giants in the MLBB esports scene. With NACT around the corner, it's time for the seasoned teams to lay it all on the line. Or maybe, just maybe, it's time for a new contender to climb up and claim that throne.
NA is an easy server. It depends. I think compared to PH and Endo, which have significantly more players, NA has a smaller pool of competitive players, and in turn, there's less competition when you're really at that higher caliber. Now, for pro players in NA, in order to get better, they should probably watch more international gameplays. For example, learn from the Yudu Red Giants from Malaysia, who surprised the world with their performance at MSC. Now, for an average ranked players who just want to have fun, maybe be less toxic, troll less, and stream snipe less. Focus on adjusting in solo queue and dual queue, and make sure your entire team has a fun experience by clinching that victory together.
What's up, everybody? Steph Weezy in the building. Word around town is that North America's an easy server. It's no secret we didn't have the best performance in MSC 2024, but with NACT Fall right around the corner and registration opening, it's our chance to prove the world wrong. Make sure you guys register for NACT Fall season before the registration closes. A little bit of tips and advice that I'd give to you guys who are looking to compete. Find a team that you can build synergy with. Find a team, despite losing, despite having some hard times, you stick together and you push through it and you find solutions. Honestly, a team that sticks together wins together. I hope to see you guys in the NACT Fall season, and good luck in registration.
are seeing that BTK again. I want to emphasize this one more time. No coach, no analyst, no problem.
They have won it! The biggest upset here so far! BTK have beaten Blacklist International! GG!
Touch up right, BJ. Touch up right, BJ. Alright? I love you guys.
Do first to win. We're coming. We're gonna compete.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did. People probably feel take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to be going.
Here comes the Valley!
Boone is giving a coach inspired BTK. Me, Shark, Boone, Chicken, and Zia are all in BTK now.
Those surprise wins over them. Oh.
Wait. I think she's used.
Gosh, that was quick.
All right, base has been opened up. Oh, they're about to close. Best game. That's all she wrote. Minions in play. A small moment to be able to get this victory with the Lord on their side. And game goes over to Overskill, takes down Rakuzan.
Legends rise and legends fall. The NA Challengers return for a legendary season this fall. As sparks ignite the land of dawn, the battle for the crown begins to spawn. Returning knights reshuffle pawns, and fresh faces poised for their dawn. With new teams formed for their fates to be drawn, the NACT 2024 fall season is here to take you by storm. Welcome everyone to day one of the regular season. I'm your host Liz, and joining me for the opening cast are Private Dancer, looking dapper as always, and my oh my, look who's here, Sayuri, you're in town.
That's right. It's Private Dancer. I am your sweet and frosting center of this Oreo cookie of lovely ladies, and joining us for the first time making her casting debut here instead of on the team is going to be Sayori. How you doing, Sayori?
Hi guys, I'm Sayori. I've been doing great, honestly. I'm really excited to be here on the casting table today. Rather than being a player playing for NACT or in other tournaments, I'm here being joined by Prive and Liz on this lovely casting table. Hi guys.
And we're so lucky to steal you, the private jam, into the mix. And with that being said, a new season brings some new rules. So private dancers, let's jump into the tournament format so you don't get fooled by the new tools.
Yeah, in typical NACT fashion, we are changing things up yet again. This season will feature a Swiss round, and what that means is that each of these teams will be competing against each other, and depending on who wins and who loses, it will be juggled up again to show who they will be facing next week. You can see right there, we don't even know who is going to be the matchups for the next week, and that means that each of these teams, their minds and bodies will be focused on what they have in front of them, and that is the matches happening here this weekend.
Yeah, this season of NACT, a Swiss round, is really interesting compared to last season where I played, where we had a group stage for points. So in this round, for the format, we do have every team does have to play 4 games against each other, and the top 4 teams do progress to playoffs. So you may be asking, what if there's a 2-2 tie between some teams if there's only 4 games? Well, then there's going to be a bonus round, guys. It's exciting.
Yes, very exciting. And a lot of teams will be having the best out of 5. And with that said, after the tied Swiss rounds, they will go into a playoff. So the playoffs will be standard double elimination, where the upper bracket will feature best out of 5 and loser bracket will feature best out of 3s. The playoffs will feature the top 4 teams who collect the most points out of the Swiss rounds. And like Sayori mentioned, the Swiss rounds will be best out of 4. So the teams will play 4 games no matter what. If they win 4 games, they will still play the 4 games. But depending on how many points they collect throughout the Swiss rounds, it will determine their seats for playoffs.
Yeah, a lot of information, no doubt, for the viewers to take in. 4 matches, no matter what. A tiebreaker, 5th round for a bonus. Every win gets you some points. The top 4 teams with the top 4 amount of points move on to the playoffs. The ones without will be just moving on.
Yeah, this is really interesting that we have a lot of fresh faces in this season, and we will definitely be seeing the new teams play against a lot of returning teams and see how well they do in this group stage, in this Swiss round.
Exactly, and let's see who are the first 2 lucky teams who are going to be playing, kickstarting this Swiss round. So today we have the match 1, starting with Godspeed versus Last Minute, and second half of the day we will have BloodThirstyKings versus GOSU Night Horde.
Yeah, both of these matches are near and dear to me for different reasons. The first match is going to be 2 brand new teams here that have made it to the top of the NACT. Game 2 is going to feature the return of BTK taking on the Night Horde. Speaking of which, I know that might be a little near and dear to Sayori.
Yeah, so the first round is going to be really interesting. 2 new teams coming in, competing against each other. But yeah, for the second round, yes, GOSU Night Horde, I'm gonna be keeping an eye out on them and see how well they do against BTK, since we did shake things up last season against BTK. So we will see what the new lineup does this season.
Yeah, we will see. And there's a collaboration between GOSU versus Night Horde. So I really wonder, does the GOSU name add some spice into the Night Horde lineup, or is it So we'll have to find out how they perform against BloodThirstyKings. And speaking about BTK, there are small changes to lineup for M3, so everyone is super excited. And what the players are most excited about is the prize pool. This season, we still have $25,600 worth of total cash prizes, but the total prize pool is $50,000 in value because we have 1.5 million diamonds. That's a lot of diamonds, guys.
Yeah, a ton of diamonds, which means that nobody is going home empty-handed. Even those teams that were eliminated during the qualifiers, I know I had a little bit of an emotional view of it, watching some of my favorite teams get taken down by some of the new blood here in North America. But here, we're going to be seeing that $25,000 prize pool. It's going to be something amazing to behold, and it's what all these teams are fighting for.
Yeah, I was casting with Prive, and when we were watching qualifiers, it was really interesting. A lot of teams like Simpsons, your favorite team, did get knocked out in the qualifying rounds. So, and there are a lot of new teams coming up. But I really do wish I was playing this NACT, since the diamond pool did get upped a bit, and you know, I really did want those diamonds, but it's okay. I'm glad to be here on the casting table with you, Prive, and Liz.
I mean, it's too late to pull out now. You're already stuck with us for the casters, but we're so excited to have Sayuri for the opening cast. And for the viewers, you're probably most excited about the first giveaway. On the screen, you see a giveaway code as well as a QR code for all the digital savvy Gen Zs out there. On the screen, we have a lot of tournament chests, so 31 tournament chests. So make sure you are the first out of the 31 to get one of these amazing prizes.
Yeah, it's going to be really amazing here. You can see here the list of skins you can get: Abyss Guard, Green Flash, School Idol, Reactor Core, Hunting Pals, Prince of Sand, Nameless Stray, Death Blow. But you need to hurry now. There are only 31 available tournament chests.
Yeah, guys, hurry up and get your free skins from these tourney chests. I'd recommend scanning that QR code to get your skins, or else us here on the table are going to go try and snag those tournament chests.
Oh wait, no, it's just me scanning the code. Sorry guys, I might be the first out of the 31 to get one of those skins, but as always, the diamonds are for the players, and for you guys, we'll always have amazing giveaways at the door, so make sure you stay with us throughout the entire tournament, and yeah, get a lot of excitement this season. And what are you guys most excited about, Private and Sayuri?
I mean, right now, the return of two teams holding the top of the mountain, plus a lot of new blood. What more could you ask here in NACT? That's where my mind's at.
Right. Liz almost did call me Steph Weezy, but it's okay. But what I'm really excited about is for the new lineup of GOSU Night Horde. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta do a shameless plug, but I'm really excited for the lineup and how well they do, as well as a lot of the newer teams coming into the game, like Godspeed, Last Minute, Overskill, all of those teams coming in for this season of NACT.
Yeah, Godspeed and Last Minute are going to be our first series of the day, and in a bit we'll see their rosters. Who are these players that a lot of them we haven't seen before? So for Godspeed, we have Divine in the SP lane, Shiro as the jungler, Restart in the mid lane, Joybotch, the infamous roamer on roam, and Sairi in the gold lane.
Yeah, and a lot of people here, I want to say the big focus for me is that he did the veteran there, Joybotch of BTK fame, going to be bringing up that roam position, and that's where I want to say a lot of the focus is going to be here for this team.
Yeah, this team lineup is looking really stacked and really interesting. As an ML player myself playing in NA, I do know most of these players. Divine on the EXP, great EXP laner. Sharon jungler, I know he's a really good jungler. Restart is a really old player. His old name was Hunter, if a lot of people do know. He was in the Team First Blood a few years back, I think, for NACT. And as we know, the most infamous tank of all, BTK Joybotch in the new lineup for Godspeed, as well as goal leader Sire.
Yeah, Sire. And on Last Minute, we have Blade in the XP lane, JD ZYZ on the jungle, Sky in the mid lane, ZMJKK on the roam against Joybotch, and we have Mahiro on the goal lane.
Yeah, do not adjust your glasses, viewers. ZMJKK, also known as Kevy, who did grace the roster of BTK for the grand finals last season. He's going to be putting up all of his skill up against, like we said, it's going to be a battle for the roam position here, but a great team surrounding him.
Right. The first initial thought when I looked at the last minute lineup was, is that BTK Kevy on the lineup? It certainly is, but there are a lot of new faces for this new team for last minute, and I'm really excited to see how well they do for this season of NACT.
I mean, fortunately, this season we get to see Kevy on the roam and really see how he performs in the tournament instead of behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's going to be something exciting here. Like we said, both these teams are looking to make a stand, looking to kind of prove that they deserve to be up here with these other 6 teams.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think this match will be a really interesting match for the first game of NACT Fall Season, Day 1, where 2 new players compete with each other to see who is the better team at the start of the season.
Yeah, but we know that every season players always up their game, so let's take a look at what our talent predicted for this series. Oh, actually before that, we have some fun facts about the players. So Godspeed, we have Sairi. His role is in gold. His favorite player is Gina, ISO, and Melon, so I guess he can't make his pick. Hometown is Korea. Favorite hero is Harith. Hobby is Sleep, and device is iPhone 13.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here. You can see there from the hobby there, a little bit of sleep. Is that just him taking some naps, or is that him giving naps and handing them out to the opponent? We'll find out here in a little bit when these matches get started. But some great fun facts here from Sairi.
Yeah, I like the fact that Sairi has 3 favorite gold lane players, Gina, ISO, and Melon. I guess he has a lot of idols on the gold lane.
Yeah, he is, sleep is what you need. And for last minute, we have ZMJKK. His role is a roamer. His favorite player is Hoon. His hometown is New York. His favorite hero is Chip. I wonder if we can see Chip today. Hobby is volleyball, and his device is iPhone 13.
Yeah, it's keeping it very simple there. Volleyball being the hobby there, and a favorite hero, Chip, who did actually receive some nerfs here, but has been a very steady ban for a lot of teams in the pro scene. We're going to see how well it kind of stacks up here tonight.
Yeah, really interesting. Kevy is a roaming, but his favorite player was actually Hoon. Really shocked by that. Maybe he has played with Hoon, on the mid lane side, and he really likes his mage, so maybe that's why, guys.
Well, I hope we won't have Kevy on the last minute lineup for BTK this season. So and we finally have the caster predictions up. So everyone actually voted for Godspeed. I wanna know, why did you guys pick Godspeed?
For me, it was watching a lot of these qualifiers. Saturday was a big day of, I don't want to say disappointment, a big day of changes for North America, where a lot of those teams that we were familiar with, for me, it was the Simpsons, watching them get taken down. So anybody who made it through Saturday's qualifiers, one of those being Godspeed, is going to have my vote going forward.
Yeah, honestly, I also picked Godspeed because as I did look in the lineup and explained, I did know a lot of the players, and I know that they're very versatile and they do really well in their lane. So I'm really hoping to see their gameplay today as they are playing together against Last Minute.
Yeah, and Last Minute, let's hope their gameplay is not Last Minute. And for today, there's actually some changes in the metas, right? So for all the viewers, this is a start of a new season, but a lot has happened in the game. And Private, I know you've done some study on the meta, so is there anything that the viewers need to look out for the new patch?
Well, other than the changes, I mean, the last time we were here, it was a completely different meta where we had a very tank-centric junglers holding down that turtle pit, that lord pit. Now we've moved on to the ever-agile assassins. But just recently, almost 2 days ago, we just got a little bit of an update. Some of the heroes that were hit hard, that mid lane, Zuxin and Zask, were hit pretty hard with the nerf hammer, but none more than one of my favorite XP laners, Terizla, got bonked over the head with that nerf hammer. And I'm wondering what we're going to see and what kind of changes that might show for a lot of these teams and their strategies here today.
Yeah, compared to last season for NACT, where it was very tank dominated meta, this season coming in, we will be seeing a lot more assassins on the jungle, as well as this new patch just coming in, I think 2 days ago or a day ago. But a lot of meta heroes did get nerfed, like you said, on the mid lane. Zushin and Zast also they did get nerfed, as well. A lot of champions on like jungle and roam, like Hayabusa and Chip, Terizla, like all of these really meta heroes are getting nerfed right before the start of NACT, making it a little bit hard, you know, to see what's gonna come with the team comps this season.
Yeah, it will be very exciting to see. And I just got notice, draft is ready. So Private Dancer, let's dance us into the first series of the opening day.
That's right, we're gonna bring you that boogie oogie woogie right into this first inaugural match for the draft. It's gonna be between Godspeed and the Last Minute there on the right. We can already see some of the bans coming out. Still, with the bans, still a favor, or with the nerfs, I want to say, still a favorable ban. Hylos making his appearance on the ban list next to Edith.
Yeah, I think these bans so far are very normal, as we know that Chip, Edith, and Hylos are very meta on the roam lane, but also very versatile with Hylos and Edith going on the EXP lane. These are really annoying champions who do deal a lot of damage, as well as are very tanky for what they are, very sustainable. Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, Chip still up there in the bans. A few nerfs to his kit when it comes to a lot of the cooldowns and stuff, but I mean, the presence he has on the map is just something you cannot ignore. And speaking of not being able to ignore, the revamped Phoveus. I mean, we've seen him in the pro scene, whether it's MPL Philippines, Indonesia, Myanmar. When it comes to these group team fights, the new demonic force is a force to be reckoned with, and it's something that you need to have a plan for, or just as easily take it off the table.
Yeah, I agree with you. The Phoveus has not really been played much, was not really played much until his new kit was revamped, and that kit was very powerful, as he's very versatile going on EXP lane. Honestly, I've seen a lot of mid laners playing Phoveus, but on the side of Godspeed, we do see a Hayabusa ban. I did see he got a little bit of a nerf a few days ago for the new patch, but still being banned means he didn't get nerfed as much, which means he's still versatile on the jungle lane.
Yeah, a few, like one, I want to say a little bit of an adjustment to his ultimate, the Shadow Kill. It doesn't take as long for the Shadow Kill to finish, especially when it's in those later levels. So he'll be able to get all the hits very quickly. It's just the bonus damage also went down on it. But I want to say here, Godspeed still view him as a threat, as they should. Take him off the board. And speaking of assassins, a Ling matched up for Last Minute. They're going to go ahead and take that off the board as well.
Yeah, a Ling, another really viable jungle. I love seeing Ling getting played, but as a mid laner, I don't like seeing Lings. They always chase you from the wall, and they're really good with the macro, as they're able to go from a singular lane on the opposite side, coming into a team fight, just jumping on walls. So a really great ban coming from Last Minute.
So still, we have those mages up on the board. I'm wondering if the bans were enough to take them out of the priority. Roger is still an option for a lot of these. Ooh, Matilda, who actually did get a little bit of a change. A slight reduction in her range, but across the board, mana cost is down. So she can now spam out those abilities a little bit more here.
Yeah, as we know, Joybotch is a really good Matilda player, actually. He has played Matilda a few times in tournament, and seeing him play this hero again, as I don't think she was really meta for roamers for a while, as there are a lot of better other sustainable and viable roamers coming in, but I'm really excited to see that. But coming from last minute, we do see an Arlot. Arlot, we have not seen as much in pro scene recently as a lot of EXP laners like Ruby and Trizla take that, but as they did get nerfed, Trizla did get nerfed, we are seeing a lot of other EXPs coming back in, and they do also pick up a Ruby.
Yeah, just as you were talking about how strong Ruby can be, it looks like Last Minute agrees with you. So now we have a lot of the CC on the side of Last Minute here with the Ruby pickup. She does, I want to say, need a few items to really kind of reach that tankiness that she really shines at. Arlot's, on the other hand, what I do like about Arlot is he can kind of be a mix of both worlds. You can build him pretty tanky into that XP lane if your team is perhaps needing it, but you can also build him damage and have that burst. The big thing about him being that final slash to kind of reorganize the enemies and put them in a nice position for your group to be able to jump in and burst down. You're going to have a big, I want to say, weight on the shoulders of Joybaj on this Matilda to be able to kind of keep their team out of harm's way with those guiding winds.
As you say that, we do see on the side of Godspeed, they did pick up a Bane jungle, I'm assuming, but Bane is also pretty versatile. He could also go on the gold lane or possibly EXP lane, and we do see a Vexana really good crowd control on that mid laner, as she's very versatile as she's able to roam around with the Matilda really fast. So I know that the rotations will be speedy and faster than Last Minute as we go in the game later.
Yeah, it's a very interesting here. I want to say when it's not a Zask, the meta right now in the mid lane is just CC, heavy CC ability. While Vexana doesn't really have an ability to escape, the amount of CC that she can put on you in an instant, and then have the tankiness of that Ancestral Guard coming out there as well. But on the opposite side, we're going to bring up the Nolan Assassin for a lot of that early game damage potential.
Yeah, Nolan, another really strong and viable jungler, assassin jungler in this meta. As Ling and Hayabusa were banned, we do see it getting picked up in the first 3 picks of Last Minute. I really do like Nolan's kit where he is able to run around the map with his infinite dashes, and he's able to go after backline and just come straight out of that team fight after that.
Well, speaking of infinite dashes, he was not immune to the recent round of nerfs. His first and second ability, which really provide a lot of his mobility, did receive slight nerfs to the cooldown. So you do have to wait just a little bit longer to be able to kind of dash around very crazy. His ultimate, though, did get a little bit of an interesting thing now, is now that his ultimate slows enemies. So we're going to see how well that kind of plays into this composition from Last Minute as we move into the second round of bans. We see Harith being taken off for Last Minute, and on the opposite side, Godspeed are going to take out Faramis.
I'm loving these bans right now. They are seemingly meta bans. Last Minute is banning Harith out, possibly not wanting to see Sire, the gold laner, picking up that mage gold laner. And on the side of Godspeed, we do see them banning out a Faramis. And as we know, Faramis's kit is really strong, as his ultimate does give his teammates another life in a team fight, which is something that Godspeed probably does not want to see happening for them. And on the side of Last Minute, we do see a Moskov ban on the gold lane. So they did target ban Sire on gold lane. I love Moskov, as I think he's also really similar to Ling, where he is able to split and clear on an opposite side of a lane and just throw his Spear of Destruction down the river or anywhere into a team fight and just coming into a 5v5.
Yeah, as long as you're landing those Spears of Destruction, Moskov will always be a threat. So why not just take him off the board right away? Big focus onto that marksman lane from Last Minute. We're still some things like Roger is still open. Potentially, you still have Brody and Ixia, though I want to say Ixia's probably fallen off a bit just because of her, let's call it non-movement ability when you get into the ult and you're kind of a sitting duck there. So we're going to see what kind of surprises we have, as we are still waiting for both, potentially both marksman or gold lanes here, both marksman picks for these teams.
We did see a lot of marksman bans getting banned out, but there are still some viable gold laners right now in the meta, as a lot of gold laners, including we can maybe possibly see a carry or, I don't know, a Beatrix coming into this game, but we're still waiting on them picking out the gold laners. What do you think would be a good gold laner against these team comps?
Well, I think right now, I want to say for meta, as far we would be looking at Carry. Claude is a big one that likes to, especially because right now, I want to say Claude, he doesn't actually need the entire Trinity build that most marksmen kind of lean on. He basically just needs that the golden staff and the first slowing item from marksman kits that before he can start actually coming in there doing damage. So I want to say he comes on just a little bit faster. Roger is another one that we haven't seen. He did receive a few nerfs. I'm actually kind of curious. We haven't seen any bans or picks from him, and he used to be, I want to say, a little bit of a priority for a lot of teams.
Yeah, but as you said, Roger did get a nerf, so possibly shifting the bans and meta right now for fall NACT. But on the side of last minute, we do see a Valentina pick. I think it's a very prioritized pick for the mid lane. She's very versatile as she's able to steal ults, and she has been in the meta for so long in the season. In MPL and overseas tournaments and NACT, you'll always see a Valentina getting picked up. But on the side of Godspeed, we do see a Terizla pick, really interesting, and a Claude, as you talked about, Claude on the gold lane. But I'm not really sure about the Terizla, as he did just get a really bad nerf, but we will probably see how well Divine does on this Terizla. Yeah.
No better way to test out how badly a nerf hit a hero than just going ahead, giving it a test drive here at the top of the mountain in NACT. I want to say, like, everything from his damage reduction to the damage he does to cooldowns took a little bit of a hit, but I want to say it was kind of deserved because Terizla has always been, I don't want to call him a boring XP, but it's a very easy XP to play. You go with your second ability, 1, 2, 3, and then maybe hit them with a revenge strike on your way out. He's been very easily played, so we're gonna see how well. Maybe it's not enough of a nerf to really turn down what he provides to a team, as that last pick from last minute coming up, and it is Natan.
Yeah, Natan really interesting on the gold lane. I've not seen Natan as much, as I know that he did get a nerf a while ago, and there's not a lot of Natan players, but it's really interesting to see a magic gold laner right now on the side of last minute. So looking at these team comps, I do like that a lot of the teams, both the teams actually do have a lot of meta picks on their side, as well as some interesting picks like the Bane on Bane on jungle. So yeah, let's get into the game.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting here. Ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural match of NACT Fall is about to begin. It's going to be Godspeed taking on Last Minute. Both of these teams looking to make a name for themselves and to prove that they belong here at the top of the North American ladder.
Yeah, so as we can see on the side of Godspeed, they are starting the red buff with Nolan on the side of Last Minute starting the blue. Opposite sides on the buffs, but mid lane is seemingly to do well as they are rotating next to each other on both sides.
Yeah, you can see there that Last Minute just a little bit faster on the punch, and that's kind of the value you get from a Nolan, as he's going to be able to kind of clear out those buffs a little faster, rotate around the map a little bit faster. So it's going to have to be something that Godspeed understand as they're looking for a little bit of a fight here. Lethal Wanderer is going to be going over. Oh, actually, Shiro was able to snap that up from the side of Last Minute.
Yeah, we do see Joybosh invading Last Minute's jungler, scaring him away with his first kill as he is roaming through the jungle.
Yeah, and you actually needed a little bit of a call to action there. Last Minute actually very quickly able to provide a little bit of, I want to say, protection. Blade comes down, rotates down there to help push away Joybosh. So he really can't, I mean, he's able to still get vision, but he's not able to really cause any harm to Last Minute there. And a great, I want to say, synergy and teamwork from them.
I like how Joybosh is giving a lot of vision to his team on where the enemy jungler is, but we do see the side of Last Minute, but both their mid laners and jungle are rotating, actually camping.
Yeah, Joybosh smelled it in there, and then he's able to get away 3 members of Last Minute just a little quicker on the on the draw was Joybaj, and that's what you get from the, I want to say, the veteran status of Joybaj, kind of sensing something was wrong right before they jumped out and able to get himself out of harm's way. That's going to go ahead, lead for this last minute team to go ahead, start on this turtle, a first uncontested turtle for last minute.
Yeah, really interesting. I really did wish to see Godspeed actually contest that turtle, but they weren't able to, as the whole team was pretty behind and not close enough to the turtle to contest, but that gives last minute a free turtle in the process.
Yeah, and this is already, like we were talking about this for the early game of Nolan. He's going to have, I want to say, an easier time. We still need some items. Shiro kind of looking into it with that Bane, trying to kind of traverse the map around, still getting his items up. We haven't had a gank yet, so both of these teams kind of riding the wave. No kills for either team.
Yeah, I think the game is going pretty steady. Currently, it is going to 3 minutes as both the scoreboard is 0-0 and both teams are at around 7.9k gold.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me is when we take a look at some of those stats there, the gold actually in the favor of Shiro right now, even though last minute was able to get the turtle, and even though they've been rotating a little bit faster, Shiro still doing a great job on the Bane pick to kind of keep his farm up, which might play a role later on in this match.
Yeah, I really do like that. Bane pick is a really unorthodox pick on the jungle lane, but he is keeping up with assassin meta currently. But as we can see, both sides are camping on opposite ends of the bushes, waiting for a team fight, possibly.
Yeah, looking for an opportunity, hoping that the other one would make a mistake and show themselves out. Both teams playing it very smart, so they are going to go ahead, have to reset back onto the map.
Yeah, honestly, I do wish there was a little more fighting in this. This is 3 minutes going in, no team fights, no nothing. But
no, you get your wish here as Joybaj face checks a bush and gets caught up. A kill going over to Sky, last minute's mid laner.
Wow, as I was just saying, I wish action was coming. Joybaj did die, which does give last minute a heads up and chance as they're able to push the bot side. Ooh,
Syrie comes in. He does have a lot of pressure onto his tower. He's going to use that blazing duet to clear out the minions. Now we have a fight here at the turtle. We do have a circling eagle landing onto KK. He decides against it. Joybaj on the backside. Oh, and the turtle gets taken. JD able to secure it for last minute. Now we are in a fight. He secures the turtle, but loses a teammate's life. KK down for the count. JD looking for an escape. Sky able to kind of hold the front line and secure that escape. So they are able to take the turtle, but they do lose a member.
Yeah, I really did. JD did an amazing job retry gapping on that turtle fight, but they did lose a teammate, which makes the gold pretty even. I wish they didn't make the mistake of going back in and possibly just coming right out of the team fight and just getting away as they got that first turtle, as they got that second turtle. But yeah.
Yeah, big pressure here onto the tower from the backside. You can see Joybaj trying to put some pressure onto Blade, and that is the value you get from a Bane. The amount of pressure and damage that he can do to towers means that if you aren't paying attention, when you blink, your tower is going to be gone. Speaking of blinking, circling eagle onto Kevy, who's going to have a little bit of trouble. Blazing duet is out, and Shiro picks up the kill there for Godspeed.
Yeah, Kevy on the Ruby, he was really far out on the map as he was alone in the jungle with no teammate in sight, and he did get caught by Godspeed, which was a careless mistake on his end, but hopefully we won't see that soon.
Ooh, Sky. Does Sky know? Maybe sensing a little bit of trouble in this bush. Doesn't want to get a little too forward. A big penalty zone lands. He is going to flicker out. We do have an ultimate that I am you. Sky stole the ultimate from Bane there, able to kind of issue it out to try to protect the tower, but it's no use. Meanwhile, up at the top, my hero going to go ahead and find a tower of his own.
Yeah, I think Godspeed is doing a great job right now as they're able to get the two first tier 3 towers, and turtle is spawning up soon. I do see they have the advantage right now as they do have 4 players on this turtle, and Joybaj and Divine are zoning the enemy out, but we will see who gets the turtle.
Ooh, we do have a deadly catch that goes out there. Shiro able to pick up the turtle. Now a fight ensues. Sky diving out of this fight. Blade might be in trouble, getting picked down and picked off by Shiro. KK in trouble too at the top. At the bottom here, Sky and JD looking for an escape. My hero is going to go ahead and use that entropy to get away.
Yeah, Godspeed had a great turtle fight as they did pick off a lot of players from last minute. I do wish that last minute did back from that turtle, as they probably knew that they were not gonna get that turtle and not win the fight as contested, but they still went for it anyways, and they lost a lot of lives and a lot of gold. But even though they lost that turtle fight, the score is pretty even, and the gold right now is not as bad as it seems, where both teams are, it's only a 1k difference between Godspeed and last minute.
Yeah, Godspeed is really succeeding in their plan right now, which is kind of putting it on the back of the sieging ability of Bane. And they've really been able to hold JD at a pass right now. He has no kills right now. Circling Eagle goes onto the back line. Kevy in trouble, getting bursted down. That's going to be another tower for Shiro.
Yeah, as I said from earlier, Godspeed's really great at getting the pressure on singular lanes and pushing a tower. So currently Godspeed does have 3 towers, as they had gone each of the inhibs. But on the side of last minute, we do see that they are keeping up with a lot of the pressure, as they do have 2 tier 3 towers and are not that far behind in gold, as I said from earlier, only 1k difference so far.
Yeah, I want to say Godspeed doing a good job kind of moving down the line, picking off tower after tower after tower, just moving from left to right there, and especially getting that mid tower, which basically opens up the entire map for your team. So it gives the side of last minute a very smaller space to be able to run away. And speaking of running away, Joybaj almost gets caught there. Penalty zone catches 2 members. Divine gets caught by a deadly catch from the IMU of a Sky, and that's going to go ahead and disengage the team and make sure to protect their teammates.
Yeah, there's not a lot of team fights going on currently, as both teams are very wary of that each team fight may cost the game for them. And we do see Godspeed on the Lord right now, currently Shiro in the pit.
Yeah, deadly catch goes out there. Shiro able to pick clean up the Lord. Circling Eagle onto Kevy in the back line, and Kevy is down for the count. Divine finds the final kill there with, I want to say that was the revenge strike that actually caught Kevy and actually put him down, and the added damage from Joybaj on the Matilda, able to kind of secure it. But a great job from Godspeed to not only take the Lord there, but able to reinforce their winning ways by pushing back last minute.
Yeah, Shiro was in the Lord pit, and I think that, Godspeed was the first to get the Lord, and we did not see last minute contesting that Lord, which is very surprising, as their team was fully there. But as we can look at the items so far, we can see the Bane 2k gold ahead of the jungler on the side of last minute, really showing off that even though Bane is really unorthodox, he still works in this meta, and he's able to keep up and actually do better than the Nolan.
Ooh, Joybaj able to he's able to go ahead and face check that bush. We do have a deadly catch out there, but it's gonna go ahead and push away the team, but they have no minions to be able to kind of put the pressure onto this tower. That is a difference here at the mid tower. They're trying to put the damage on the Blade, who might be in trouble here, gets picked off with a crab claw cannon from Shiro.
Ouch, that crab claw cannon hurts, as Shiro is able to parry off the damage and kill Blade. But as you can see on the side of Godspeed, they are pushing it on tier 2 on the top side, as they already just pushed in tier 1, possibly getting tier 2 on bot side with Claude around the area. But we do see last minute, they are stacking together as a team, not wanting to die solo, but trying to stick together, as they are in a losing position so far.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and continue on with the fight. I just want to say, man, it's such a great plan, especially with the way that Shiro is utilizing the deadly catch to move away last minute from these towers before they go ahead and just absolutely dominate these towers. Like we were talking about, Bane is his specialty. While you're seeing the crab claw cannon and some of the damage he can do them to opponents, what he does to towers is basically tenfold. So they're just really doing a great job of utilizing him and focusing on these objectives. Oh, speaking of which, we do have a penalty zone lands onto 3 members. Might be in a little bit of trouble. Blazing Duet to back up the team of Godspeed, followed up by a deadly catch. We do lose 1 member. Kevy goes down for last minute, now separating the kills from 6 to 3 in favor of Godspeed.
Yeah, amazing set by Divine, catching 3 players from last minute, but only killing 1. But on that Terizla, even though he did get nerfed, we do see a big impact on his setting abilities and PC as he is coming in the game in 12 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about. He still received a bunch of nerfs that were actually really kind of past due, but his kit still provides so much for the team. He's able to get in there with the penalty zone. It locks down a few players into that little center of that area, and he's able to tank on with that penalty zone while the rest of the team rains down damage on their opponents.
Yeah, as we can see, Godspeed, they are stacking together. As we can see, also last minute is doing the same, but clearly we know that Godspeed is in the advantage right now as they have won a few team fights and their gold lead is pretty wide. As the gold lead is, they're at 39k while last minute is at just 34k in gold. But Lord is pushing down the mid lane. Let's see what team fight is to come.
Yeah, for me right now, I'm just wondering what do you think that last minute can do here, if anything, to kind of offset what they're seeing from Godspeed?
Yeah, as we can see, the lanes are synced right now. It's a great start, but Joybach did get swiped into the base of last minute.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem there is we're wasting abilities. Joybaj gets hit with a final slash into the base, but he's just able to dash over it. So you've wasted your ability now. You haven't caught any of the teammates. And I want to say good positioning by the side of Godspeed. They're going to come in here. Oh, big penalty zone onto 3 members, followed up precisely by the deadly catch. JD actually is able to find a kill. Shiro finds 2 kills of his own. This might be a wrap for the first match here between Godspeed. They're looking for it. Sky very low, able to find a retreat back into the base, but that's going to be a wrap, folks. Godspeed wrap up this first match with a victory.
Yeah, amazing gameplay coming from Godspeed, and last minute they were holding on to that game, but the score did come down to 9-4 with Shiro on Bane getting the MVP on the side of Godspeed.
Yeah, and I want to just say, like, it just kind of came down to whose plan was better. And I want to say Godspeed felt like they just had a more objective focus. And although they did lose 2 early turtles, that allowed Shiro to kind of roam around, get farmed up, even though at the point they had lost 2 turtles and Shiro was still up in gold over his opponents. So, I mean, that just kind of says a lot for where the team's focus was and how they implemented it here in this match.
Yeah, I'd like to agree with you. I think that at the beginning of the game, both teams were very cautious. There was no one really died at the beginning as teams were just farming and going to their lanes. But as the game did go on, there was a lot of little pickoffs from the side of Godspeed as they did pick off a lot of the players like Ruby on the side of last minute. And as you can see on the scoreboard, we can see the damage dealt. Claude with 34,000 damage on the scoreboard. A lot of damage coming in from that marksman.
Yeah, and really interesting with the stats there. You saw Joybaj had the 2nd most damage for his team. And when it came to damage dealt, I want to say last minute, it was kind of spread out. And I want to say overall, last minute had a lot of damage dealt to the enemy. It just wasn't where it should have been, apparently, which would have been a lot of those objectives there. And then we see tower damage kind of split up amongst last minute. This kind of just shows you the story of like the focus of Godspeed. They know who needs to be taken the towers. Nobody else needs to even be putting hits on it. It's all going to be going to the marksman. Sairi doing a great job. He was the only person that put the tower damage on to help out with some of those pushes.
Yeah, and as we're looking at the team fight stats, I'm not sure if these are right, but I do know that in a lot of the team fights, we see that a lot of the players, like the Bane, was in a lot of team fights. As his KD was 5-0 and 3, he was making up most of the team fight participation, but I don't know why on the thing it says 21%, but you know, it's fine.
Yeah, I was just about to say there too, especially with a Bane on the team, there should have been some tower damage that went over to him. You could see here, I mean, right there, just chewing up towers, which is basically his main objective in a lot of these fights here. Another big push with that ultimate to kind of clear out the team, and then another tower, which really kind of helped turn these teams around for a lot of this match.
Yeah, a lot of these replays, instant replays, we can see that the side of Godspeed, they're able to pick off players who are just by themselves and they just go after one champion and they just after that, they would just keep pressuring in on the side of last minute. As in this team fight too, there was another team fight as they did win this team fight. They picked off the Ruby like earlier as they pick off the Arlock.
And that can be kind of the problem with a Ruby pick and a Nolan. Once you start getting behind, Ruby needs items to even be a force to be reckoned with right away. And then Nolan, once he falls apart from behind, he's going to have a big issue really kind of climbing back into those team fights because he's looking for pickoffs. Once you're at a point where you're behind and we've already moved past the laning phase and now we're into group team fights, Nolan's going to have a very tough time being able to squeeze in there, find somebody, and escape with nobody like CCing him down.
Yeah, I was assuming that Nolan would do a little bit better that game as he was the assassin jungler that could possibly dominate the game, but Bane actually would be the one to dominate Nolan with his octopuses and sharks and sea animals, you know? So yeah, great gameplay.
Yeah, and it's very interesting too. A good start for the side of last minute. They just couldn't hold on to it. And I want to say it's kind of a shining point for the side of Godspeed, who didn't get kind of triggered when they lost those first two turtle fights. One of them they didn't even contest. They just they didn't contest it. They didn't try to match it up on the other lanes to maybe take down, maybe get a gank onto the gold lane or anything. It just kind of kept farming, kept letting Bane do his thing until the time was ready for him to start pushing onto these towers, and that's where you really saw the magic of this composition come together.
Yeah, that game was really fast, as I think the game ended around 12 to 13 minutes. So I think Bane got farmed pretty fast, even when he did not contest any of the first two turtles. And I just think that the overall game was pretty clean for the side of Godspeed, with little hiccups in the beginning of the game, like Joybodge getting caught out on first blood on the mid-side bush, as well as them not contesting. But overall, in the end, it did go into their favor, and they were able to close out game one with a victory.
But that is only one game of the four that these teams are guaranteed to fight each other under for this series. So there is ample time for last minute to adjust, work out the kinks of their last composition, maybe the holes that they had in it, and adjust to this play style that they saw from Godspeed. But if anything is it, I want to see maybe a little bit more objective focus from last minute. I mean, we've already seen it from Godspeed. They're able to kind of let things go, especially in the early game, as long as they can keep their sights kind of honed in on those power spikes that they have.
Yeah, I do think that a lot of the points in the game is that it's better to go for towers than actually committing to a team fight and going for kills, where I think objectives like towers and turtles are more important than just getting little kills on the scoreboard. But kills do make a big part of the macro in the game, as when teams get kills, they're able to get gold from that, and they're able to just snowball from all of these early game kills from there.
Yeah, and that kind of leaves the question right now to what kind of changes would you want to see from last minute here, or maybe a different focus from last minute, as they are going to be first pick here.
Yeah, on the side of last minute, we do see a Fanny ban at the start. I don't think they banned Fanny earlier, but that's a really interesting ban, as Fanny right now is, I would say, one of the better assassin jungles. She does have a lot of she's very mechanical, and you do need a lot of skill-wise on her to play that hero, but in the end, she's very great at what she does. But on the side of Godspeed, we do see a chip ban. I did see a chip nerf earlier on the patch note. So what do you think about that ban?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say. I mean, we can throw out the stats of what's the ban or what the nerfs were for all of these heroes, but I've been talking a bit about how bad Terizla was hit with the nerf hammer, and we still saw that Godspeed able to use him to perfection, get those penalty zones on into the back line to really queue up a lot of the damage for Godspeed. So, I mean, the nerfs don't mean much if you have somebody who can utilize these heroes to their full potential, especially with a plan like Godspeed came with. So here we're going to see Harith taken off the board there for last minute. And one thing that was kind of interesting to me, no Roger at all, no pick, no ban. And I thought he was pretty much a premier pick for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, but as we can see on the side of last minute, I do see another Harith ban. They did ban Harith last game against Godspeed, I'm assuming that the gold laner is very good on Harith and the gold side, but there are a lot of bans still up and open, as a lot of the EXP laners like Ruby and Edith and some of the assassins like last game that they banned, like Ling and Hayabusa, and the mid laners such as Zushin and Zas, but they did get a nerf, so I'm not sure if they will get banned right now.
Yeah, and it kind of happens sometimes when something's been banned out completely for so long that maybe some people just don't even want to use it anymore, or it's not even part of a lot of people's compositions or their plans, because you pretty much assume, all right, these ones are going to be banned. We're not even going to make a plan for if we can get these guys, because there's just so much other things there on the board. Familiar faces up there, a Ling going to be taken off there for Godspeed as well. So, I mean, we're kind of looking very familiar here with a lot of these bans. I want to say the big surprise will possibly come up when we get to the actual picks for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I think a lot of these bans are pretty textbook, as the last game as we saw, as Ling and Chip were both banned. But we do see a Matilda ban coming from the side of last minute. And we do know that Joybots just played Matilda last game. So I think that they think that the Matilda is something that should really be banned, as she's able to roam around and go invade the jungle by herself and just keep poking and hitting at their jungle, annoying him as no one's near him to help.
Well, I mean, I have to applaud this. I mean, why not take out the I want to say arguably the best player on Godspeed's best hero? Why not just take that out of the mix, ban it out there? Matilda's taken off the board, even though she did get a few nerfs to her kit. Well, I want to say a nerf to her range and a little bit of a better cooldowns, or not better cooldowns, less mana charges for what she can do out there. So take that off the board. Especially with what it provides to the team. You picked up a Nolan and Matilda was on the board already, so you had an ability from the opponents to really kind of pull back and kite you back, and that's not what you want if you're an assassin, because that means you're gonna have to dive deeper into enemy lines. Your team, if you're a Nolan, might not be able to keep up with you, so you're gonna be pushing well back into the lines, and your team's still kind of caught back there as you get picked off one by one. That does leave open the Phoveus, which we had talked about earlier.
Yeah, so Phoveus, I'm really surprised he wasn't banned this game, as we do know that Phoveus's new kit is something that a lot of players do dread to see in their ranked matches. Phoveus's new kit is great, as that he doesn't need anyone on the enemy side to dash, but rather he just needs to hit his skills and his ultimate will proc, and he's able to jump on the enemy as many times as he wants until his ult goes out. But on the side of Godspeed, we do see a Hylos and a Hayabusa pick up. Hylos, I think he did get a little bit of a nerf. Again, Divine is picking up the EXP laners that did just get a big nerf on the last patch, but we will see how well he does on that horse. But as we do see, Shiro does pick up Hayabusa.
Yeah, and this kind of comes down with the adjustments that last minute made to their bans that left open. You have the Hayabusa now you have the Hylos out there. Both of these heroes did receive a little bit of a nerf, but I mean, we've said before, we've seen it. It doesn't really matter too much on what the nerfs were, as long as these players can play them to the top of their ceiling and the top of their potential. The one thing I want to see is how well it kind of goes into some of these objective fights. That is where Phoveus shines. That is where Hylos shines. He's going to be able to kind of push away the entire team with that glorious pathway and be able to charge into them. He is just a tank's tank when it comes to a lot of these objective fights. And what we get on the opposite side is an Aurora pickup matched with a Julian.
Yeah, on the side of we do see a Julian pick, another great assassin jungle, as rather than needing level 4, he only needs level 3 to use his skill kit fully. I think that is a great matchup against Hayabusa, as he does have an immune skill on one of his skill kits or skill combos, and that's a great pick on the jungle side. But on the side of Godspeed, we do see a tank pick, so they did pick up a tank and EXP and jungle on the first 3 picks.
And that's kind of a hats off for Godspeed, because you kind of baited them in with that Hylos. You don't really know where he's going to go. He does very well as a roam, but in the XP he does great as well. The Tigreal pickup, that means you're going to have a ton of CC, a ton of front line. That's going to give the opportunity for Shiro on this Hayabusa to kind of I want to say, view the battlefield, see where everybody is, and he can take his time before going in there, because you know that the connection between Hylos and Tigreal are going to be able to hold that line, hold those objectives for him.
Yeah, honestly, seeing Hylos and Tigreal as their frontliners, a very annoying combo to go against as team fights progress, as Hylos is able to just charge in with his ult, as Tigreal can just set up a straight 4-man ult with his ultimate. So honestly, those are really interesting tank picks. But we do see on the side of Godspeed, they do have a carry ban for the side of last minute. Carry is really interesting, as I think the carry ban was for their tankier heroes like the Hylos and Tigreal to be able to shoot them down with her true damage instead of just a normal marksman.
Yeah, couldn't have put it better myself. That is exactly why you take out the carry when you have this tanky of a front line. We're more focused. I want to say there's a lot. The big thing that's going to come to play here is Blade and JD. There's a lot of burst potential from last minute. You do have a little bit of CC there coming from Sky on this Aurora, but like right from the get-go, I want to say that the Julian pick and the Phoveus first objective is going to be a very hard contest for Godspeed, unless they let it go like they did last time and just continue to kind of farm up. I want to say Hayabusa needs a few items. He's not exactly one of those like get right into the fight right away. He's going to need to get those pickoffs. He's going to need to isolate some heroes. He's going to need to kind of get his farm up before he actually becomes like this menace assassin that we usually see into the mid and late games.
Yeah, we do see on the side of Godspeed, they do ban out the Lolita. I do see on the patch note, she did get a little bit of a nerf or an adjustment, but still a viable roamer that they would ban it from the side of last minute. But I do also see the Vexana ban for the side, as I think Godspeed actually just played the Vexana last game, and I think Vexana is a great ban as she does a really good pairing or combo with Tigreal, as their CC is just very long, and it's something that last minute does not want to look for.
Yeah, and still up on the field right now, we still have the Valentina, still have the Claude pickup, which we showed from Godspeed, did an amazing job with from the last game. So they're gonna go stick with last minute goes with the Faramis ban. I want to say this was banned out by Godspeed last time, so they're gonna keep it off the table here for this next matchup. But with that, we have no more bans left. It is time for these two teams to pick out their last two heroes.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really excited to see what they would pick out for the side of for the mid lane, as the last minute did just prioritize mage bans on their last two bans. So Vexana and Framis. There's not a lot of mages left that are currently meta. I mean, maybe Valentina. They could pick up another Valentina, or possibly pick up Zushin or Zas and one of the nerfed heroes and see how they do in the mid lane. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently I want to say maybe those nerfs kind of have shied away both teams from what they want from some of these pickups. There is the Moskov pick. He was banned out the first time, so I kind of forgot about him, but a priority pick, no doubt. Sairi gonna go ahead and scoop that up. That's gonna give them a lot of presence around the map. That's gonna give them the split pushing power, and I want to say a lot of damage leading them into the mid and late game.
Yeah, I would obviously agree with you more. Moskov was banned last game, and Godspeed is able to pick it up now this game. Moskov, very similar to Galing, able to go around opposite side of the map and just do whatever he wants, and then just drop down a Spear of Destruction down the river, down the mid side, anywhere he wants, and just teleport if he hits. But on the side of last minute, we do see a Claude pick coming up from a hero, as well as the Minnow pick for the roam. I do like Minnow, as I am pretty sure Minnow does well against the Tigreal on roam. He's able to counter as Tig sets. He's able to counter set with his Minoan Fury. And Claude, another great gold lane pick. But I guess for Claude, he does need time to scale, as he does need his items like Golden Staff and all the other marksmen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's kind of a slave to the Trinity pickup for most marksmen. I want to say him, Moskov, a lot of the marksmen kind of go with the same route when it comes to the damage that they want to output out there. I want to say that The Minotaur has kind of fallen off a little bit when it comes to a lot of picks. He used to be a big priority. They did, I want to say, reduce a lot of his defense that he has, so it is a little bit harder for him to kind of stay in there through that Minoan Fury if the enemy is kind of like putting down an immense amount of damage. But hey, maybe a little pick that is near and dear to your heart. We have the Nana pickup from Godspeed.
Yeah, honestly, really interesting to see Nana picks, as I think I was the only person who played Nana last season. She's a really fun mage, as she does have really great CC abilities and damage with her ultimate of Molina Blitz. So I'm really excited to see how well that does against the team comp of last minute.
Yeah, and this is kind of an interesting thing. I want to say a composition that kind of melds together there. You're going to have the mix of the Implosion, the Molina Blitz coming out there, as well as the Hylos being able to kind of tank up that front line. But ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. Game 2, Godspeed taking on Last Minute, who is looking to avenge their first game loss.
Yeah, as we can see on the side of Last Minute and Godspeed, they do both start up their blue buffs, as as the side of Last Minute is getting more help than Shiro on the blue buff, but we still see both.
And this automatically, I mean, they get a little bit of help there just to kind of even out how fast these junglers are going to be able to rotate around the map very quickly here to make sure that the ganks kind of come at the same time. Both teams are expecting the same thing at the same time when it comes to those side lanes.
Yeah, but we do see on both sides, they are contesting the scuttle, and Shiro does grab that scuttle and go back into his jungle and keep hitting the jungle. But on the side of Last Minute, we do see that the Julian is invading the Hayabusa's buff quietly, as no one really notices him.
Yeah, and he's doing exactly what they should do, is to go ahead and start refusing a jungle from the enemy. But just like that, you can see up at the top, Joybox doing a good job checking around behind there, and that's going to go ahead and open up an opportunity for Shiro to do the same thing, return it in kind to Godspeed. Both teams very careful. No ganks this early just yet.
Yeah, I think like last game, both teams are gonna play it slow and they're gonna watch out to team fight early. Maybe say JD.
JD thought he was in the shadows, but they knew better. We do have a shadow kill going out there as well, trying to put the damage on. It finds a kill onto JD, and a well-placed kill, which means that the side of Last Minute is not gonna have their retribution for this first turtle.
Yeah, I find that JD did make a really big mistake just trying to fight them before the Lord is up, giving Shiro the first free turtle. But I think that next time, I think the team should probably stick together, and he should probably have the roamer actually face check instead of himself using his skills and just dying right after that.
Yeah, and you can see here right now already, Joybox, comes in with an implosion. Glorious Pathway is out as well, and JD gets put to sleep trying to get into his orange buff. Blade coming in with the Mnemonic Fury. It's not going to be enough. He's trying to take down Shiro. Actually takes a whole lot of damage. Passive activated, but Shiro still takes down Sky before being taken down himself by Blade.
Yeah, again, JD, he did just face check his red buff, as he probably didn't know that the whole team was waiting for him on his red buff, but I think the Minnow should be sticking with him more in his jungle, as he currently is 0-2 and not looking so hot in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah, right now Godspeed doing a great job of just continuing on the pressure no matter what. Automatically, right after the first turtle fight, they immediately run for the enemy's orange buff to go ahead and surprise him when he tries to get his buff. So great job by Godspeed here, and we're going to see if maybe Last Minute can kind of add it back up together, keep their wits about them, and move on with the game as we move just past the third minute.
Yeah, the game isn't looking too great for Last Minute, but they still do have a chance, as the gold isn't that far behind. They're not far behind from Godspeed, as it's only a 1k gold difference. But Minnow is getting picked off by Shiro on the Hayabusa. I'm not sure what he was doing alone in the river again, but he did just get picked off, and his team was not near him to back him up.
Yeah, and this is the unfortunate things when it comes to kind of matching up roams. You have Kevy taking on, I want to say, the veteran ability that comes from Joybaj there, and that comes with knowing where you can get vision, when you won't be caught, and where your team is at all times for them to be able to kind of help you out if you do get caught. Speaking of which, Kevy looking to try to get some vision on here, and he's taking a lot of damage put in between the entire team. Shiro gets the turtle there, and Kevy looking for an opportunity is not able to find it. That is another kill in the pocket of Shiro on this Hayabusa.
Yeah, I just like how on the side of Godspeed, they're doing really well in the early game right now. They are getting all the turtles, the objectives, and on bot side, we do see Sire is pushing the bot side as their gold laner is on top. So the teams did just switch on rotations, so it gives them a little bit of an advantage. But I think currently right now, we can see it's like similar to last game. We can see Godspeed is dominating a little bit more, but Last Minute does have a chance in the game as they should have the quad farm up and get his core items before they actually start team fights.
Yeah, and right now we are waiting to see how well that Last Minute can kind of add back up here. We're at just past the 5-minute mark. Shiro with a commanding 4 kills on this Hayabusa, and as an assassin, this is exactly what you want. Glorious Pathway is out. It's going to clear out the bit of Last Minute while Sairi tries to put some damage onto this turret. Minions now coming in. Joybaj looking for an opportunity. They might have them sandwiched here. You see Shiro comes in with the quad shadows, gonna go ahead, bounce himself back out, and Last Minute just narrowly able to save that mid tower.
Yeah, they're doing really well on their macro as they're able to push, Godspeed is able to push down the tier 3 towers on the sides first, just like last game. They focus more on towers than team fights, and this really just shows how objective-based that team is.
Yeah, we do have a shadow kill. Oh, we did proc the passive of Sky on that Aurora. You see that Sairi actually tried to come in there. Tried to come in there for the steal to try to get that kill. Is not able to secure it. We do have a pushback and a pop-up. JD goes down, picked off again. And unfortunately, I want to say Kevy out of position to be able to protect him.
Yeah, we can see that currently right now the game is in the favor. It's actually a pretty big gold lead with 5k on the side of Godspeed at just 6 minutes in the game, but there is the third turtle coming up. I do think that Last Minute might not contest this as they are pretty behind, and as they should not, since they'll probably lose a team fight if they do go in that turtle pit, but turtle does go to Shiro.
Yeah, right now it's getting to a point of them just doing it by the book is Godspeed. They're able to kind of push back, get the towers, open up the map, then they push back Last Minute, open up another objective. This time it was the turtle, but it's all textbook maneuvering here for them as we take a look at some of these items.
Yeah, so let's look at the items right now. Currently, we do see the side of Godspeed, all the lanes are pretty up in on the gold. So as you can see on jungle, the jungle is up by around almost 2k gold compared to JDZ. As we see in Hylos, he's also up on the side of Phoveus as he's also around, not that far up, 600 gold up from the side of Last Minute.
Yeah, and for me, the problem there is that you have Hayabusa with 2 damage items. You saw Sky Piercer there and the Hunter Strike. And for JD, on the opposite side, he has 1 item, and it's not even a damage item. It's to protect him with those the Blood Wings there. So, I mean, I'm not sure how well that's really helping out JD right now. You really kind of losing a lot of burst potential with that pick there. So we're going to see how well Julian kind of adds up as we move on. 8 minutes on the game and just about a 5k gold lead in favor of Godspeed.
Yeah, 8 minutes up on the map. We do see the quad. He did just get his golden staff, so possibly might be coming in on his second core item. But we do see Blade. It's getting run down.
Yeah, the demonic force is trying, but it's not going to be enough for 3 members of Godspeed who had him surrounded. And I mean, I want to say Godspeed doing a great job of being able to kind of hold the Phoveus at bay, taking down Blade, and they are just surgical when it comes to taking down these towers from left to right, moving across the map, one after another. You're seeing these objectives fall in favor of Godspeed.
I do see a lot of the mistakes on Last Minute's side are similar to last games as a lot of the players, like their roamer and EXP, they are like positioned very far out, so it does make them get caught. But this game, it also includes the jungler Julian also getting caught out, putting him at a position of 0-3 on the KDA. But on the side of Godspeed, we do see that they just got the first Lord of the game.
Another kill there. Kevy gets caught in the bushes. The entirety of Godspeed was there. A big push from Joyboz separates him even further from his team, and they go ahead and clean it up with an orange buff to spare.
Yeah, well, honestly, on the side of last minute, I do see they do have potential to defend currently, but it's just that each of the players should not be too far out, and they should stick together as a team for the upcoming team fight to be able to win against Godspeed.
Yeah, you can see right now there's big focus onto the mid lane. Meanwhile, you do have the split pushing priority there from Syri, able to go ahead and take down the tier 2 tower at the bottom lane. Now we are almost left. We have the mid tower crashing here as well. We are almost left only 2 inhibitor towers. High grounds are just left. Kevy in trouble again, gets caught. Syri picks up the kill, but JD able to find a kill onto Shiro. He might be paying for it though, able to get out of the way of that push, and an implosion. You can see Blade. Oh, they're gonna let Divine get away. Nothing hurts the ego more than watching an opponent walk away with that tiny bit of health.
Yeah, honestly, great defense on the side of last minute, only losing 1 hit inhib and getting 1 death, but they did get Shiro on the side of Godspeed, the Hayabusa, the jungler, and they're barely holding on with just 2 inhib towers and a dream of possibly coming back on this game.
Yeah, we take a look at these items here. Again, you can see a 3k gold lead for Shiro alone over the enemy jungler JD. And that just kind of tells you where this game is going. Not only, I want to say, a 6k gold lead for the team overall, but all the, I want to say, a wealth of that gold going over to the side of Shiro on that Hayabusa. Fight is coming here now. Divine looking for an escape. He is able to kind of protect the team there. Just look at how far ahead Divine is from his team because of how tanky Hylos is.
Yeah, just like last game, Divine is picking a lot of the EXP laners that did just get a nerf, but no matter the nerf, it just depends on how well you play a certain champion, and Divine is doing really well on the Hylos, as well as last game, picking up the Trizla and doing really well on setting.
Yeah, and you can see there, Divine actually gets bursted down to about 50% health. He's just doing his job to kind of ward away the rest of last minute while Godspeed is able to continually clear out their jungle. And right here, you're basically starving out last minute.
Yeah, they are starting at last minute. They are clearing, but also currently right now they are pressuring the lanes as the Lord is just coming up. Last minute, they are all grouped up together on the mid lane, wondering if they will try and contest that Lord or just give it up and try and defend one more time.
Yeah, I mean, you're almost 10k or about 8k gold behind here. There's not really much contention you can do unless you're able to kind of find a pick off onto Godspeed. But they're rounding these lanes here so well, especially here in the jungle. You see, look at this double tank here front line while Shiro just very calmly goes ahead, picks up that purple buff. All these recalls out there right now, and those are on sale now in the Mobile Legends shop. But a ton of new recalls over there, and unfortunately for last minute, not much else that they can do to kind of offset their opponents.
Yeah, we do see the Lord pushing up on top side. For last minute, I do see them defending this, as this is just coming out on 13 minutes for the Lord. But I think they should actually let Godspeed try and engage on them under tower and possibly turn back the game by having Godspeed engage on them rather than themselves and not getting picked off far too out in the map like they had done earlier.
Oh, we do have a glorious pathway out there. They're trying to push away last minute from this mid-high ground tower. Meanwhile, the Lord is crashing up at the top. That's going to go ahead and split up some priority. Flicker into an implosion. Does find a kill. 2 kills down now. Sky and Kevy are down for the count. Lord still swinging away at the core. This is going to be a wrap, potentially. I think it tricked us all out. Oh, there it is. Finally, the game-winning blow there. Godspeed collect up their second victory of the night.
Right. Congrats to Godspeed. I don't know. They're showing player cams for last minute, possibly seeing how bummed they are at the loss. But we do see Godspeed getting a win of KDA of 13-4. Last minute, only getting 4 kills. I think it was a pretty good game. Like last game, the game went by really fast. Godspeed did just end the game in around 13 minutes or so, and it was a pretty picture perfect gameplay from their side. You think?
Yeah, and especially because I want to say they even, when we were talking about last minute, perhaps like kind of closing up some of the gaps they had in their strategy, it seems like even as well as Godspeed did in the last game, they still kind of closed up some of the holes that they noticed, especially at the beginning in the early game. This time, they didn't allow last minute to get those first few turtles at all. Right from the get-go, they went ahead, they made sure that they had that front line, able to push them away, collect up the turtles very easily as we take a look at some of the rest of the stats here.
Yeah, as you can see for the damage dealt right now, we do see on the side of Godspeed Shiro with a 29k damage on the Hayabusa. I think really good damage coming from the jungler side, but actually, I don't think these stats are right, as it does say that Minnow does have 34k damage dealt, but
Minnow coming up crazy there with 39,000 damage. There might be a little bit of a mistake with the stats, but we'll just move along here with what we were talking about before. Just I want to say this front line, as you can see with the damage taken, the front line here is Tigreal, Hylos there, just provided so much, I want to say, tankiness and defense there for Shiro to just, I want to say, very calmly, as a Hayabusa, they were standing in front. He gets some of the buffs. He's able to kind of clean up there. So, I mean, a great job there by Godspeed.
Yeah, I think Godspeed, like last game, they were doing really well as they're able to focus on a lot of objectives at the start of the game. They did get some pretty good early game kills, and they also were really aggressive on invading JDZ, pressuring him on his red buff and jungle and not allowing him to actually jungle.
Yeah, and I want to say that the problems that we were talking about that I brought up earlier with the Minoan with the Minotaur pick is that he is a little bit squishier now. So he had a lot of problems. Kevy had a lot of problems trying to initiate a lot of these fights. His team wasn't in a position at one point, and then for point two is that he kind of I want to say went a little bit too far with some of these, got picked off and bursted down so quickly that his team wasn't even able to react.
Yeah, like last game, I think Kevy, he did get picked off a lot on the Minnow, like on Ruby the game before. He was really far out compared to the rest of his team, which gave, I think, Godspeed a bigger advantage or a high advantage in actually coming into the game and just snowballing into 13-minute end on the game.
Yeah, so it's going to be a really amazing job here from Godspeed. We thought that they couldn't get any better than they did from the last game, but this next one, they absolutely closed up a lot of the issues they saw with their last gameplay and improved. And that's going to be some worrying words for last minute, because they have a lot to kind of catch up to for these next two games if they want to try to take this to a game 5 or even take it to even games.
Yeah, honestly, I think that Godspeed's doing a great job right now, getting a victory or ahead of last minute with a 2-0 on the scoreboard. I really do want to see last minute possibly winning at least one game and showing off that they are worthy of being on top 8, but that might not be if they keep playing like this for the next 2 games.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what they do. The drafts aren't terrible. It just seems like, I want to say the versatility is another thing to bring up for Godspeed right now. Is the first one, when you had the Bane pick up there, they knew exactly what they needed to do with that composition. They weren't kill hungry. They weren't looking for ganks. They were just looking to push back the enemy and take towers, because that's where Bane shines. The next time, now that they had the Hayabusa up there, they were looking to kind of get those isolation, have that tanky front, give Shiro the most amount of time that you can, the vision where the squishies are, so Shiro could get in, get those kills, and then get the objectives after.
Yeah, I think the gameplay was really well going from the start to the end, and like a lot of heroes, I think Shiro was doing really well on the jungle first game and on the second game. He did his job. He jungled, he cleared, he went after the objectives, and I think that the gold laner also did really well on just split pushing, clearing the sides, just clearing their lanes and just jumping into the team fight on the side of Godspeed.
Yeah, and it's an amazing game played by them. We're going to see, I mean, Godspeed really trying to emphasize that they belong here up at the top 8 of North America. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these games continue. Like we said, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 4. I know it can be a little confusing. It means that we are guaranteed 4 matches, even if Godspeed wins all of them, or if Last Minute can kind of round up the strength to get 2 victories of their own. We are guaranteed those 4 matches. If Last Minute does get those last 2 matches, if they are able to kind of return the favor and come back, we will be looking at a bonus 5th match.
Exciting to see a bonus 5th match, but I think at this pace right now, we may not see one at how Last Minute is doing, but hopefully they'll show up last minute and try and get back their points.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I'm excited. It's interesting to see that the meta really hasn't changed too much, except for apparently the mages, Zuxin and Azask have apparently just completely disappeared from the meta right now. No picks, no bans from either of those picks right now, but all the rest of them, we've seen the Hylos picked out there. We've seen Terizla taken out there. Hayabusa had some nerfs, but still as lethal as ever.
Yeah, honestly, I'm hoping for a Roger to get picked up. Even though he did get nerfed, hopefully we will see a Roger coming into this game, or possibly one of the mages that did get nerfed, to see how well it pairs against this new meta.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We're starting off things very typically here. Godspeed back at the first pick here. First ban going to be going over to the Edith, and I'm wondering, are we going to be banning out the Fanny like we did last game? Which is very interesting. Last minute, they didn't ban it in the first game, but banned it out the second game, and that left open some picks for the side of Godspeed as well.
Yeah, but on the side of Last Minute, we do see another Chip ban. So I think Chip, even though I think he was in the patch note, he is still getting banned out, as he's very good at just rotating around the map and just teleporting and just bringing the whole team through with his ultimate. A really annoying champion with all his CC kit and his teleporting kit.
Yeah, I want to say the biggest change for Kit is those beacons that he leaves around the map where he can kind of transfer between them. The cooldown went from like 20 seconds to 60 seconds. I mean, that's kind of a huge deal when it comes to the amount of time that he can kind of put out there. It's interesting to see how some of these bans kind of come out there. Hayabusa taken off there from the side of Godspeed, which is interesting because they were the ones who use it. Maybe they have some different plans here on the red side.
Yeah, honestly, they did just use Hayabusa on their team, but they banning out on the side of Last Minute, as Last Minute does have the first. I think they have the first pick, but Last Minute does ban out the Matilda again, as you can see for Joy Bodge on the roam. They did not like seeing Matilda first game, so they're gonna just start banning it out the second and third game, just because of Joy Bodge that plays really well on that hero.
Yeah, right now we still have the Hylos out in the field. Phoveus is still out there. The priority for Last Minute, regardless of where you go with the bans or what you're going to be adjusting, I definitely still agree with the Matilda ban out there because of how well Joy Bodge can really perform. And we have seen yet that there just really isn't an answer on the side of Last Minute right now. Kevy, ZMJ, KK's having some issues when it comes to kind of getting that positioning well and doing it at the opportune moment when his team is within range to actually help him if he does get kind of check into a bush that the entire enemy is kind of sitting in.
Yeah, I would like to give you more. I think that on the side of Last Minute, they should not have their roam run around by themselves, but we do see the Hylos ban again, as I think Godspeed, they just played these heroes, but they are banning it out just to be wary and in case that Last Minute doesn't pick it up for the first pick, which is, I think, pretty understandable. And we do see a Ling ban coming out on the side of Last Minute. We didn't see that for the second match, I think, but they did ban it on third match and the first match. I think Ling is a very great jungle, just like Moz Club. He can run around the map, take towers, clear lanes, just go back to the other side. If there's a team fight, he can just, you know, jump on walls and just go anywhere he wants.
Yeah, right now we still do have the Phoveus is out there. Moskov didn't get banned this time. Those were big, I want to say big picks. It didn't really help out last minute. Phoveus really wasn't allowed to shine just because of, I want to say, the ability from Godspeed to kind of enforce their will during a lot of these objective fights. And they were able to kind of start off a lot of these objectives with kills of their own, and that already puts you on the back foot. You can see here, they're going to go ahead and scoop up that Phoveus pick, which is kind of, I want to say, one of the favorites of mine in this current meta.
Yeah, Phoveus, again, they do, okay, Godspeed was first pick, but they do get that Phoveus pick again. I really like the Phoveus pick on the first part. I think that his new kit is really great. I haven't played Phoveus, actually. I think a lot of people, I think I have seen Phoveus on mid before, but he is getting used a lot on EXP side, and just overall the kit, the sustainability on him, the damage is just overall great. But on the side of last minute, we do see a Nolan picked up again by their jungler. They did pick up Nolan the first game against Spain and Yuzong. I think the Nolan didn't do as well on the first match, but hopefully we'll see how he does, as he is the assassin jungler this game. But we do see a Yuzong. I think Yuzong's really interesting. I haven't seen him as much in the meta, as there are a lot of way better EXP laners, but Yuzong overall is great for engages, as he does have his ultimate, his dragon. He can just jump down and petrify teams and do a whole CC chain, you know?
Yeah, Nolan had issues for last minute in the first game, mostly because I want to say it almost feels like last minute is anticipating Godspeed to make some mistakes, leave a player out. Godspeed is super tight with their rotations. They're very good about knowing if they don't see the enemy on the mini map, they're going to back off. They're not going to be as front forwarding. And it doesn't allow, I want to say, it didn't allow the side of last minute to really get those kills that you
Oh, sorry. Well, Prime did just disconnect, but as we can see on the side of Godspeed, the Fanny pick is really interesting. I do know that Shiro is a really good assassin jungler, and seeing the Fanny come out this game, as Fanny was banned in, I think, the last game, is really going to be really interesting. The mechanics that Fanny has, it's something that a lot of players probably do not have. Like me, I cannot play Fanny personally. I am a mage player. But if you can play Fanny really well, I think that would be a really good part or pick in a team. So on the side of last minute, we do see a Ruby pick. So really interesting. I think this Ruby may be on, it's very versatile, as Ruby could go on the roamer, the mid side, or it can also go on the gold lane, actually. I think the meta right now for gold laners, there's a lot of duo EXPs on in teams right now. So Ruby could be put on both sides, as they did have a Yuzong, so I don't think Ruby would go on the EXP side. Really interesting draft right now. I really like the Ruby. She does counter the Fanny, actually, on the side of Godspeed. With her CC chain, her second skill, and her ultimate, she is able to just hit her buttons as Fanny comes in and just chain her around. But as we can see on the side of last minute, there is a Moskov ban. I think they did ban this, as last game, Sire on Moskov did really well at splitting. They also banned it the second game, no, the first game, I think. But a great ban for Sire, as he's probably one of his stronger suits is the Moskov on
Hello,
gold
guys.
lane. Hi, Liz.
I'm here. I'm the new private dancer of the series. Like you mentioned, there
Welcome.
are Yuuzhan and Ruby. What do you think is going to play into that?
Yeah, honestly, that's a really good. I honestly, earlier I was talking about how great that combo is. I think Ruby, I'm not sure what lane she's going in, but they do have really good sustainability on the line. And on the side of Godspeed, we do see they do have a Faramis getting banned out. I think they banned Faramis on the first game too, possibly to not have them have a second life in the game. So yeah, that's a really interesting ban.
Yeah, for sure. And now on the side of Godspeed, what do you think they're gonna ban next?
Godspeed? Well, I'm not really sure. Honestly, on the side of last minute, they did have just 2 marksman bans. So I think on Godspeed's side, they may do a double mage ban just to like get their mid laner out of their comfort zone, as last minute had done for their gold laner. There's a lot of mages that are up right now. I think like Valentina's a great mage right now. A lot of the nerfed mages that aren't getting picked out possibly, you know, could be getting banned. We're not really sure. But yeah, what do you think, Liz? What's your favorite mage, you know, currently?
Is right now is will the last patch really affect Zas being played in the mid lane? So it looks like they're banning Tigreal. We did see Joybotch play the Tigreal last game, but it is a very strong, I would say, tank right now in this role. But the question is right now for the side of last minute, which mage lane they would go. There are a lot of options, like you mentioned, and right now, I still think Zask is a viable pick.
Yeah, I think Zask is also a really good viable pick. I really like Zask, but I think in these teams so far, they don't think Zask is a viable pick as they're not really picking him. But I think it's really interesting they banned Tigreal as... I think Godspeed are banning a lot of the heroes they literally just played last game, so that last minute doesn't get these picks. So that's really interesting coming from them, but...
Yeah, and yes, Godspeed thinks that that is the meta, but we are going to see a Lunox getting picked in the mid lane. They do have a Fanny on the side of Godspeed, so maybe the Lunox it has more sustain and against the Fanny.
Yeah, I think that Lunox is a good mid lane pick, as I think a lot of the mid laners do get countered by that Fanny on the jungle. She's able to just come cable in, just go after any of the mid laners and just one-shot them, but Lunox does have an ultimate that makes her immune to this, so she does get a second chance.
Wow, Chow. I haven't seen the Chow in a while, but we're gonna see Joybotch on the Chow. Joybotch used to be a really good Chow player, if I'm correct.
Yeah, Joybotch actually, I think he was one of the best or better Chow players or best Chow players in NA. I think he did pick up Chow a few times in tournament, which is something that's really interesting to see today as his Chow is just coming back on the team as the roamer. Yeah, go on, Liz.
Yeah, and it looks like Private Dancer just danced himself back into the Discord. So, guys, I will be seeing you guys in a while.
Goodbye, Liz. I'm so sad
Thank
to
you
see
so
you gone.
much. Oh man, so it's kind of it's what we do for these new casters that come on here, kind of give you a little bit of a freak out there. But yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that, Sayori. A little bit of a panic mode, I'll bet. But jumping right back into this draft here, we can see, I want to say, a nice little stacked side for the side of Godspeed and Cho, which we have seen out here a little bit. I want to say it's been a very flashy pick, and I'm actually kind of glad to see him kind of eking his way back into the meta.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with you more, and especially Joybotch on that Chow, something really interesting, something we would like to see. But they, on the side of last minute, they do pick up the Nolan again. I think third time's the charm on Nolan, as this is their third game or second game they pick up the Nolan. Yeah, so that's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if they can kind of have a better control of this composition. They're going to be looking for ganks. They're going to be looking for that early and maybe a little bit of help on the side for those early, I want to say those early buffs that you want to kind of help Nolan out. I know he already clears very fast, but you want to make sure to kind of add to that. Maybe make it a surprise for how fast he can get to these side lanes, and maybe even put a surprise onto the gold lane, onto the XP lane with how quickly he can get there and possibly get a gank. But ladies and gentlemen, we are starting into game number 3 between Godspeed and the last minute.
Yeah, on the side of, as we can see, Godspeed and last minute, they both are starting their blue buffs again. Fanny is... Actually, no. On the side of Godspeed, they are invading Joybotch again on the Chow. Just like the first game of Matilda, he is trying to bully their jungler.
Yeah, and just like that, he's going to go immediately move down to the bottom to the XP lane. Blade might be in a little bit of problems. That is something that you really get. Oh no, he's coming up from the back. Joybotch going to go ahead and land a pop-up onto Blade. He's surrounded. This might be all she wrote. He is going to use that Petrify and just narrowly gets away.
Wow, I really thought Blade was going to go down there with him getting tanked by Joybotch, but he does live with 1 HP, which is great for him that he doesn't falter on the XP and he hasn't died. So still, he's in a position to win his lane against Divine, but we do see Shaw on bot side possibly try to Cable in, maybe? No, running away. It's okay.
Yeah, he thinks twice about it. And this is something I was going to bring up too. When it comes to the Yuzong picks, that early game is a really... Oh, actually, speaking of which, Sky tries to use the flicker, but gets hemmed down. Shiro going to pick up that first kill for the team.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking Sky would be Lunox is a really good pick against Fanny, but right now she does not have level 4, so she cannot really immune Fanny coming down mid lane and just decimating her with her cables.
Yeah, speaking of decimation, Blade brought down and bursted into oblivion. That's going to be 2 kills for the side of Godspeed. And actually, look at that, Nolan actually getting invaded by Joybaj here, trying to kind of keep that pressure onto the enemy jungler. He's just keeping the vision up here, not too worried about anybody else on the team. And that's going to go ahead and give enough space for Godspeed to pick up this turtle uncontested.
Yeah, both Lunox and Yuzong's death were pretty crucial in the fact that they did die just before the turtle. And because of that, it allowed Shiro to freely go on the turtle and the side of Godspeed to get their first turtle.
Yeah, and this is going to be a 2-0 game so far, just under a 1K gold lead for Godspeed. So I want to say they're being very passive when it comes to trying to get these kills. If it's not going to result in an objective, they're not really going crazy for it. And this is basically what we've come to expect from a team like Godspeed.
Yeah, honestly, Godspeed doing really well early game, just like last game. Getting the first objectives and just getting the first objectives as well as a little bit of kills, but Joybaj coming in.
Yeah, that Jikundo comes in, gets the pop-up and the way of the dragon. Here comes, speaking of dragons, here comes a black dragon coming out from the side of last minute to try to push out the rest of Godspeed. It's not going to really have too much of an effect, and I want to say it's almost used in a defensive manner here as they're going to go ahead and return to their side lanes.
Yeah, even though Blade had to use he had to survive, he also used his ultimate, which I know that dragon cooldown is really long, so he might not have that up for the next turtle fight, but hopefully he has it up and we'll see what he does with that.
Yeah, one of the big things here is going to be, I want to say, the lack of maybe tower pushing ability. If we're able to shut down JD on this Nolan, we don't actually have a marksman on the side of last minute here. As I'm noticing, we do have that Ruby in the gold lane, which is going to be kind of a problem when it comes to like maybe some of that tower pushing ability if JD is continually shut down. Speaking of which, Joybot comes in here, finds a way of the dragon out there. A big pop-up, and Shiro comes in with the cutthroat to seal the deal. It is now 3-0 in favor of Godspeed.
Yeah, I think honestly Joybaj has a really big impact this game with the way of the dragon fearing kick. He's able to pick off certain champions on the enemy side, and as we said, he picked off Kaja, and even though Kaja's a tank, they're still able to kill him, and that gives the opportunity for Godspeed to get another free turtle as they're not uncontested.
Look at Joybaj just showing that veteran tendencies that he does have on that roam position. Ooh, Big Arm offended with the flicker. Syri still able to ward off the hero. Divine Echo looking. We do have a Divine Judgment on to Divine. Is he going to be able to seal the deal here? Looking for an escape, getting bursted down. Sky flickers in there, has the brilliance out, and might be all she wrote. Dove a little too far under enemy territory. Speaking of which, Way of the Dragon does land onto JD, and the mage able to pick up the kill.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why JD went back in on that team fight. His mid laner did just die and his whole team did just disengage, but he did go in and unfortunately sees death on the other side of the pillar. But as you can see on the side of Godspeed, they are clearly invading blue for the jungler, as jungler did just die and they said, ooh, a free blue buff, let me go get this real quick, and just back out.
And they're gonna go ahead and scoop that up there. Just look at the presence around the map here by Godspeed. 2 in the front, 1 in the rear here for Blade. He's gonna go ahead and go home very quickly there. Sky gonna go ahead into this bush. I was actually very worried there. Joybaj very quickly disengages.
Yeah, we can see that Godspeed this game actually has a lot more map presence in the early game. At 6 minutes, just like last game, they are pretty ahead in gold and kills. But Joybaj with the Way of the Dragon kick, he does pick up the Kaja yet again, as Kaja is by himself in the jungle, not sure why. But yeah,
and this has been the big matchup that we were kind of talking about when it comes to both of these roams, where one is having an issue trying to get a lot of these engagements where the team is around. You can see that Joybosh just always around the team. Every single time he lands a wave of the dragon, the rest of the team is so quick to be able to be there, collapse down on it, and get a kill out of it.
Yeah, honestly, great synergy on the team of Godspeed. Third turtle coming up right here. We do see that last minute is kind of closing in as they do have their players surrounding the turtle. So I think that this turtle fight will be pretty even. But Kaja is getting kicked again.
Yeah, he gets kicked again, and it doesn't look like the rest of the team was ready to kind of go in on that fight. Ooh, JD just misses a pop-up there, trying to put the damage on the Joybosh, but he's already got so many items. His only task here is to keep last minute at bay while his team is getting these objectives.
Yeah, honestly, Joybosh, his presence this game is so strong on the Chow. Just seeing that Chow come in, he's able to just kick the enemy roamer, and his whole team comes and follows up with enough damage to be able to kill the roamer. So I don't think Kevy's having a good time this game, but
Joybosh, he gets away with a hair of a health. And as you were talking, Shiro finds his 5th kill of this game. Look at Divine right now, putting the boots to Blade there, comes down with a demonic force. That's gonna force Blade to have, oh, he tries to get away, Cutthroat goes on, it's not gonna be able to get the kill. Shiro, taking another tower shot, is able to get out of harm's way. That almost ended badly there for Godspeed.
Right. Honestly, I thought Shiro was gonna die under that tower, but he was able to cable out and get himself to safety as Divine does get that kill on Yuzong. Great start to the game. Whooping 11-0 on the KDA score at just 8 minutes. Honestly, Godspeed is decimating this game compared to the last two. They're feeling it after the first 2 wins. They're feeling the 3rd game, and they're just coming in strong.
Yeah, synergy is definitely on the side of Godspeed here. Joybosh doing a great job. Oh, we're going to have another isolation here. Blade sees it. I want to say a little bit of a misplay from Joybosh there. Went ahead with the Jeet Kune Do, just missed Blade and wasn't able to get that wave of the dragon onto him. Blade saw it and dove into his tower for safety.
Yeah, bro, this game is so one-sided right now. Godspeed is pushing in on their Tier 3 towers and trying to get Tier 2 soon. But we do see a Lord is coming up in about like 10 seconds or so. So we'll see if the side of last minute does try and contest, or they give it up again for Godspeed to get an uncontested Lord.
Yeah, we can take a look at some of the items here. You can already see a 2K above right now for Godspeed on their jungler. Big Divine Judgment comes in, drags him into the tower. Joybosh finally gets shut down. Syri finds a kill as he dives into the back lane with that blazing duet of his own. They're able to answer it 1 and 1 apiece, but just last minute are on the board.
Yeah, honestly, Joybosh, he may have had a little hiccup where I think he tried finessing them or tried kicking them, but he also now actually got caught by their Kaja this time instead of the Kaja getting caught by Joybosh. So I think great pickoff so far.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you want to see from last minute. This is what you're going to need to see if they want to stay in the... You're going to need Kaja. You're going to need Kevy to really kind of isolate. Wait for that Cho to get in there. Oh, speaking of which, Divine jiving in with that demonic force, and it's going to go ahead and push out last minute here. Joybosh, speaking of which, comes in. He does get some CC for his efforts. Flickers in, has the way of the dragon out there, and look at the burst going down onto Mahiro.
Yeah, like you said earlier, I think that for last minute, what their win condition really is that they need the Kaja to be able to pull any member of the side of Godspeed to be able to pick off, and from there they will be able to come back in the game. But currently so far we're not seeing that as much, as the scoreboard is 14-1, so they have only had 1 pickoff so far with that 1 kill, but we'll see as they defend the Lord.
Yeah, and right now you can see, I mean, a great job. Last minute is forced to turtle right now under these high grounds. Ooh, Syri comes in there. He's going to use that BMI to get himself out of harm's way, but there's very little that last minute can do here. Even when it comes to their jungle, it's being cleared out. You can see the recall stance there coming out from Godspeed.
Yeah, this game is very interesting to watch. We do see last minute, they are stacking together. I like the idea that they're gonna walk together as a team rather than by themselves, which allows them to be there and ready when a team fight happens instead of having one player too far up like the Kaja and getting picked off by that Chow.
Yeah, and that's kind of what they need to do. You're going to travel together as a group right now. Let Kevy look for an opportunity to perhaps get that Divine Judgment. We do have a conceal play here. Divine kind of looking on the opposite side of the bush. Joybot goes in, does find a way of the dragon. Is it going to be enough? It is on the Ruby. We do have the Demonic Force slamming down onto the opponents, and he's going to find 2 kills for him. Restarts, finds 1 as well. That is 4 players down for last minute with minions charging up at the top. This might be the end. Demonic Force coming out. It is just JD alone to defend against 4 members of Godspeed. And look at how quickly they're bursting down the core.
Wow, that game went by. That was really fast. Just one team fight from the side of Godspeed to the last minute. And they're able to win that and close the game off with the scoreboard of 18-1. Really strong start. Really strong third game at, I think, just in 12 minutes. What do you think?
I mean, unfortunately for last minute right now, it feels like every loss that they have taken, this is kind of the mark of like those great teams at the top of esports, is when you're down and out, you still have a plan, you still know what you need to do, and you can execute that plan. Unfortunately, when you're not used to being down and out, you can appear here like last minute. They kind of seem to be kind of, I want to say it's demotivating to take these types of losses, and you can see it kind of affecting their gameplay as these matches kind of go on. 18-1 right now. That was a very dominating start. That might have been the fastest game of this series. I know the first one was around 12 minutes as well. This one 12-26, 18-1. A textbook usage of this composition from the side of Godspeed.
Yeah, I like to agree with you. The fact that I think the first game, I think that last minute they did do a little much better. They did much better as compared to this game. I think their morale is down from the first 2 losses coming in, but I think Godspeed is showing that they're, I think, the top dog right now of the newer teams that are just made currently, and that they should be on the look. They should be watched. They should be on the lookout for how we should be looking out for how they play. So I think great gameplay this game coming from Joybot with his Chow, and seeing Chow keeps going on to the Kaja, and his team able to back him up like the Fanny, just swooping in and just cabling and just killing whoever Chow kicks.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically they've been putting on a clinic here. Joybot really shined in this last match, especially on this show, to kind of get into enemy territory, find and isolate the players that he wanted to. And at certain points, it didn't even matter who it was, whether it was Sky, who's actually very squishy, but then even landing them on Kevy, who was on the Kaja, who was a pretty tanky, still able to find us. Like, here's another one where we saw he lands it onto Sky. Shiro able to jump in there to get the cutthroat and find the kill there. It was just a very dominating game here by Godspeed.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with you more. As we can see through the replays, a lot of points in the game is where that I think that last minute had dived in and tried to fight Godspeed, but they did not come out on top, where a lot of players like Shiro just comes in and just goes and kills them, as a lot of the players in last minute are just living with 1 HP.
You see there, I mean, this is we're talking about the synergy there. Able to dive under towers to find the Yuzong there, and Shiro almost died there, but I mean, the faith in his teammates and their teamwork here just kind of showing through under towers. And I want to say that's usually the great potential, the greatest time that you could see where teamwork comes into play, is when your team is diving under enemy towers and your entire team is able to kind of juggle that, to juggle the aggro and the damage from the tower, and still be able to get the kill and still be able to get out.
Yeah, I would agree with you more. That game went by really fast, and without needing a Lord to push in like the first 2 games, all they needed to do was one team fight, win that team fight, and just push it on their inhib and base and just close it out with another victory.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays on as well. Only one more game for both of these teams. This very ironically is going to be the last minute for last minute to kind of come back here and find a plan. I mean, regroup. Losses happen to every team, and they're not gonna be the only ones to be taking losses tonight. They're not gonna be the only ones taking losses this weekend. So it's gonna need to find, I want to say that the chutzpah to kind of get back up and face Godspeed here.
Yeah, honestly, last game for last minute and their last chance to be able to prove themselves that they deserve to be one of the teams on the top 8 slots of NACT. And I'm really hoping to see better play coming from them, as they just had they did just have 3 losses, but honestly, they still have a comeback chance, getting just 1 point out of the 3 that they just lost.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I want to say I do not envy where last minute is at. Some players, I mean, there's 8 teams. One team's going to have to be at the bottom, and it's a learning experience for all of these teams. And I want to say like not all of these teams have faced, I want to say, the type of challenges that you do here up at the top 8. But this is the only place to really kind of sharpen your blade, to take those losses on the chin and start learning from them. And right now, I want to say we're seeing from the side of Godspeed, not just from last minute, but from Godspeed, they're throwing out, I want to say, a varied amount of different compositions, different heroes, and different win conditions that they're able to succeed at. And that's something I'm actually very happy to see.
Yeah, honestly, Godspeed coming in as one of the newer teams, I do like how they're playing so far. They're playing really together, really synergized, and they're playing like they've been a team for like, you know, so long, as long as like BTK or like GG. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what they have to come.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen everything, especially Joybaj. I want to say, like, the last few games, we've seen Joybaj like getting vision for his team, making sure that he's got eyes on the enemy everywhere he goes from the last few ones. This last game was really kind of, I want to say, an homage to him, to allow him onto the show, to really kind of flex out and show what he can do, the mechanicalness that he's able to issue out with that show pick. It was just kind of a beauty to behold, and I'm wondering the only thing I want to see from last minute maybe right now is, especially when it comes to this draft, let's see a draft that really kind of favors off of each other. Depending on what kind of composition you're going for, let's have all the teams kind of feed into that to try to help it out. If it's gonna be AoE damage, let's get a lot of that with the CC out there as well. We need to kind of diversify what we're seeing, and dare I say, I want to say, I mean, Kevy is going to need to kind of stick with the team. He needs to be more careful about where he is going. At this level, roams cannot just face check any bushes. They can't just assume that they're going to be able to tank all the damage that the enemy is going to be able to output, especially for a team as organized as Godspeed, because you're not just looking at damage, you're looking at them being able to CC you down, put some damage on, more CC, especially if your team is not in a position to be able to kind of help you out.
Yeah, honestly, in the last 3 games, I did see that a lot of the players positioning, they were far out. Like Kevy on the roam, he was positioned a little far too out from the rest of his team, and he did get caught a few times by the Chow on last game, and his team was not near him. So I think that for the side of last minute, there should be a little bit more team synergy or more comms in the VC to show that, oh, the roamer is here. Okay, let's have the team go around the area where the roamer is, or that the roamer should back off to where his team is to be able to stay safe and not get picked off and give Godspeed an extra kill.
Yeah, and that's kind of the big thing there. And if you're not able to correctly communicate that with your team, you just need to be wary of it on the mini map. When you're in this bush, you see the enemy team coming. What am I going to accomplish here if I do kind of go out there, maybe get some CC on there? Is anybody here going to be able to help on my side? If the answer is going to be no, then maybe we just need to back off, reset with our team. Especially here with what we've been seeing, how well that Godspeed has been able to take advantage of those situations when they know know that the roam is on, the roam is away from the jungler, they're going to start invading. If the roam gets picked off, they immediately go for the objective. It's really been clockwork. It's not. I want to say I don't want to kind of lay too much on to last minute, because Godspeed has played a very smart and strategic game here as we're going into the fourth. This is going to be the final match, because there is no chance of a tiebreaker here, as it is a 3-0 right now. Starting off, Fanny ban on the side of last minute, and then Chip taken out for Godspeed.
I think these are pretty textbook bans for the first few games we have seen. We have seen Godspeed banning out Chip, I think basically all the games, and last minute they have been banning out Fanny, I guess for Shiro, because Shiro did come out with a Fanny just last game and decimate last minute with his insane Fanny skills. So I see that ban coming in. But let's see what else is getting banned so far. A Hylos ban, I think really interesting. I think Godspeed pulled out the Hylos on the second game. Hylos, even though he had gotten nerfed, he is still very viable, as he's very sustainable, and he's able to just charge in team fights with his skill kits.
Yeah, that's a smart takeoff there. I want to say at the beginning here, I want to say both of these teams kind of lent themselves to what the patch notes said, and kind of well, actually, no, I want to say Hylos was banned out first, and then they let it out the second game, and then they're like, yeah, we're not going to do that again. We're going to make that same mistake. And I want to say this really isn't so much on a lot of the picks that we've been seeing. We've kind of seen the same, I want to say, bans coming out from both of these teams. What's changed has been, I want to say, the compositions that we've seen from them. And from the side of Godspeed, they've just shown how deep their hero pool is and how well they can kind of use those compositions to find victory. Last minute, still looking for their first victory here, has had a little bit of a problem, and it might come down to some of those core mechanics when it comes to your rotations, or where you should be, how you should be mindful of certain things on the map before being caught. But like I said, it's the last game for the fourth game of this series. We're going to see if we have any surprises that we're going to be pulling out.
I have been liking last minute's team comps. I think it's just how they play it and execute their heroes that they play, as like Godspeed has had really interesting team comps, like a being jungle, and they do pick like a lot of the EXPs that get nerfed, but they do play those champions really well throughout the game. Just really shows how well diverse they are, or how well versed they are with the champions that they play.
Well, yeah, that's a great point, is that Divine has been really kind of showing through with that XP lane. It doesn't matter if they've gotten nerfed recently. He's just going to pick them up to see how valid and how useful they are here in this best of 4. And he's been very successful with them so far, and even pulled out Phoveus in the last game, though I don't think Phoveus actually got any real nerfs in the last bit. He's still a menace, and he's still just as strong as he has ever been. And I'm wondering, I mean, we're kind of leaving it out there again. We're going to pick up the Matilda, and I have to wonder, is this pickup of Matilda, like, is this planned, or did we realize it at the last minute and are like, oh no, we can't give this to them because now we're giving up the Phoveus?
Yeah, I think that they did pick up the Matilda because Joybaj would probably just lock that hero up if he saw the chance to, but I think a great first pick for them, if they know how to play it well and roam around like Joybaj does on Matilda, would be a great pick. But they do give that Phoveus to the side of Godspeed, and as we have seen Godspeed or Divine playing Phoveus, he does a really good job at that hero, and that hero is really tanky, as well as being a great hero for setting and just going in and sustaining and doing damage. But we do see Shiro did pick up a Julian, first time picking up Julian on the side of Godspeed. I think a great assassin pick, as I said earlier. He does not need level 4. He's great at clearing his jungle, and he has so many skill combos, which allows him to do a lot of fun, unique things on his skill kit.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I mean, we were talking about them still using heroes that had recent adjustments to them. Julian did get hit with the nerfs. They've kind of brought down some of his burst potential for a lot of his skills, so that I believe it's his scythe actually has some reduced damage as well. But I mean, Julian's still a force to be reckoned with. How fast his clear is, how much damage he can output, especially when they're ahead. And we have 2 heroes on the side of Godspeed that really have that great game opening sense to them when it comes to this first objective. Ooh.
Yeah. So on the last minute side, we do see a Bane pick and a Faramis pick. I think Godspeed on a lot of the games they had bans out the Faramis, so or was it side last minute, so just possibly showing that they have a really good Faramis player. But they did also pick out a Bane, which is a really interesting jungler. I'm not sure, like, is he meta right now or what? We saw Shiro playing it earlier, but on this side we'll see JDZ play the Bane and see how well he does against the Julian.
Yeah, this is a very interesting pickup with the Faramis. I'm expecting either a ban or a pickup of the Claude on last minute, but I don't think they have the first pick. So I'm expecting them to go ahead, ban out the Claude here so it doesn't rain terror onto Faramis when he tries that Nether Realm. Oh, actually, the Godspeed are way ahead of me. They pick up the Claude now before they go into the second banning phase. So they read that quick. And here we are. I mean, great sense here from Godspeed.
Yeah, so I am really liking the draft right now. A lot of picks that we've seen earlier on the side of Godspeed, we do see the Claude pick. I think he's a really strong marksman on the gold lane. He is able to just, you know, run around, just farm, but he does need the Trinity build. But honestly, once he gets that build, he is able to do a lot of damage on that side. But on the bans list, we can see that Godspeed does ban out the Harith for the side of last minute. So possibly a great hero counter against the Claude, as they don't want to see my hero on that Harith.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. I want to see how well they. There's a lot of sustain on the side of last minute right now. You've got the Nether Realm. You've got the. I want to say the. Guiding winds that come out from Matilda as well. It could give you a lot of shield. We are taking away the Valentina from the side of last on the side of last minutes. No focus. I mean, the focus is coming from Godspeed, who are really trying to focus and hone in on to that marksman lane. They've already picked up their own, and I'm wondering what the answer possibly would be here for last minute. Moskov still out there on the table as well.
Yeah, honestly, as you mentioned, Moskov, actually, he might just get banned on the side of Godspeed, as they did just ban a Harith, so they may just go up with another marksman ban targeting Mahiro on gold lane for last minute. But we do see that Val ban, which is I think a great ban against the Faramis, as Valentina can just whip up that Faramis ult and just use it for her own team to give them another chance. But like you said, Moskov actually did just get banned on the side of Godspeed, so I think great ban right there.
Yeah, so now, I mean, what do we have left? We still got the carry out there potentially. Last minute went with the Ruby pickup. I'm not sure how much you would be looking at that for here. Faramis has, I want to say we might be lacking a little bit on the side of CC for last minute right now, and our early game is a little left behind here as well. So a little different focuses for both teams here. Mage focus for the side of last minute, marksman focus for the side of Godspeed, but we are all out of bans here as we see Godspeed going ahead, quickly picking up that Grok.
Yeah, Grok, I think the first pick we have seen in this NACT series, the first roam pick, I think it's a great hero, and Joybotch as well on that Grok. I think we have seen Joybotch play Grok on BTK. I think Grok as a roamer isn't really used as much this season, but something that I'm really looking forward to seeing. But on the side of last minute, we do see the Terizla pick being picked up and carry. Terizla, like we said earlier, did get a nerf, but it just all depends on how well the player plays it, as well as using the kit properly, and also Terizla's ult and CC training the team.
Yeah, it's I grimaced a little bit when I saw the carry pickup, just because as a marksman, carry has, I want to say, a little bit of the smallest range of a lot of marksmen. So she's going to need to get kind of nitty gritty in there to kind of put off a lot of that damage. You've got a lot of heroes that can close the distance very quickly when somebody like a marksman kind of shows their face in there. Julian can come in there, put a lot of burst damage. Phobius doesn't even care about front lines because he could just use that demonic force to kind of dive into the back line there as well. Claude can dive into the back with that battle mirror image as well. So we're going to have a heck of a time trying to protect carry, but I mean, that's what you have the guiding winds for, coming from Kevy, and you're going to have the Nether Realm. It's just how well can last minute execute this composition, because it's not a bad composition. It's just you have to know the pluses of it to be able to benefit from it.
Yeah, as you say that, we do see a Xavier getting picked up, another mage or hero that is getting picked up the first time in the series. I don't see Xavier playing a lot actually in professional league or tournaments, but that hero is, I think it's pretty fun, as I'm also a mage player and I really like playing Xavier, but he does have really good range, but he really does not have a lot of mobility. So once he gets caught, he doesn't really have much place to run to besides a flicker or having a sprint ready.
Yeah, so we'll see how well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the fourth and final game between Godspeed and Last Minute. Last Minute have had a little bit of a struggle in the first 3 games, looking to sign it off in the fourth game with a victory. Can they do it?
Yeah, so on the side of Last Minute, we do see that Bane is starting up his red buff, and on the side of Godspeed, they did start their blue, and Julian is actually ahead on the jungle rotations right now, as we can see is on his red. But right now we do see Joybaj again. He is going to bully the enemy junglers. Actually not Joybaj, sorry. Kevy bullying the enemy jungle on Matilda.
Well, and this actually is not a bad pick for Kevy. As we were talking about before, he sometimes finds himself in precarious positions where his team cannot help him out. Matilda has a decent kit for stuff like that, where if he does get caught, he will be able to kind of dash himself with the guiding winds to get away. JD in a little bit of trouble here, might be caught by 3 members, popped up, and Shiro finds the kill.
That is such a sad kill at the start for the side of Last Minute. Their jungle did just go down, and I think jungle is a really important part of the early game, as they do have to go around clearing jungles and getting their levels up before the turtle. And because of that one death at 1 minute, he's kind of a little bit behind on his jungle. He's also getting invaded right now, which is also a really big problem. I would be annoyed if I was a jungler that my team is really here to help me and like also really behind. I'm not sure we can really contest the next turtle.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Well, and on the plus side, Godspeed didn't contest the first turtle. They just allowed their Bane to continue to farm. And even when they had 2 turtles down for the side of Last Minute, Godspeed's, when they were on the Bane, they were still ahead of the jungle. So, I mean, it's not completely the end of the world. We're looking for an opportunity here. Blade against 2 members is not just kind of fighting off the offense that they're putting here from that top lane.
Yeah, I think Joybaj again, he's invading the enemy jungle as Shiro is on the turtle, so Joybaj is stopping their jungler from actually going to contest, so I'm very sure that this turtle will go towards the side of Godspeed. Look at Joybaj on the bot side.
They attempted to get it, but I mean, you're kind of competing against a retribution. That should have been a call from the team. Like, am I going to be able to get that? If JD's not in the vicinity to help you out, there's no way you're going to be able to contest that against Shiro, who has his retribution up. So it's kind of a little bit of a wasted effect there for both of them. Not completely like overblown just yet. A 1K gold lead for the side of Godspeed. Joybaj comes in with the wall. We do see the deadly catch come out there. 2 members of Last Minute looking to try to get a kill here if they can on the Joybaj, who is the tankiness of Grok, able to show through. But now it might be all over, as now these members looking to make an escape. They do get caught. Sky takes a death.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I like Joybaj. This game is also pulling in a lot of weight. Like on the Chow, he is really aggressive on that Grok. He comes into the enemy jungle for Bane and just pokes him, tries to hit him on his red buff, on his blue buff. He has no fear on that Grok, which is something that the enemy jungler should probably be scared of. But as I said, I think the jungler should have his team near him as he's getting invaded, so he should be walking around with, or actually his team should be going to help him a lot more than just roaming around the map.
Ooh, as we talk about that, Kevy gets nailed out. Mahiro might be next on the list. Onto the back line. Joybaj put some damage on. We do have the deadly catch out there. Netherrealm out as well. Blazing Duet makes short work of the Netherrealm there. We have 3 down for the side of Last Minute.
Yeah, as we can see, this game, much like the second game and the third game, they are in the presence of JD's jungle. And as I remembered, when JD was on Julian, he was getting the same treatment. He was dying in his jungle a lot, and I think that due to the jungle presence that Godspeed has currently allows for Shiro to just freely go around in his own jungle and clear, as well as get the 3 turtles that are uncontested.
Yeah, you see right here, I mean, you're going to have a lot of problems before you get your items on Bane, especially when it comes to ganks, when it comes to other opponents. He does great against towers in the early game, but when it comes to kind of like trying to protect himself, you need your team there. You need that roam there to be able to kind of help. And, oh, as I say, that Blade in trouble gets caught by that ultimate coming out from Xavier. Divine puts the finishing touches on with the demonic force.
Yeah, this game is just going so well for Godspeed. They're in the lead currently with 17k gold. So they're basically around like 5k gold or 6k gold ahead of last minute. They are going for the objectives. So currently they do have 2 turtles and are ahead by 2 towers right now. About to get their 3rd tower on the mid side for tier 3. I think really good start for them at 5 minutes.
Yeah, only tier 2 towers left for the side of last minute. Shiro's going to go ahead and use those enhanced chains to get himself out of harm's way. Last minute doing the best they can, trying to rotate around here to stop this offense coming out. But I mean, you're already starting to look at about an 8k gold lead for the side of Godspeed. There's really very little you can do. And now they're already starting to put the strangle onto them. Ooh, Circling Eagle is out there, does go in. We do have a little bit of a problem there. Divine gets taken out maybe a little too deep into enemy territory for the favor of Godspeed, and now trying to put the pressure onto this mid one. We do have a penalty zone that lands on the 2 members. Joybosh in trouble, uses that flicker, gets away.
Yeah, that was a great ult coming from the Turisla, but his team not being able to come in time to deal enough damage. The side of Godspeed, they are able to run away from that. But I think that the death coming from Divine does give last minute a little advantage, as they are coming around, going up in the map a little bit more, and Team Hero is split pushing on the bot side.
Oh, and that will be the end of days for him as they catch him very quickly. Sairi and Joybaz make quick work of the enemy marksman.
Yeah, those spam recalls were something after they killed the hero on the bot side. Really fun. But we do say Joybotch is giving vision for his team on to last minute.
Ooh, and a dawning light puts the finishing touches onto Sky. It's going to help out Godspeed secure this next tier 2 towers. Only the mid tier 2 is left. You can see the team trying to keep the pressure on, trying to refuse as much farm as they can to Godspeed. Look at how well, like these empty jungles, they're doing such a great job of making sure that there's no farm. And speaking of which, just narrowly gets away. We do have the deadly catch comes out from JD. Now they're not going to have that for a clearing potential. It is just high grounds left for the side of last minute.
I think this game is going by much faster than the last 2, as it's only 7 minutes, but the side of Godspeed, they are on the inputs of last minute, and last minute just barely surviving, just holding on to their last 3 towers in the 8-minute mark. And the gold gap is really big this game, as it's right now, it's a 10k gold gap between both teams. So it's going to be really hard to come back from this for last minute.
Yeah, it's very hard, especially trying to look at it strategically for a team like last minute right now. Even the best of teams, when you're this far behind, it's going to be very hard for you to find an opening. You're basically looking for the side of Godspeed to make a mistake. Pressure down at the bottom while minions are coming out at the mid. There goes one inhibitor tower. They're going to very quickly try to push in and maybe move on to the next one. You can see Sairi doing his job, putting the damage onto that mid. That is a 2nd high ground tower down. It is just 1, and that's going to be all she wrote until this next Lord comes up.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what last minute can do. I do not think that they can contest, as the gold gap is really big. I think all they can do so far for now is just try their best to stay under their base and just defend all the waves that are incoming, and not engage in fights, but actually wait for the side of Godspeed to actually mess up, like earlier Divine messing up and possibly capitalizing on those moments.
Yeah, really interesting here. You see that Divine on that Phoveus has picked up an early Winter Crown there. So he's going to be able to dive in with that Demonic Force, use that Winter Crown, and maybe kind of like trick or bait in last minute to use a little bit of their ults. Speaking of which, now we have the Lord crashing in at mid. Can last minute defend, looking for their last, hopefully a victory here. Shiro finds 2 kills. This might be all she wrote. That is going to be a clean sweep. All 4 games going to Godspeed. And what a statement here in the inaugural series of NACT.
Yeah, that was a great match coming from the side of Godspeed. Actually, this was one of the fastest games for this series. I think 9 minutes in, no Lord, just pushing in on the towers. Great job coming from Godspeed for having 4-0, a clean sweep against last minute with the scoreboard right now at 10-2.
Yeah, I mean, this was a clinic put on by Godspeed. Every single match every single game that happened, I want to say they got more efficient, more deadly, and more on target for what they were trying to do. And this is, I mean, this game 4 just shows it. 9 minutes able to put down last minute. A great game here played by Godspeed.
Yeah, also going to Shiro, getting the MVP of the 4th game. I think on Fan he also got MVP. And in the first game on Bane, he also got MVP. I think their jungler is doing a really great job at keeping up with the goal, the objectives, his own farm, his own jungle, and just being in a lot of the team fights. As you can see, 90% team fight participation with the second highest damage at 33k.
Yeah, amazing job here done by Shiro. He really kind of outshined, especially with somebody like, I want to say, Joybaj on the team, who can sometimes really outshine in that roam position. But Shiro did a great job with the picks he had out there, not even just settling in with the assassin pickups, but also with some of the Bane pickups we saw, able to kind of use that against a lot of the objectives we saw.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of these instant replays just show how much in sync Godspeed is, as they are always together as a team when they fight, and they always go and pick off a single target at a time before they go after another player from the side of last minute.
Yeah, they had great, I want to say, a great target priority there. You see Sky just getting nailed down with a dawning light there. And then some of these final pushes where it's just, there's just nothing you can do when you're so 10k behind here at the 8-minute mark. That is just an incredible sprint for the side of Godspeed.
Yeah, and at just 9 minutes on the dot, or 9:49, they're able to close off the game with a great match today. So I think that game was their best game so far, the 4th match for Godspeed, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, Godspeed, probably should be patting themselves on the back. They did very well, and what I would expect from a top 8 team here, like I said, improved every single game and just got better and better and better. Unfortunately, for last minute, it looks like it might be time to go back to the drawing board and rethink some of the strategies that we are using.
And unfortunately for Private, he might lose his job to the new caster on the desk, Liz. I'm back, guys. What a wonderful series. A lot of viewers have been asking about what the best out of 4 really means, and I think this game is the embodiment. It really shows how the system worked for the Swiss rounds. For Godspeed, they won all 4 games, and every series for the Swiss round will be 4 games only.
Yeah, it can be a little bit of an interesting. I think people sometimes overcomplicate it. We get so used to a best of 3, a best of 5. It just means we get more matches from the teams. Like I was saying before, it gives an opportunity for teams to kind of either like Godspeed was to kind of get better and really kind of fine tune their strategies, or it gives another team an option to maybe find a counter that has been eluding them through some of the matches beforehand.
Yeah, I was really hoping to see maybe a little bit of a performance coming up from last minute, but as we can see, last minute did not prove themselves against the team of Godspeed, and where Godspeed does get the upper ground on all 4 of the games and is able to close out the games in roughly around 12 to 13 minutes. So I think great job to them in the first day of NACT fall season.
That is true. And for last minute, they still have a chance. They have many more weeks to go, so they can prep themselves up and hopefully not have a performance of a last minute.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. But man, a great match up there from both teams. Godspeed just really shined through, and going to be looking forward to what this team has to show us coming up here in the NACT Fall.
Yeah, like you said, I think Godspeed, we do know a lot of the players on that team, so it's just great to see that they're coming in, making a new team. Like Joybaj from BTK, he's able to bring his friends, come in and make a team, and place in top 8, and go against some of his former teammates, such as BTK and MOBA Zane. So hopefully that'll be a really interesting match to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something that we can anticipate in the upcoming weeks, depending on how the system rolls out, which teams are going to be facing against each other in the following 2 rounds of the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, very exciting matches to come up, and very nice to see some of the new blood here in North America. Like I said, I was a little disappointed. There were some fan favorites that I was rooting for during the qualifiers, and I did see them kind of get left in the dust, but it's great to see, especially a team like Godspeed right now, just really kind of honing their skills here, and some great and dominating victories here.
Yeah, who knows? You know, for roster changes, some of your favorite players might, you know, go into some of the newer teams and, you know, possibly bring themselves back. But, you know, who knows? We'll see. As I'm liking a lot of the new faces, fresh faces, and new players coming in NACT.
Yeah, there will be 1 roster change during this season instead of 2 compared to last season. And I believe it is before the playoffs. So this time there will be no fixer-upper in the very end of the show, but it will bring more stability to the rosters. And I think as the teams start building chemistry with their teammates throughout the season, anything can happen. Maybe last minute are not going to have a last minute performance in the upcoming show. But for you guys, who is the MVP of this series?
Ooh, I'm gonna have to go ahead and give it to Shuro. He had, I want to say, the more consistently, especially on that jungle position, just really shined through and carrying and showed his versatility in that role as well.
Yeah, I would also agree with you. I would also give it up to Shiro, actually. All 4 games, he was very consistent on the jungle as he kept a great lead against the enemy side. All 4 games, he was in a lot of the team fights, and I think he did get MVPs on all 4 games. I'm not sure, but my runner-up also would be Joybaj. Amazing tanking on the Chow and Grok, as for all of his games, he was very aggressive, and he did invade the enemy jungler, you know, just annoying him with his versatile tank slot, hero pool. So yeah, I'd say... yeah.
I mean, I would agree with both picks. And for Joybaj, he is the MVP for me for the series, and he will be the interviewers for this first series. Hello, Joybaj. Congratulations on that dominating series. You're very shy. Noticing that your mic is a little bit soft on VMix. Yes, I can hear you now. First up, I noticed you pulled out the Cho in the 3rd game, and then you had Tigreal played and banned. So, in your opinion, who is the strongest roamers right now for the viewers to use to climb up?
I think Cho.
Chow?
Why? Yeah. Because Cho, what Cho is, you can freestyle, you know, like Cho is, you can zone the enemy, like, you know, like it.
So it's not just because you're a godly Chow.
Yeah, I'm not the godly Cho. I think Shark is better than me.
Oh, okay. Well, I actually have a question. So how would you rank yourself out of the tanks in NA right now?
Like, sorry, what?
Like, how would you rank yourself compared to the other tanks, the other roamers in NA? Because we've heard before that rumor has it, some pro players think that you are the top,
no, I'm not.
At least 2 tanks in NA.
I think my biggest nightmare is Shark and probably Cold War. NACT.
That's
so
my two
do you
think you're better? Do you think you're
No,
better
no,
than
no, I'm
than
not.
Whole World?
Right now,
Wow.
no, because Colward does experience, you know. You play international, then yeah. I only play
Well,
on NACT.
Well, maybe this season will be your chance to internationals. And speaking about that, how would you rank your team out of the top 8 teams right now? What is your objective this season?
I think my team is very good right now, but what all this, we always lost at the scrim. Like every time we lost the scrim.
Against who?
I know why I against best team in the NA, like GG. I mean BTK versus C9. We always got like 0-4, 0-3, yeah. And yeah, let's see if we can make the top 4.
Well, you still have a whole month to rank up, and we all believe in you guys. And on the last note, who are you most excited to face against?
Of course, with Daddy Zane. With Daddy Zane, I can wait. Zane, you heard me, Zane?
All right. Yeah, shout out to Zane. Joybot is waiting for you. And with that said, congratulations on our first day. We're so excited to have you back this season. And Joybot will see us again next week.
Yeah, an impressive display there from Joybaj, and I like the humbleness there. He was good enough to play on BTK, learned a lot from them, and I mean it just shows through here in this match and how well he can use a lot of these heroes and the versatility that he has in that position.
Yeah, I would say the same. I think Joybaj, he has a really great tank hero pool, really big, and no matter what tank he plays, he is able to be aggressive on that role as he invades, as well as setting for his team. He had a lot of amazing sets during those 4 matches of the series, and I was also really hyped at those I guess sets, because I was like, oh wow, I didn't know that he would do that at that moment. So do those things at that moment. So yeah, really really fun, really great tank.
I mean, if you can play Chow, you can probably play any tank. So his advice to all the viewers is to practice Chow, and I would say practice Chow, but it is a very high mechanical hero, and maybe one day I can even play Chow. Next series is really what everyone is waiting for. The debut of BTK this season. BTK 4.0, I would say. Very exciting. Hoon in BTK Hoon. That's something that we never thought we would see, but it is happening, and it's happening really soon. So 5-minute break or so, and we will be back with BTK versus GOSU Night Horde.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is this? Is the ceremony over? Mommy, I'm scared. What is that? Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, There is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Looking for the end. They already kick out to Haji. They're gonna end it on top. BTK have done it. They made their statement. The West has caught up. That's game number 1 going over to BTK.
Oh, there he jumps in and gets through. Sun still trying to win, but the Valley are here to upset the world stage.
We're in an era where underdog teams like Team Spirit and SRG can rise up and take down giants in the MLBB esports scene. With NACT around the corner, it's time for the seasoned teams to lay it all on the line. Or maybe, just maybe, it's time for a new contender to climb up and claim that throne.
NA is an easy server. It depends. I think compared to PH and Endo, which have significantly more players, NA has a smaller pool of competitive players, and in turn, there's less competition when you're really at that higher caliber. Now, for pro players in order to get better, they should probably watch more international gameplays. For example, learn from the Yudu Red Giants from Malaysia who surprised the world with their performance at MSC. Now, for an average ranked players who just want to have fun, maybe be less toxic, troll less, and stream snipe less. Focus on adjusting in solo queue and dual queue and make sure your entire team has a fun experience by clinching that victory together.
What's up, everybody? Steph Weezy in the building. Word around town is that North America's an easy server. It's no secret we didn't have the best performance in MSC 2024, but with NACT Fall right around the corner and registration opening, it's our chance to prove the world wrong. Make sure you guys register for NACT Fall season before the registration closes. A little bit of tips and advice that I'd give to you guys who are looking to compete. Find a team that you can build synergy with. Find a team, despite losing, despite having some hard times, you stick together and you push through it and you find solutions. Honestly, a team that sticks together wins together. I hope to see you guys in NACT Fall season, and good luck in registration.
We are seeing that BTK again. I want to emphasize this one more time. No coach, no analyst, no problem.
They are on it! The biggest upset here so far! BTK have beaten Blacklist International! GG!
Touch up right, BJ. Touch up right, BJ. Right? Yeah. I love you guys. Love you.
2% to win. We're coming. We're gonna compete.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did. People probably feel something more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley!
Boone is giving a coach inspired BTK. Me, Shark, Boone, Chicken, and Zia are all in BTK now.
Those surprise wins over them. Oh.
Wait. I think she is.
Gosh, that was quick.
All right, base has been opened up. Oh, they're about to close. Best game. That's all she wrote. minions in play. A small moment to be able to get this victory with the Lord on their side. And game goes over to Overskill, takes down Rakuzan.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sword, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Now fill with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fire. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is this? Is the ceremony over? Mommy, I'm scared. What is that? Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. this mask, I see no fear.
Looking for the end. They already kick off to Auntie. They're gonna end it on top. BTK have done it. They made their statement. The West has caught up. That's game number 1 going over to BTK.
Oh, there he jumps in and gets through. Sun still trying to defend, but the Valley are here to upset the world stage.
We're in an era where underdog teams like Team Spirit and SRG can rise up and take down giants in the MLBB esports scene. With NACT around the corner, it's time for the seasoned teams to lay it all on the line. Or maybe, just maybe, it's time for a new contender to climb up and claim that throne.
NA is an easy server. It depends. I think compared to PH and Endo, which have significantly more players, NA has a smaller pool of competitive players, and in turn, there's less competition when you're really at that higher caliber. Now, for pro players NA, in order to get better, they should probably watch more international gameplays. For example, learn from the Yudu Red Giants from Malaysia, who surprised the world with their performance at MSC. Now, for an average ranked players who just want to have fun, maybe be less toxic, troll less, and stream snipe less. Focus on adjusting in solo queue and dual queue and make sure your entire team has a fun experience by clinching that victory together.
What's up, everybody? Steph Weezy in the building. Word around town is that North America's an easy server. It's no secret we didn't have the best performance in MSC 2024, but with NACT Fall right around the corner and registration opening, it's our chance to prove the world wrong. Make sure you guys register for NACT Fall season before the registration closes. A little bit of tips and advice that I'd give to you guys who are looking to compete. Find a team that you can build synergy with. Find a team, despite losing, despite having some hard times, you stick together and you push through it and you find solutions. Honestly, a team that sticks together wins together. I hope to see you guys in NACT Fall season, and good luck in registration.
are seeing that BTK again. I want to emphasize this one more time. No coach, no analyst, no problem.
They have won it! The biggest upset here so far! BTK have beaten Blacklist International! GG!
Touch up right, BJ. Touch up right, BJ. Right? I love you guys. Well,
2% to win. We're coming. We're gonna compete.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did. People probably feel take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to be going.
Here comes the valley!
Boone is giving a coach inspired BTK. Me, Shark, Boone, Chicken, and Zia are all in BTK now.
Those surprise wins over them. Oh.
Wait. I think she is.
Gosh, that was quick.
Alright, base has been opened up. Oh, they're about to close. Best game. That's all she wrote. Minions in play. A small moment to be able to get this victory with the Lord on their side. And game goes over to Overskill, takes down Rakuzan.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together.
Darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over? Mommy, I'm scared. What is that? Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
looking for the end. They already kick Atahachi. They're going to end it on top. BTK have done it. They made their statement. The West has caught up. That's game number 1 going over to BTK.
Oh, there he jumps in and gets through. Suns still trying to defend, but the Valley are here to upset the world stage.
We're in an era where underdog teams like Team Spirit and SRG can rise up and take down giants in the MLBB esports scene. With NACT around the corner, it's time for the seasoned teams to lay it all on the line. Or maybe, just maybe, it's time for a new contender to climb up and claim that throne.
NA is an easy server. It depends. I think compared to PH and Endo, which have significantly more players, NA has a smaller pool of competitive players, and in turn, there's less competition when you're really at that higher caliber. Now, for pro players in NA, in order to get better, they should probably watch more international gameplays. For example, learn from the Yudu Red Giants from Malaysia who surprised the world with their performance at MSC. Now, for an average ranked players who just want to have fun, maybe be less toxic, troll less, and stream snipe less. Focus on adjusting in solo queue and dual queue and make sure your entire team has a fun experience by clinching that victory together.
What's up, everybody? Steph Weezy in the building. Word around town is that North America's an easy server. It's no secret we didn't have the best performance in MSC 2024, but with NACT Fall right around the corner and registration opening, it's our chance to prove the world wrong. Make sure you guys register for NACT Fall season before the registration closes. A little bit of tips and advice that I'd give to you guys who are looking to compete. Find a team that you can build synergy with. Find a team, despite losing, despite having some hard times, you stick together and you push through it and you find solutions. Honestly, a team that sticks together wins together. I hope to see you guys in the NACT Fall season, and good luck in registration.
We are seeing that BTK again. I want to emphasize this one more time. No coach, no analyst, no problem.
They have won it! The biggest upset here so far! BTK have beaten Blacklist International! GG!
Touch up right, BJ. Touch up right, BJ. Right? I love you guys. Well,
The first good win. We're coming and we're gonna compete.
I believe they're not underestimating us as much as they did. People probably feel take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out, there's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley!
Boone is giving a coach his entire BTK. Me, Shark, Boone, Chicken, and Zia are all in BTK now.
Those surprise wins over them. Oh.
Wait. I think it's GG's.
All right, base has been opened up. Oh, they're about to close. Best game. That's all she wrote. Minions in play. A small moment to be able to get this victory with the Lord on their side. And game goes over to Overskill, takes down Rakuzan.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over? Mommy, I'm scared. What is that? Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. this mask, I see no fear.
For the end, they already kick out to Auntie. They're gonna end it on top. BTK have done it. They made their statement. The West has caught up. That's game number 1 going over to BTK.
Oh, there he jumps in and gets through. Suns still trying to defend, but the Valley are here to upset the world stage.
We're in an era where underdog teams like Team Spirit and SRG can rise up and take down giants in the MLBB esports scene. With NACT around the corner, it's time for the seasoned teams to lay it all on the line. Or maybe, just maybe, it's time for a new contender to climb up and claim that throne.
NA is an easy server. It depends. I think compared to PH and Endo, which have significantly more players, NA has a smaller pool of competitive players, and in turn, there's less competition when you're really at that higher caliber. Now, for pro players in NA, in order to get better, they should probably watch more international gameplays. For example, learn from the Yudu Red Giants from Malaysia who surprised the world with their performance at MSC. Now, for an average ranked players who just want to have fun, maybe be less toxic, troll less, and stream snipe less. Focus on adjusting in solo queue and duo queue and make sure your entire team has a fun experience by clinching that victory together.
What's up, everybody? Steph Weezy in the building. Word around town is that North America's an easy server. It's no secret we didn't have the best performance in MSC 2024, but with NACT Fall right around the corner and registration opening, it's our chance to prove the world wrong. Make sure you guys register for NACT Fall season before the registration closes. A little bit of tips and advice that I'd give to you guys who are looking to compete. Find a team that you can build synergy with. Find a team, despite losing, despite having some hard times, you stick together and you push through it and you find solutions. Honestly, a team that sticks together wins together. I hope to see you guys in the NACT Fall season, and good luck in registration.
are seeing that BTK again. I want to emphasize this one more time. No coach, no analyst, no problem.
They have it! The biggest upset here so far! BTK have beaten Blacklist International! GG!
Touch up right, BJ. Touch up right, BJ. Right? I love you guys. Well,
Do personal win. We're coming. We're gonna compete.
I believe they're not underestimating us as much as they did. People probably feel take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. The only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley!
Boone is giving a coach inspiring BTK. Me, Shark, Boone, Chicken, and Zia are all in BTK now.
Those surprise wins over them. Oh.
Wait. I think she is.
Gosh, that was quick.
Alright, base has been opened up. Oh, they're about to close. Best game. That's all she wrote. Minions in play. A small moment to be able to get this victory with the Lord on their side. And game goes over to Overskill, takes down Rakuzan.
Fighting for no one would ever
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is this? Is the ceremony over? Mommy, I'm scared. What is that? Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
done yet. They already kick off Tachi. They're gonna end it on top. BTK have done it. They made their statement. The West has caught up. That's game number 1 going over to BTK.
Then he jumps in and gets 2. Sun still trying to defend, but the Valley are here to upset the world stage.
We're in an era where underdog teams like Team Spirit and SRG can rise up and take down giants in the MLBB esports scene. With NACT around the corner, it's time for the seasoned teams to lay it all on the line. Or maybe, just maybe, it's time for a new contender to climb up and claim that throne.
NA is an easy server. It depends. I think compared to PH and Endo, which have significantly more players, NA has a smaller pool of competitive players, and in turn, there's less competition when you're really at that higher caliber. Now, for pro players in NA, in order to get better, they should probably watch more international gameplays. For example, learn from the Yudu Red Giants from Malaysia, who surprised the world with their performance at MSC. Now, for an average ranked players who just want to have fun, maybe be less toxic, troll less, and stream snipe less. Focus on adjusting in solo queue and dual queue, and make sure your entire team has a fun experience by clinching that victory together.
What's up, everybody? Steph Weezy in the building. Word around town is that North America's an easy server. It's no secret we didn't have the best performance in MSC 2024, but with NACT Fall right around the corner and registration opening, it's our chance to prove the world wrong. Make sure you guys register for NACT Fall season before the registration closes. A little bit of tips and advice that I'd give to you guys who are looking to compete. Find a team that you can build synergy with. Find a team, despite losing, despite having some hard times, you stick together and you push through it and you find solutions. Honestly, a team that sticks together wins together. I hope to see you guys in NACT Fall season, and good luck in registration.
We are seeing that BTK again. I want to emphasize this one more time. No coach, no analyst, no problem.
They have it! The biggest upset here so far! BTK have beaten Blacklist International! GG!
Touch up right, BJ. Touch up right, BJ. Right? I love you guys. Well,
Two persons win. We're coming. We're gonna compete.
I believe they're not underestimating us as much as they did. People probably feel take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley!
Boone is giving a coach inspired BTK. Me, Shark, Boone, Chicken, and Zia are all in BTK now.
are back, everyone, to day 1 of the regular season of the NACT 2024. Thank you all for your patience. I know I said 5 minutes, but I promise you the wait is worth it, because second half we have BTK versus GOSU Night Horde. Joining with me at the caster deck today is Private Dancer and the one and only Sayuri.
Yeah, before we get to that BTK match, just a recap of the dominating performance that we saw from Godspeed up here. I was gonna say just a little bit ago, but it was a while ago that we saw in the first. A 4-0 complete sweep for Godspeed over last minute.
Yeah, last game we both watched that Godspeed had 12 to 13 minute matches against last minute, and it just really shows how speedy they are in trying to end the matches today, which is really good for them as they did 4-0 last minute today.
They really set the tone for today's series by winning the games in Godspeed. But speaking about the second half of the match, we do have BTK. I know everyone has been waiting for that. A lot of you guys actually sticked through the 60 minutes with us. The tournament schedule is set in the beginning of the day, so if you want to know how long or which games take place at what time, you can check out the tournament schedule posted in the very beginning. And for this match, BTK, I almost thought we won't see BTK this season as the name itself, but it seems like the powerhouse of North America makes it to the NACT every season.
Not just a return of BTK, but a return to as close as we can get to BTK Prime. The same, I want to say, 4 members that had that historic M3 rush that you have seen repeated there through the pause screens, sans, and the inclusion of one member that most North Americans never thought that they would see on BTK in Hoon.
Yeah, like you said, who would have thought we would have seen a BTK Hoon, as we know that Hoon is very much a loyal GOSU person and a GG player, so him coming into the roster this season with Mobazane is going to be very interesting, as he's branded under BTK and also playing alongside a lot of our favorite players like Fried Chicken and Zia, as well as Shark. Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting.
And it's interesting because the first series are going to be against the GOSU. And let's check out the lineup for BTK. Already mentioned Boy Chicken in the XP lane, Mobazane in the jungle, Hoon in the mid lane, Super Shark on roam, and Zia in the gold lane.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. Arguably, right now, these are some of the best players in their positions in North America. I know as the weeks go on, will that possibly change? We'll find out. But for right now, a lot of these guys have already proven themselves. And here they're going to be putting that, I want to say, that title of #1 on the line.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see this new lineup coming from Zane. And we know that I think a lot of these players are a lot of people's fan favorite players for the lane, so it's gonna be really exciting to see how well they do this upcoming season against a lot of the teams coming in NACT.
And for GOSU Night Horde, we have Mikasa on the XP lane, Dez in the jungle, Legend in the mid lane, LC1 on roam, and Yellow BC as the gold laner. Dez is actually going to be playing against BTK, some of his old teammates from GGA.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here. Dez, who's gained a lot of popularity as a streamer on YouTube for Mobile Legends. A lot of people definitely looking for him to show out here tonight, and especially on a team like Night Horde, who I want to say from the beginning of NACT had some rocky starts, but in the last 2 seasons have really started to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, I wonder why, not like I wasn't there last season. I'm not trying to say anything, but no, Night Horde did really well last season, and I'm really happy that they're back this season, as well as getting a rebrand and becoming GOSU Night Horde with a whole new lineup, and I'm really excited to see how well they do against BTK today, as well as for the rest of the season.
Yeah, and I wonder which team Sayuri put
Oh no, guys!
On her caster prediction. Oh, look at that. Nighthorn Sayuri picked BTK with the rest of us. Explain, please.
Oh,
No
okay, guys. I'm so
loyalty.
sorry. See, I was gonna pick my lovely, be trusted Nighthorn King, but I know that BTK's new lineup is really close to M3's lineup, and also, so honestly, I also wanted my 100% caster prediction rate, so I may have picked BTK, but my spirit and joy goes to Nighthorn still. So please don't come at me, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and
Well,
private.
I mean,
what about you?
honestly, I mean, Night Horde, they had an impressive season last season. I'm looking for them to improve. And what a way to start off the season than against, I want to see the North American love child, BTK, the newly revamped BTK. They have a heck of a mountain to climb in front of them here tonight.
And
Yeah,
Sayuri's
as you
texting
said, I'm
Nighthorn
really
trying
excited.
to resolve the problem that
Yeah, I may be getting backlash right now for picking BTK, so I'm so sorry. But I'm really excited to see how well these two teams do against each other, as they are returning teams for NACT season. Yeah.
Yeah, and let's check out what are some fun facts about our players. For Foy Chicken from BTK, his role is XP lane. He does not have a favorite player, or comment below if you guys know what dot means. Favorite hero is a horse. That's why he is the infamous Foy Horse. Hobby, not sure yet. I hope he can find a hobby by the end of the season. School, hometown, Scamberg. Is it somewhere in Boston, guys? Device, Red Magic 9S Pro.
That would be Schaumburg. He's from Illinois, the same state as your lovely private dancer. So I'm a little more acquainted with him. He's very near Chicago. So very interesting to see there. No hobbies. I'm pretty sure Mobile Legends could be listed as a hobby. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting. He's one of the ones that I think is one of the hardest workers in North America right now. And I am very much wanting to see how he kind of levels up to some of the top in North America in that XP lane.
Yeah, honestly, I think Fried Chicken's hobby might just be playing Mobile Legends. Bang bang. What do you think?
Well, I hope that is indeed the case. For GOSU Night Horde, we have Mikasa. His role is XP lane. XP versus XP, eh? Favorite hero is Freya. Oh, that is something that we all know. Favorite player, not to be found yet. I guess both of them are in love with themselves. Hometown, Maryland. Hobby, working out. That's also, we can tell. And device, iPhone 14 Pro.
Yeah, very interesting to get these little inside looks to a lot of these players out there. And you see, and this is the matchup I'm going to be wanting to see. Mikasa has some big shoes to fill. This is just like we saw from the last matchup when it came to Rome. But here, I want to say each and every one of the players from Night Horde is going to have to put their best foot forward against the likes of BTK.
Yeah, honestly, I did wish that Mikasa put me as his favorite player, because we have been partners for a while, and I do deal with him a lot, so I think that's pretty fake of him. So maybe that's why I'm not repping them right now, but it's okay. Still my favorite player. Still my favorite EXP. Yeah.
Your favorite ESP is Mikasa, Sayuri?
Yeah.
Did I get that wrong?
Yes, but he is my favorite. If he's watching, Mikasa, you're my favorite EXP.
Ooh, a new ship going on. I mean,
there's no ship.
Have some development on that. But before everything, guys, I think we're forgetting something. A giveaway for all the viewers watching. Thank you for your patience once again. On the screen, you see the code as well as the QR code for a skin for Alice, Spirit Woman, 30 hero skins. First come, first serve. Make sure you get your phones out right now.
Yeah, Spirit Woman Alice, the skin that you guys will be rewarded with. But just like before, you have to hurry up to try to get the scan in. There are only 30 hero skins to go around.
Yeah, guys, hurry up and go scan that QR code or put in that code for a free skin before I put it in and get hero fragments from it, since I already have that skin.
Oh, it must be a nice skin if you already have it. But yeah, guys, we are getting ready for the match of the century. Not the match of the century, but I think it's a meaningful milestone match for NA, especially having the GOSU name. As well as play kind of in sub of the entire season last season. And we have Hoon joining hands with Zayn. That's the first for North America. That's something that I think we're all excited about. They've been practicing for the past month, and now is the time to see how they shine on the big stage. And with that being said, Private Dancer, take us into the draft.
Well, this is going to be the monumental moment that a lot of North America has been waiting for. Is this going to be a return to true form for BTK? Are they going to be able to get that win over Night Horde, or is Night Horde maybe have a surprise in store for BTK, as they have been one of the teams that have kind of stayed together, have kind of sustained through a lot of the season. So they do have that synergy, do have that kind of joint teamwork that they can put up against a team like BTK.
Yeah, I would like to agree with what you say, but let's get into the draft and bans. We do see a ban coming from Night Horde, the Chip, as well as BTK side banning out the Ling and the Matilda. I feel like these are also pretty normal bans. As you can see, the Chip has been banned a lot in this season during this NACT so far, as well as the Ling, possibly to counter Dez, as we know that Dez is a really good assassin jungler player playing in NA, and the Matilda ban, which is also something that was banned a lot in last few matches. Yeah.
I think a question that is on a lot of people's mind is going to be the jungle matchup with Dez, who has a huge fan base right now in North America and a well-known assassin jungler. On that note as well, on the opposite side of the card, when it comes to BTK, Zayn has a myriad history when it comes to assassin junglers. And I think a lot of people want to see here tonight, does Zayn have something different in store for us? Or maybe has he kind of delved with both feet into this meta, picked up some of those assassins that he might be willing to output here tonight?
Yeah, as we know, MOBA Zayn, our beloved North American jungler, he is a tank jungler main, as we can see previously from the last few seasons in NACT, as well as a lot of 20s outside of NA. But coming into this meta with assassins, Zayn might not have the upper hand, as he's very used to the tank jungler, but I have seen him use or started using a lot of assassins. That does include like heroes like Nolan and Hayabusa, so I'm really excited to see what he brings out for us this season.
As far as I've seen, I want to say he does have some great picks when it does come with the Bane picks. Julian, I've seen him playing on his stream. He can do very well here. First pick gonna be put in with the Edith, which I like because it does kind of leave open the position for Edith. This can go into the XP lane just as well as it can go into the roam. In some options, it can even go into the marksman lane. So a nice lucid pick there for BTK.
Yeah, I'm loving that really versatile first pick on the side of is also still meta right now for EXP and roaming lane. But on the side of Night Horde, we do see an Arla as well as an Alpha pick. Really interesting coming in from Dez. I do know that Zayn actually also does play Alpha, as you've seen on streams and tournaments. He's pretty good at Alpha, but Dez has picked that up on the side of Night Horde, as well as Mikasa picking up an Arlot, which we don't see as often, but I do know, watching previous seasons of NACT, he's pretty good on the Arlot, so we'll be seeing what he brings out today.
Yeah, very interesting pick up there. I love the strategy there in mind. MOBA Zayn kind of showed that he is probably one of, if not the best Alpha player, at least North America, even can be contended with that Alpha. So it's a very nice and smart pickup from Dez to go ahead and take that off the table. And as I talked about before, we're going to have that Bane pickup from the side of BTK.
Yeah, Bane has been really prioritized or really used a lot in the jungle. So I feel like maybe it's a little bit of meta right now, as we've seen earlier. it was used in the side of Godspeed as well as on the side of Last Minute. But we also see an Alice pick coming out from the side of BTK. Really interesting. I'm not really sure where Alice would go. She does have a few positions where she could go on either the XP side or possibly who picking it up on the mid lane. Not really meta as it does take a while for her to scale. So I'm really hoping to see what Alice will bring out for us today.
Yeah, this is a very interesting pick for BTK with the Alice pickup. It still kind of is flexible. Like you said, you have the XP lane, maybe in the mid lane, and that's kind of speaking for 2 picks on the side of BTK. Zane picking up, I mean, we already know where, or at least we think we know where this Bane is going to be going. On the opposite side there from GOSU Night Horde, we do see the Lolita pickup. No stranger to that nerf hammer. She did get a few rounds of nerfing for her kits coming up here, but it does look like Night Horde still have some faith in her capabilities.
Yeah, Lolita, I feel like her shield does counter BTK's side a lot. Using that skill too is able the basic attacks coming from the Edith as well as Alice's first skill and ultimate from Bane. So I think this pick is a really great pick coming in on the first 3 picks for the side of Night Horde.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing if you've ever seen a deadly catch countered and all of the sharks just bounce back off the shield and start coming back for your team. It's really an interesting sight to see there. We're going to see how well they can kind of utilize that and time that against MOBA Zane here. As we move into the second banning phase, we see that Zuxin and Angela taken off the board for GOSU Night Horde.
Yeah, really interesting. I think these 2 bans are more so less targeting Hoon. I think that they banned Zushin, even though Zushin did get a little nerf. It's really interesting. This is the first time we've seen it banned in the series so far, or since the last series. And I think Zushin is a really annoying hero. So even with the nerf, she still has a lot of capabilities with her kit of throwing people around and just like, you know, doing all these things with her CC kit. Yeah.
So yeah, it's going to be very exciting here. The focus on the marksman, the gold lane for BTK's side, and it looks like the Night Horde kind of honing in on that mid lane. We're going to see what kind of development comes here as all the bans are done, and we are just left up to those last 2 hero picks for both sides.
So both sides did target a single lane. On the side of BTK, they did target the marksman side, but we do see a Lunax getting picked up. And I think Lunax is also, like Edith, a very versatile hero. She can get well as the gold lane, and as we can see, these 2 lanes are the lanes that are opened up currently. So it's going to be really interesting. But on the side of BTK, we do see, we have an Eve pickup as well as a Jawhead. Eve, right now, I do not see her being played at all. She's not really meta. She was meta a few seasons back, but she did get a few nerfs. So it's really interesting to see Hoon picking that up. But also, we do see a Jawhead. What do you think about that Jawhead?
So I have to wonder, is Jawhead going to be in the XP lane? Is that going to be a, oh, nope. Yeah, it's going to be in the roam position for Shark. I want to say he's kind of slipped back into the meta, where there was a little bit of point where Jawhead was in the meta. I want to say a year ago, where a lot of people had trouble working with Jawhead when he would flicker in, be able to get that ejector and toss opponents back, just like a Way of the Dragon from Cho, where he could isolate certain opponents, push them back into the team, and then get bursted down. I feel like right now it's in a good place. A lot of people have forgotten about Jawhead, and they don't exactly know how to deal with him with the especially with the burst that he can bring in that early game.
Yeah, looking at both sides of BTK and Night Horde, we do see that both sides do not have a marksman. Rather, they do have magic damage on the gold lane. So that's going to be really interesting to see, where both sides do not have any pushing damage, but more magic damage. But let's get into the match.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second match of the night, the inaugural match of BTK and Night Horde. We're going to see who has what it takes here at the top of North America as we go into game 1.
Ooh. We do see a pause, but we do see the side.
Yeah, a little bit of a pause coming out, ladies and gentlemen. And like we said, we do like to keep this as even as possible for both teams. So if one of them is having issues, we will take a little bit of time to kind of make sure it is sorted out. But from what you saw there, Sayori, which type of composition were you kind of leaning towards?
You know, I'm gonna be super honest with you. Both compositions did look a little sus to me, but I think I did like Nighthorde's composition a little bit more. Not because I'm favoriting them, but because I do like the draft and the picks they have, especially that Lolita, which is able to basically block and counter a lot of the team players from BTK and is able to set for her team. But what do you think, Prive? What do you think about that?
Yeah, for me, I'm not gonna lie, I do like the on paper, the composition for Nighthorde. It does seem like a good counter for BTK, but we've seen this before here in North America, especially with a team like BTK. It's not just the composition you have to be worried about. The big thing on a lot of people in North America's mind is the synergy, how great these players are at macro and micro on a lot of these heroes. Shark is probably a key role. We saw it in the interview when they were talking about top roams. Shark is a key role when it comes to giving his team vision, harassing the enemy, and then just finding these openings for his team. So it's going to be a very interesting. I'm getting word that the reason we had the little bit of a pause is that Hoon lagged out, so they immediately went for the pause. So we're just waiting for that reconnect, and then we can get right back into this game, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Shark on the Jawhead. I think he's a pretty good roamer right now, as he is used a lot in North America.
Right.
And he's all right. No, in rank, I see a lot of players using it in ranked matches in NA, but it's NA, so not really overseas competition use. But also that Eve is a really interesting pick. I used to actually be a really big Eve spammer. She was really fun to me. I just threw out skills and slowed people, but she did get a few nerfs, so she's not really in the meta currently, but you know, she's wiggling in with Hoon playing Eve first game.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, it does look like we are about to restart here. Both junglers here working their way through the buffs.
Yeah, as we can see, Zane has gotten help from Shark starting his red buff. He is clearing his jungle faster than Dez, as Dez is still working on his blue.
Yeah, that's really interesting too there, especially with the amount of damage that Shark does very early on that Shark. That is a huge advantage already. As you can see, Zane starting to work his way down towards the bottom, and that's Gold Crab stolen away by Dez. He actually prioritized the gold minion since he knew he was a little behind with that jungling.
Yeah, on both side lanes, we do see they're a little pretty even. The matchup is pretty even. But we do see on the side of Nighthorde, they're trying to, you know, do some damage while Zane and Hoon are in the jungle, but they're back at mid side, so.
Yeah, very interesting. Hoon already used that flicker very early in the game. We see the rotation there. Mobazane sees it, so now top lane is going to be warned that they do have members coming. Fly Chicken, ooh, actually takes a little bit of damage. 3 members coming from the side, but Fly Chicken no worse for wear, able to kind of create that distance. And he's maybe drawing it a little close there. He does not want to give up these minions, even though I want to say the smart play would probably be to back up. That's not what you get from like one of the top XP laners in North America.
Yeah, as you can see, Nighthorde, they're doing really well in rotations. They are dominating this early game with Dez already on the turtle, and his teammates are coming to help. I think this is a free turtle towards the size of Dez, the first turtle going towards Nighthorde.
And this isn't something uncommon that we've seen before. It wasn't a great positioning there. Shark did find himself an ejector on to Legend, but it just really wasn't in a good position for the rest of the team to take advantage. So they went ahead, they let them get the turtle, and they're going to continue letting Zane go ahead and try to farm up through this early game.
Yeah, I like how Shark is giving vision for BTK, but I feel like Hoon is getting bullied a lot on the mid lane side, where both the mid laner and roamer are rotating with each other. So Hoon is just left to defend by himself on mid side, but Shark is back at the mid lane, mid bush with Hoon right now.
Yeah, and that's a great point there too, as you were talking about like Hoon, and this is kind of one of the little fall points when it comes to having a mid like this, where they've nerfed a lot of the damage, a lot of the slow that they can put out there, and he's not exactly able to rotate with Shark right now, which has been very integral right now in the meta with assassins, where you want your jungle, your mid, and your roam to rotate very tight, very together, and to get those ganks into the side lanes.
Yeah, but right now we can see that both sides are doing pretty good, with Nighthorde ahead by 1k gold, but the scoreboard still at 3 minutes is at 0-0, so pretty interesting.
Yeah, you can see here, actually, it does look like Dez is up by about 100 gold. That's about minimal right now. We do know that both of these jungles probably have different objectives in mind, whereas Zane, what we saw from like the first game when we saw Bane out there, he really shines when it comes to those towers and pushing towers and objectives and things like that. So that's maybe where BTK is warming up and looking for an opportunity. Ejector does land onto Legend, whom puts a little bit of damage, but not too scared, is a Legend who's going to kind of back up from behind the tower.
Yeah, we do see a turtle coming up. Legend possibly having to back as he is half HP right now, but we do see on the side of BTK, they are in the better position being on turtle uncontested with Dez not coming, but Dez is possibly going to the red buff side instead.
Yeah, really interesting there. A little bit of mistiming potentially coming from the side of Night Horde there, where Dez was not in a position to go ahead and get the Lord, even though I want to say like they had a good matchup when it came to it. They could have gone for it. They could have fought for it, but he just wasn't in the proper position to go ahead and contest that. Looked for something at the bottom, but just a little hesitant to get down to that XP lane, or to get down to that gold lane.
Right, I agree with you. I think Dez was a little out of position. His whole team was right next to the turtle, so the fight would have been even with a 4v4 on the turtle fight, but it's okay. The scoreboard is even with 1-1 on turtle right now.
Yeah, right now 0-0 apiece. Both these teams are paying a very big respect, not wanting to make the first mistake, not wanting to put themselves in a position that they might cost them teams a death just yet. But right now you can see, I mean, even on the gold as well, both these teams, I guess we're just waiting for a first team to kind of get one of those clashes in.
Yeah, as you can see, both teams are really even right now. Even hitting the 5-minute mark, we still are at a point of 0-0, so no deaths so far. The gold is pretty close, with Night Horde being up on the lead by around 300 gold, but not that much, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, really interesting for me is just to see this this Alice in the gold lane. I'm very curious to see how well it performs there. I mean, it is kind of going up against Yellow as this Lunux, so it's gonna be it's just an all around. We've talked about this before, me and you, when it comes to like the gold lane. There's a lot of different things that can go into the gold lane, and just like that, when we were talking about the sieging ability of this Bane, he did throw out that deadly catch, put a little bit of damage on their shark, finds himself an ejector, puts Alcy1 right up in front to Mobazane, but he is getting caught there. Mikasa throws in a final slash, and that's going to be a first blood going over to Legend and GOSU Night Horde. This battle is not over. Shark still in the fight, going to use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Mobazane coming in with a crab claw, has the deadly catch come out, but Dez still able to scoop up the next turtle.
Wow, that was really amazing. I liked how Mikasa on Arlott was able to come down on his lane and just swipe boom. But as we see another fight here, we have Fried Chicken and Shark going down to the side of Night Horde. I like how they're all stacking together as a team, even right after the turtle fight. So that's great synergy right there and team comp.
Yeah, and a great job to be able to kind of offset BTK there, keep them at bay, zone them out while you get the turtle. They missed the first one. The second one, they weren't in a great position. Deadly Catch goes out, and doing a great job right now is GOSU Night Horde. Oh, we do it. The real world manipulation is Out Legend trying to burst down the damage onto who might actually get caught there by Fried Chicken, but finds himself an escape with the black shoes.
Yeah, honestly, BTK isn't really doing so hot right now. They're not in their best shape right now at 7 minutes. Scoreboard is only 0-4, with GOSU Night Horde being up by 3k gold, but possibly could have a game turnaround.
Oh, and that flicker with the darkening is going to be all she wrote for Fried Chicken. Even used his primal wrath, and it was not enough to do the damage to Yellow. So great pickup there for GOSU Night Horde, who, just like you said, are on a roll. I'll bet a lot of viewers didn't expect this to start with a 5-0 lead against BTK.
I know a lot of the fans here right now are BTK fans, but watching this game so far at 8 minutes, a lot are like, oh, what's happening? Why is Night Horde winning? But it's only 8 minutes in the game, guys, and we'll see what happens. But both teams are on the mid side to other stats.
Yeah, you can already see the chunking from that crab claw cannon. LC1 comes in onto fried chicken, earns himself a pop-up for his efforts, but they have lost positioning on that mid-side L bush. Dez already doing a great job. He's going to start baiting out this Lord at bottom. I think BTK has a little bit of wind on there. Oh, concealed play there by Shark. He does get caught up, flickers in, does use the ejector. Down goes Legend. Real world manipulation is out. Shark goes down. Look at the lifespan here. Mikasa tried to get out of harm's way. Dez, look at the life and healing he gets from MOBA Zane onto the back line. Zia finds 2 kills in the back line, and MOBA Zane finds a kill of his own. That is 4 members down for Night Horde.
Shark had an amazing engage right there on that bush. Even though he sacrificed his life for it, his whole team was able to wipe out half of Night Horde and be able to get the first Lord of the game. Did you see Zia's amazing play on Alex? He went in under 2-2, killed 2, and barely survived with just 1 HP going back to the Lord side. Very nice.
Yeah, and amazing play, and just like that, BTK show the strengths of this composition in a single team fight, especially with using this Alice to kind of dive into that back lane. You're exactly right, especially under tower, being able to get both of those kills, chase down I want to say the heroes with the lowest health theirs, and right now it is 4-6 and evened up for BTK.
Yeah, Hoon's real world manipulation also played a big role in putting Night Horde in a square and just hitting them with his deadly little dots. As you can see right here, same thing's happening.
Yeah, great job there. We're dealing with the real world manipulation and the call up there. Ultimate coming out from MOBA Zane there. A huge cleanup there. That is a whole team wipe. And when you talk about wombo combos, you had the real world manipulation down there. You had the deadly catch come out from Zane. There was nowhere for Night Horde to run as we take it into a replay.
Yeah, as we can see in the replay, real world manipulation comes down as well as MOBA Zane with his sharks. This whole team fight is just turned around as we saw that Night Horde was in the lead, but due to a few little hiccups and little mistakes in some team fights, we do see BTK coming back and getting basically all their towers besides the mid inhib. So this is really strong coming from BTK.
Yeah, a lot of finger wagging probably going on with the viewers right now who were maybe a little scared at the beginning there when it was like a 5-0 with BTK having 0 kills there, but they absolutely dominated, turned this around, and got, I want to say almost 8 unanswered towers in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, so the lead did just switch up with BTK at 38k gold and Night Horde at 33k. The gold gap is pretty huge, but I think Night Horde should be a little bit more wary right now as they are a little bit behind.
Ooh, we do see a big fight coming up here. Deadly Catch is out, does find a kill on to Mikasa into the back lanes. Ooh, Yellow able to just narrowly get away. That is 2 down for the Night Horde. They are unable to even get their purple buff as the offense coming out from BTK is proving too much. This is going to be the last high ground tower. We are at the 12-minute mark. BTK can finish it up. Ejector out to LC1, and we do see Dez getting taken down. This might be all she wrote for BTK, looking for their first victory of the night.
Ooh, congrats to BTK. First game. It was looking a little bit scary in the first 5 minutes, but at 12 minutes, they did end the game without a Lord. All they did was push. And as we can see on the scoreboard, BTK 14-7 with MOBA Zane on Bane getting the MVP with 7-0-3 on the KDA scoreboard.
Yeah, and I want to say a lot of those early kills were probably Shark kind of testing the grounds, testing the water, getting that vision, seeing what he needed to do for his team. Because, I mean, still Zane able to get away with no deaths. Zia was able to get away with no deaths. So they kind of did what they had to do to make sure that Zane was still getting farmed up and eventually absolutely turn this around for BTK from a little bit of a shaky start.
Yeah, as we can see, we can look at the damage charts, all the stats. We do see Zia holding the highest damage right now with 51k on Alice. Really surprising, as he wasn't in a lot of the team fights, only around half of them, but still dishing out a truly amazing amount of damage, even with that much team fight participation.
Yeah, and that just goes to show with like a lot of the AoE ability that Alice has with a lot of her abilities, and a strong pickup into the gold lane, especially when you have somebody like Mobazane on a Bane, so you don't have to worry about the auto attacks or the physical damage to the towers, because you have a Bane there who can basically just choose up towers for breakfast. As we can take a look here at some of the additional stats.
Yeah, looking at the additional stats, we do see the damage output on BTK coming up strong, with 182,000 damage total cumulative, as well as objectives, getting 10 objectives. So objectives consists of the towers, and I'm pretty sure the turtles and lords. So compared to Night Horde with 2, that's a pretty big difference. And as well as the gold per minute at 5,598 gold per minute.
And I want to say this is kind of shades of like an old BTK that we saw. As we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of the replays. If this is the early game, we're going to start seeing a little bit of problems for BTK when it came to some of these objectives. Oh, this was actually the fight where they actually started turning it around. You can see here a lot of damage going out there into the back line. Watch Zia dive back line into the back turrets here to clean up 2 kills in the back.
And you can see Zia right there, barely escaping and coming out with 1 HP. But this was the second fight of the series, which gave BTK a boost in the lead. As you can see, the wombo combos coming down from Hoon and Zane, coming together with Fried Chicken 2, as they're able to wipe out the entire team of Night Horde.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see how this composition came together. You had the real world manipulation, which basically trapped a lot of the members of the enemy team there, and then you have a deadly catch coming from your rear, and you have no escape unless you're going to walk into the real world manipulation boundaries, which are just going to stun and root you into the ground there, and then boom, you're hit with the sharks anyway. The one thing I would have liked to see a little bit more is maybe a little bit of the reflecting of some of those. That's what a lot of us were wondering about, the deadly catch. Was it going to be reflected by the bulwark of Lolita? And I feel like we just didn't see that here.
Yeah, honestly, I thought GOSU Night Horde, they did really well in the early game, especially with their team comp. They're able to get a lot of objectives uncontested. But I think going to midway, we saw one of the team fights that really turned around the game, where BTK was able to capitalize on the fact that Shark suicided, but basically won his team the team fight.
Yeah, and he was doing great with those ejectors to kind of get especially into the mid lane, or into the mid game, into the late game, diving in with that unstoppable force, and then using those ejectors to get some of the squishier members to BTK. They burst them down very quickly, and then they start on with a lot of these team fights, and that's where you saw a lot of this composition start coming together. Once they had the advantage, once they had that first team fight, boy, it was a steamroll for them.
So I think some fun facts right now. We do have BTK Mobazane, our jungle role. His favorite player is Cardi. If you guys know BTK Cardi, shout out in the chat. Hometown is Northport, New York. His favorite hero is Fanny. Surprising, since he is a tank main, so Fanny being one of his favorite heroes is pretty ironic. Hobby, one of his favorite hobbies is winning. Possibly winning maybe tournaments in NA, and his device he's currently using is the Red Magic 9.
Oh, that's kind of sweet there. The favorite player being Cardi. Shout out to one of the original members of BTK for that legendary M3 run. Here we can see GOSU Night Horde, a little information on Dez, role jungle, favorite hero Ling, favorite player Shark, hobby streamer, hometown New York, another New Yorker, 3 New Yorkers here now that we know about, and device playing on a Red Magic 9S Pro.
I like how his favorite player is Shark, and Shark is on the enemy team side for BTK, so that's pretty funny. But yeah, really wholesome.
Yeah,
favorite thing streamers.
Yeah, really wholesome there for both of them, and a little bit of loyalty coming out from Mobazane for one of the original members of BTK. But here we're going to see, like we said, this isn't just a normal best of type of series. We are playing 4 guaranteed games here tonight. 4 opportunity to answer back at BTK. We're going to see if they can do the unthinkable and start mounting a comeback, mounting a plan or a strategy against BTK, or like the series before, if they're going to start crumbling under the pressure.
Honestly, I do have high hopes for. They have been in NACT for a while, even though a lot of the teams were switched up. I do hope that they bring in a game at least today for the series, even though they lost the first game. I do think that they had a really good early game, so as long as they keep up the early game for the next few rounds, they will surely be able to win a match. Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing too, is it was a great early game. It's just those little mistakes that you kind of need to be wary of, especially against a team like BTK, because if there is somebody lagging, if there is a weak link on the team, they are going to be able to find it, exploit it, and once they get that momentum, they're just going to keep steamrolling down the lane. And that's something you need to be wary for, no matter how big of a lead that you have on an enemy team.
Yeah, so we're gonna jump right into the draft for second game of BTK versus Nighthorde. We do see having the same bans, as we see a Ling and a Chip, as well as Nighthorde's side. We do see Bane, Alpha, and Alice ban. What do you think about this, Kai?
Oh man, this is interesting. I'll say that I understand why. I'm wary of banning everything that your opponent just used against you, because now you're playing their game. Now you're leaving stuff open because you're going to be banning out their position instead of maybe thinking about a way to counter that composition. Here, we do have that first pick going over to GOSU Nighthorde, and they're going to go ahead and stick with Hylos.
Yeah, Hylos is he did get a nerf, I think, but he's pretty versatile, as he can get played on the EXP and on the roam. So I'm really excited to see how well they use the horse against none other than Fried Horse. But as you said about the bans, it's really surprising that they did ban Bane and Alice, as they did play last game, but also seeing an Alpha ban, as I'm pretty sure they know Zane is one of the, I guess, best Alpha players of NA, or the world in general.
Yeah. And that's another thing to me too, is you kind of run along the border of, you're trying to ban Zane out and you're kind of focusing on some of the wrong things right there. The Matilda, one of Shark's go-to roam positions, and then you're going to scoop up Edith. As I was saying about Zane, it's like you ban out, he's got a deep hero pool. I don't care who you're talking about in North America. I know a lot of people try to say, oh, he doesn't know a lot of heroes. He does, and it's been proven over and over again, even in the last NACT's grand finals, where they used all of the bans for Zane, and he still came out with the Balmon that he was able to be successful with. When you are better off trying to have a plan against what he can play, use the ban button to take. But here, it's all going to be on to Nighthorde as they scoop up Vexana and Moskov for their next picks.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of Vexadas and Moskov so far in NACT. Moskov, a very great gold later, as he's able to stick to his lane, farm, and just, have a great utility with the Spear of Destruction in being able to split push from one lane and just go to another. And also Vexana, great CC coming from this really prominent mid laner, as we know that her first skill and ultimate are things of. And I like what you said about the bans, but we do see a Roger coming in. I think this is the first Roger of the series, or season, actually.
Yeah, I was actually getting worried that Roger, that the bans that he got to his kit were too much for Roger. I know his ult cooldown is a little bit bigger now, and the defense he gets in that wolf form, both physical and magic defense, is lowered a bit, so he's not going to be as tanky. And I want to say the last series, single ban or pick for Roger, who has been such a prominent character in the meta so In a return to form, if anybody can play Roger, it's gonna be Mobazane.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this first Roger game ever, and especially coming from Mobazane on the jungle, but possibly could be getting swapped with Zia, and it could be going to the gold lane, but we will definitely see what's to come. But on the side of BTK, we do see 2 assassin bans, so Nolan and Hayabusa possibly, banning out Dez on the assassin. He's assassin, as Dez is an assassin player, so 3 assassin bans from the side of BTK. Really interesting.
Yeah, so you've taken out that early game and spamming ability from the Nolan pickup there. Hayabusa, also, he does have a little bit of a shaky opening, but man, a large amount of skill. When you can come in with that shadow kill, you negate a whole ton of damage and are able to dive into the back lines. So smart pickoffs there by BTK. Speaking of which, a big focus onto that mid lane as Lilia taken off the board as well for the side of GOSU Nighthorde. So really kind of focusing in on Hoon with this second drafting phase.
Yeah, I like how on the side of BTK, they focus it more towards Dez on the jungle side, but on the side of Nighthorde, it splits between Zane as well as the mid laner. So I'm not really sure what Hoon's gonna play, but there are a lot of versatile mages that right now that are open, including we do see a Valentina pick for the mid, or if Hoon wants to bring out the Zhu Xin on the mid, even though she did get a nerf, it'll be really interesting to see one this game.
Yeah, and that's interesting as well. That's another another duo of mages that kind of got hit by the banhammer, and everybody's kind of been steering clear, like they have some type of disease right now. They're like, I don't think I want to mess with them anymore just yet. They got hit pretty hard. Maybe not what a lot of these teams are going to be looking for in here. So it's going to be very interesting to see where these next pickups go. Still 36 seconds. Actually, 36 seconds. We're kind of stuck on that right now. Waiting to see what these teams are going to be picking up here, as there are no more bans left for them. Moving on into game 2 of this series, GOSU Nighthorde taking on BTK.
Yeah, each side on BTK and Nighthorde roles. So on the side of BTK are missing a mid laner as well, a possible drafts out. Okay, so we do see the side of BTK, they picked out a Ruby and Loi for the last 2 picks, as well as on the side of Nighthorde, they picked off Xborg and Minnow.
Oh, I kind of like, I mean, I've talked about it before. Luyi is one of my favorite mid laners. I absolutely adore her kit, the skins that come off her, everything about her. But I want to say this meta, she's kind of fallen out just because you have a lot of people that can close the distance on her, that can sidestep a lot of her abilities when you're trying to connect that CC. And it's not a very tank heavy meta anymore. But you add that to the amount of peeling ability that you're going to have with a Ruby, and then the mobility that you're going to have with the Matilda to pull you out of harm's way. It's going to be very amazing to see. But ladies and gentlemen, amazing does not even begin to describe that we are moving into game 2 of BTK taking on GOSU Nighthorde.
Yeah, exciting second game. We do see on the side of BTK, they are starting their red buff with their team, as well as on the side of Nighthorde. Pretty even in the jungle right now.
Yeah, starting up on to the orange buff, Dez on the Xborg. They both actually finish off very quickly, so they're going to probably be reaching those side lane ganks around the same time.
Yeah, I like how the mid lane right now, they are walking together on both sides. Hoon is dishing out a lot of damage on Loi in the early game against the Minotaur.
Yeah, and this is going to be really interesting to see how they can kind of protect. It's very interesting. You're going to have the Xborg, you're going to have that last insanity, but you also have to contend with Shark, who is an absolute pro when it comes to Matilda. And he's going to be able to use those guiding winds to get a lot of his teams out of harm's way. And that's going to be a big problem for Xborg when it comes to kiting.
Yeah, we do see on the side of BTK, Shark is giving vision to Dez, as well as invading, poking around the jungle side. Just doing a great job. We do see that the mid laners are still together, but we should be having some action coming soon.
Yeah, you can see here they're doing a great job. Shark just following this trio coming from mid. When it comes to the jungle, the roam, and the mid, he's doing such a great job of keeping an eye on every single one of them, making sure that his players know when they're coming so that they know to back off from the lanes.
Yeah, as you can see, we do have Shark still invading the side of Dez, but Turtle is up and BTK are all on the Turtle, possibly Nighthorde giving them a free first Turtle for the first game or second game.
Yeah, and that's really interesting here too. It's just we kind of discussed this too. If you're gonna give up the turtle, we've actually seen that a lot here when it comes to a few of these games where some teams just kind of prefer to give up that first turtle, give up the shield that comes with it, and the gold, just in favor of trying to keep their farm up. And it's interesting because you used to see like turtle, if you gave up turtle, it would be exchanged for something. You'd see a gank at the bottom lane or at the top, but here I think that opportunity kind of got closed because of how closely Shark is following them to make sure to keep that protection onto the gold lane and onto Zia.
Right, I have the same idea as you, as since Nighthorde gave up the turtle to BTK, I felt like the mid laners should have, instead of going to top lane, they should have just cleared the mid and go straight to bot side, but we didn't see that happening, so they just gave a free turtle and got nothing out of it. So they are behind by 1k gold right now, so that is a bit of an issue for Nighthorde right now.
And what a tough position for Yellow here. He sees the members. He's not able to exactly go in there and help. There were 3 members of BTK warding him away. He did the only thing he could and backed off. Unfortunately for Alcy1, he came a little too late to bottom. That's going to be a first tower for BTK at the bottom lane.
Do you see Mikasa rushing in on Zane? First blood.
A big, glorious pathway. They saw an opportunity on Zane, found the CC, popped him up, and then just absolutely deleted him. That's going to be a first blood going over to GOSU Nighthorde.
No, even though they did get a first blood on Zane, I'm not sure if that's, I don't know about that being created with first tower on bot side. Do you see Yellow BC dying to June?
Yeah. A big circling eagle there from a Shark just when Alcy1 and the Legend had themselves a leg up, a 2v1 onto Zia. Hoon and Shark come in for the save and find a kill of their own. Now score being 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, Turtle is up, but I don't think that Yellow BC is having a good time on the gold lane. He did lose his first tower on bot side pretty early and just died since he was a little bit out of position and his team did back out from him. But hopefully he will farm on bot side and start putting in some weight.
Ooh, we see Mikasa might be in a little bit of trouble. Glorious pathway onto 3 members. We do have a last insanity locking onto Zia. It's not going to be enough. Only burst him down to about half health. The fly chicken with the primal wrath looking for a kill of his own. Alcy1 next on the chopping block. That is 2 down for GOSU Nighthorde. BTK trying to chase down Mikasa, running for the hills, gets himself a little bit of a speedy update there, and Moba Zane disengages from that fight. Speaking of which, Yellow actually a little too far forward in his lane, gets picked off by the trio of BTK.
Yeah, honestly, Yellow was a bit out of position. I thought he would back a little bit sooner, but he did get caught by the team as they did all run down, knowing very well that Yellow would be in the bush. But let's look back at an instant replay. We do have a lot of team fights where both teams are coming towards each other, but in the end, the BTK comes out on top. I think that Hoon plays a really big part in these team fights, as when he uses his yin and yang, it just connects everyone on the enemy team and just puts them together and puts so much damage out.
Yeah, and that's a great little poke out there, because Hoon is doing a great job with the positioning that he has, keeping himself out on the outside of his tanks to make sure that he can still get the damage out onto the enemy, but still has the protection. We did see from that last little replay, Yellow had that Spear of Destruction out. He missed wide from all the players, but I wonder, had he connected with that, would he have been able to come in and clean up?
Yeah, I saw that missed spear coming from Yellow earlier. Even if he went into a team fight, I'm not sure if he could have done anything, as he does need more items right now. He is a little bit behind, 0-2, but we do see a Louis teleport right on the back line.
We do have a diversion out there, and unfortunate for Dez, he gets caught in the bushes. We do have an Ancient Guardian is out there trying to lay the damage onto BTK, but they are too strong right now. Looking at the damage, and that is one down for Dez. Unfortunately, that diversion so quick to pop the entire team into that bush, and they just made short work of the Night Horde jungler.
Yeah, that must have been such a big surprise to Dez, as he did just get a jump scare from 5 players coming out of a bush for BTK. I think Hoon's doing a really great job on that Louis on the mid side, as he is doing his job. He is teleporting his team to where they need to be, as well as doing enough poke and CC from the backline without getting caught. I think this is a really good game for Louis, as there is no assassins on the enemy side. There is an export, so she's able to do whatever as she pleases.
Yeah, you can see right here the recall spam coming out from BTK, feeling very confident in this game. I want to say last game went a little differently in the early minutes. Right here, Night Horde having some trouble getting their wits about them, even with all team members kind of stuck together. BTK doing a great job of finding those ones and those twos, kind of out straggling and being able to take them down before these team engages.
Yeah, I think this game is a little bit much better for BTK than last. They were behind last game against Night Horde, but I think this game, they are pretty ahead, with the scoreboard only being 1-5, with their gold lead at a 6k gold lead over Night Horde. They are getting to a green tower right now.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway is out. The team earns a pop-up for their efforts. More pop-ups out there as well. Minoan Furies, or that wasn't a Minoan Fury, that was Ancient Eternal Guardian is out on the floor. 5 Chicken and Shark find a kill of their own. 2 for 5 Chicken. 3 coming down. There's only 1 left. It's just Legend, who's gonna have to recall back to base, and this might be a good starting push for BTK. Only tier 2s and down left for Night Horde.
Yeah, honestly, that team fight looked really good for Night Horde, as the Minotaur did have a good engage, but on the side of BTK, Mobazane was able to get out with a little bit of HP, and they were able to clean up the whole team fight and kill off Night Horde.
Yeah, the issue for me right now with Night Horde is I think they need to take a breath, because they're about 9k behind. Oh, and Hylos just learns it the hard way, is that there isn't really a great fight opportunity for them unless they can find and isolate a person on the enemy team onto BTK, and they're doing such a great job of kind of sticking together or being in range of Shark. So if they do get caught, Shark can get those guiding winds, pull them back out of harm's way.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that Night Horde should really step back. They should just defend. They should just walk together as a team and not be so out, as they would just get picked off like how Mikasa just got picked off a few seconds ago. But we do have a Lord coming in, and I'm pretty sure Night Horde cannot contest this unless they're wanting to get a whole team wipe. But they are getting pushed back by Shark and Hoon.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure they can't, as they're being pretty much held at bay by Shark on this Matilda. You'd never think a Matilda would be so menacing, but a lone Shark is there just holding the line. We do have minions crashing up at the top. Night Horde notices it, earns a yin-yang for their troubles. They're going to go in onto Zia, baited into another fight here. Not sure if this is one that they want. You see the damage coming out, and it is not enough. The team is going to have to back up, back into their base.
I felt like it was very unnecessary for them to use their ults, as the Minotaur and Vexana did place their ults down, but there is a Lord crashing on bot side, so BTK does know that half of the utility from Night Horde are out, and they're able to possibly push in and have a game ender at just 10 minutes, or 11 minutes actually.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. We have 3 ultimates down for the side of Night Horde, and all ultimates ready for BTK to kind of storm the gate here, so to speak. Lord coming down at the bottom lane, mid lane starting to crash in now. They make short work of the high ground at mid tower. Now turning their attention to the team. I'm Offended lands on the Alcy one, and that is taken out by Fly Chicken. Zia finds a kill, takes down the tower. Lord starting in at the core. Look how quickly they are being able to burst that down. Mobazane finds a kill onto Mikasa. They're looking for kills before they even go for this core, and that is going to be game 2 for BTK.
Ooh, congrats to BTK. They did end the game at 10 minutes. I think it was very close to last games, where they ended around I think 12 minutes. I think good job to BTK. As this game, they were more smooth. I think they were cleaner than last. They were able to dominate from the beginning of the game to the end with a scoreboard of 2-13 in favor of BTK, and Hoon getting the MVP with a KDA of 1-0-12.
Yeah, I did a great job with the Lu Yi. Maybe not getting the kills, but the suppressive fire that he's able to dish out with that Lu Yi. And then what makes a great Lu Yi player is the ability to use those diversions to get your team into places around the map that are a huge surprise and end up getting you a little bit closer to some of those objectives and even some kills onto Night Horde, as Dez was able to find out firsthand.
Yeah, honestly, that was a pretty clean game for the side of BTK. I really liked Hoon on the Luri, as you said, your favorite hero. He did dish out 42% in damage with the highest damage at 82k compared to the rest of the champions or heroes actually in this game. With 100% team fight participation, Hoon was really looking up to it. He was really on it this game.
Yeah, and that just kind of says something about the organization of that team to get 42% damage and not that many kills for your team, which meant he knew when to step back. He knew what he was there for. Just suppressive fire, maybe get a lot of those kills kind of stacked onto Mobazane or onto another member. He knows exactly what his objective as that mage is to be doing out there.
Yeah, we do see a lot of the charts right now. We have damage charts with BTK holding 198,000 damage, as well as objectives going on their favor with 10 objectives, and Night Horde only having 0. And the gold per minute this game is much more favorable toward the sides of BTK, as they did have a gold per minute at 6,100.
Yeah, amazing, well put together game by BTK here. They're starting to kind of sharpen those swords, get a little better each and every game. But here comes that halfway point. This is where Night Horde needs to step up if they want to take this to potentially a game 5 or potentially even a tie game. Like I was talking about before, some of those bans, you can't really depend on banning out BTK or banning out Zane. You need to have a plan for some of those picks, and that's going to kind of come into the draft. You see here, they were able to kind of get a nice unlucky kill onto Mobazane, got themselves a first blood, but they did find themselves lacking inside some of those side lane fights.
Yeah, as we can see on this one turtle fight, we do see the side of BTK overriding the side of Night Horde and being able to wipe them. I think a big part of that was most of the team was there, and as you can see here, it was a diversion coming from Hoon as he went into the back line and was able to surprise Dez with a 5-man team from BTK.
Yeah, it's just really interesting here, especially with how low. Look at Mobazane and Fly Chicken in this fight. Look how low they are, and they know when to peel back, and the rest of the team kind of comes forward to close the lines and close ranks around them to make sure that they are protected. And that's the value you kind of get out of BTK, and where Night Horde really needs to kind of clean up some of these engagements.
Yeah, we can see they did have a pretty good game today, as they did push out the inhibs and actually just end the game at around 11 minutes, where, as we can see, they are Zia going into their face, and they just end the game right there and then.
Yes, it's going to be really interesting to see how well Night Horde can come back. This is what we've talked about before. Every single team here going to be playing 4 games apiece, no matter who wins or who loses. But in the biggest point here for Night Horde is, can they pick themselves back up to try to find themselves a working strategy against BTK? I want to say the draft is not bad. The draft is decent enough to handle what they're seeing. The problem kind of comes into some of those rotations, maybe pushing in that gold lane when you know the enemy team just took the turtle, laying a little too far ahead of your lane, and then getting picked off by that same team who just took a turtle. You have to know that there's something going on. You're going to have the speed from that turtle coming. You have the speed of Matilda's guiding winds to drag the team forward. So it's just those little things that you have to kind of clean up if you want to be successful against a team like BTK.
Yeah, I think Night Horde, they do need a little bit more communication, as on the gold lane that game, he wasn't really having fun in the early game, and the mid laners were nowhere to be seen on the bot side. So that was really questionable on the play for Nighthorde in the early game. But we do know that Shark did an amazing job that game, as he did give a lot of vision to his team, as well as steer away the minnow from a lot of the lanes.
So yeah, and then this kind of brings up the questions of what you think, where you think that Nighthorde might be. You have like the inner workings for them. You know how they operate. Where do they shine, and where do you think they need to kind of lean on their strengths here to possibly be successful against BTK?
You make me seem like I'm a super spy, but honestly, I don't really know much, But I do know that a lot of their players do shine. Like, we know Dez on the jungle. He's a really amazing assassin jungle. So I do wish they put him on an assassin he's more comfortable with, and seeing how well he does on that. And I think a lot of the laners, like the mid laners, like they have a lot of pressure. They have like a lot of like vision. How do I say this? They have like a lot of impact in the game, as the roamer is the one that's setting. So I would really like to see the roamer setting more for the side of Nighthorde for their team.
Yeah, just to add on to what you're saying, and we touched on it a little bit during the game, that rotation of the jungle, mid, and roam is really integral to the meta currently right now, to kind of get into that side lane, cut off the escapes of the opponents. But here, a little bit of an inside look on everybody's favorite North American pro player / streamer for Hoon. Role mid, favorite hero, Gushin. Favorite player, of course, General. Hobby, watching documentaries. Hometown, Seoul, Korea. Device, Red Magic 9S Pro.
Wow, that's really interesting. Hoon's favorite hobby is watching documentaries. Actually, I like watching documentaries too, so maybe I should be asking what he watches. But on the side of GOSU Nighthorde, we do have Legend here on the board. Role as a mid laner. His favorite hero is Lunox. His favorite player is Magayon. His favorite hobby is baking. Hometown Toronto, and he plays on an iPad, so it's really interesting. I think a lot of players play on a phone, but iPad is something that we don't see as much. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, last person I knew that played on an iPad, at least a full-size iPad, I think was General. You see him kind of on his streams, like tapping away at it, which is really interesting to see when it comes to like things like that. I myself play on an iPad mini, so it's a little smaller, a little bigger than a phone, but definitely smaller than an iPad. But really interesting to see what all of the different North American players play on when they're competing here in North America.
Yeah, I was just about to say, when I thought of iPad, I thought about GOSU General, as the name is GOSU Nighthorde, but maybe I should start playing on iPad now since I'm using my phone too much. But yeah, a lot of interesting facts coming from these players.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be moving very shortly into game 3 of at least 4 games here for BTK taking on GOSU Nighthorde. Right now, I want to say the name, not helping them too much. I want to say and it's honestly, it's really interesting that they have the GOSU name on it, especially at the beginning of the pro scene here in North America between BTK and GOSU, where they were once pretty heavy rivals. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get right into this next banning session.
Yeah, as you can see, the banning session's pretty textbook right now. Nighthorde having a chip ban on their side, as well as BTK having a Ling ban. So I think I've seen Nighthorde ban chip every single game, and BTK has been banning Ling for Dez, as we do know Dez is a really good jungle player. But interesting ban coming from BTK side, Freya. Did you know Mikasa used to be top 1 global Freya?
Ooh, so I guess we'll find out. And that's pretty interesting that they choose now to ban that out rather than any other time. Maybe they understand that this being that halfway mark, this is when Nighthorde might be wanting to pull out all the stops, get on to their comfortable heroes, and they're just going to go ahead and chalk that off, take that right off the plate there. But maybe that takes the place of another assassin pick that Nighthorde could possibly pick up.
Yeah, because of that Freya ban, we might see more assassins open up to Dez on the jungle, so allowing him to shine a little bit more on what he's more comfortable with. But we do see Nighthorde also banning out the Phobias. Really good, really textbook ban, as we know that Phobius has been banned out a lot in this series, as well as being picked out. So it's best to always ban something that they don't want to be facing against. But on the side of BTK, we do have a Matilda ban, possibly for Night Horde not to pick it up. But as we can see, Matilda in this series so far, or the day, has been a really good pick. So yeah, really interesting.
Yeah, interesting now, with kind of going the opposite that they did during the last draft. They completely ignore what they saw from the last game. However, this does mean that Alpha is open. Just because, and this is the thing too, is like, I want to say BTK, just because they don't pick it doesn't mean they're not good on it. Matilda gets a ban out there, which means that they possibly have another idea for where they're going to be going for this composition. I mean, for any other team, you would probably want to keep on picking what you're best at, but this kind of shows that they have a wide hero pool, they have a wide array of compositions that they can choose from, and it's going to be on GOSU Night Horde to maybe read that out, see if they can find out where they're going with it, and be able to counter it and let that hold up in the match too, as well as we see this first line Edith pickup from BTK.
Yeah, I'm really liking the Edith first picks on BTK side. I think this is their second game they had first picked Edith. She's very versatile, as we said earlier. She's allowed to go on the roam position as well as the EXP position. So something that we should be looking out for later. We do have on the side of Night Horde, we have Mikasa on the game plan picking up Arla. Really interesting, as well as Dez picking up the Roger for Night Horde. Another jungle. Roger?
Yeah, very interesting and a smart pickup here. You're going to take that off the table for Zane, but also pick it up yourselves. I mean, Zane just showed it's not exactly out of the meta right now, and it's still very strong. And then we don't even know for sure. Maybe this is going to be going into the gold lane. We haven't seen that Roger is still kind of like forced into that jungle position just yet. So, answer now to be had by BTK.
Honestly, I'm really liking the draft right now. It's really interesting. But we do see on the side of BTK, Mobazane does pull out his infamous alpha, as we do know. Really great alpha, as well as Zia pulling out the Hereth on the gold lane.
Yeah, if there's one hero when it comes to Zane, it's going to be that alpha. He is he's very strong on it. Despite what a lot of people talked about during his international plays with alpha, I mean, at the very least, because a lot of people were complaining that does he only pick alpha? Well, now he has one of his favorite heroes in a matchup here against the Night Horde. Not just that, but a very, very strong and contested gold laner in the Hereth pickup.
Yeah, really interesting. On the side of Night Horde, say they did ban out a Grok. On the side of BTK, they did ban out a Hayabusa. Hayabusa, another assassin ban aiming towards, I guess, Dez. Possibly not sure if the Roger is going on the gold lane or the jungle. So just to be sure, they would ban out one of Dez's hero pool. On the side of Night Horde, they do ban on a Grok. Also, they're not sure if the Edith is supposed to be a roamer or XP. So just to ban out roamers that they're worried about, they do ban out Grok as well as Yeet.
Yeah, and it's really interesting here too. They're going to go ahead and focus, and I've seen these two, the Ling and the Hayabusa have kind of been focused down by BTK. They want to make sure they absolutely do not give these types of heroes to Dez, who's kind of made a name for himself streaming with a lot of these assassin pickups here. Kufra is out there as well, hopefully to try to kind of counteract this Hereth pickup that's going to be out there, and we do see the bans coming out from Night Horde as well.
Yeah, so we do see another Eve ban targeting Hoon. Really sad for Hoon that he wasn't able to play Eve for 2 games, as he did pick it up for one of the games today. And on the side of BTK, they do ban out the Ruby, possibly a pick that they really don't want to see Mobazane going against, as that Ruby on the roam, on EXP, on gold lane, she's very versatile and she's used in a lot of lanes, and she's something that a lot of players do pick up. But I'm really also interested that it was banned out really later in the game and it wasn't even picked out in this game. So that's really interesting, you know?
Yeah, and just like that, GOSU Night Horde gonna scoop up the Lu Yi. The only thing is, well, right now, I mean, you still have 2 picks left out there for BTK, so they're going to need possibly some type of backline dive to be able to kind of get to the Lu Yi, because, I mean, you've got an amazing amount of peel and tankiness that can be in front of her with the Arlot pick, with the Kufra there, and then fried chicken going to go ahead and pick up the glue.
Wow. This is the first sight of glue in, I think, a lot of seasons in NACT. I think last time I saw glue being played was by, what, like T? I think T from one of the other teams. But we also do see a Novaria pick. Novaria, really interesting. Honestly, as a mage player, I do like Novaria as she's able to go from the back line and just shoot you from afar, hitting like half of your HP off. So that's something that would be really interesting for this meta. But we do see Dez. He did put a pickup. One of his more better assassins that he uses, Nolan, and BTK did leave that Nolan up for Dez, so that's gonna be really interesting seeing Dez play something that he's so familiar with.
Yeah, it's going to be and the early game is going to be very clutch here for the side of GOSU Night Horde to see whether Nolan's going to be able to get those kills, get those pickoffs, and kind of steamroll his way into some momentum at Horde, or if he gets shut down, that's kind of like the 2 sharp sides for Nolan here. It's either you do great in the early game and you have a good game, or you do bad in the early game and you end up kind of suffering throughout the entirety of it.
Yeah, I do like that Nolan pick against the Novaria. Actually, really good counter for such a backline here, as he's able to just dash in. She has no mobility, and he's able to just come right out, getting a kill on that mid lane hero. But let's get into the game, Prive.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to game 3. As of yet, Night Horde has been unable to answer BTK and their onslaught of victories they've taken here. Right now, looking to tie things up potentially with BTK.
We do see Zane clearing a little bit faster than Dez, taking his blue, going to his orange buff, but Dez just barely taking his red buff, going in on his jungle rotation. He might be a little bit behind MOBA Zane on Alpha, but as we know, Alpha is a really good jungler on clearing his jungle.
Yeah, and he really shines out in the early game as well, especially for some of those first objectives. And I want to say the composition here really favors BTK for a lot of these first objectives too. Whereas Nolan is super squishy, he's not going to really be able to hang out around the Lord. But ooh, look at Hoon taking a lot of damage here from a legend, and that's going to be catches him with an astral orb on his way out.
Yeah, I see that Loi has been putting out good damage toward the side, towards his mid laners of BTK, just putting back Shark to recall as well as Hoon. But I think that both teams are doing really well. As we can see, Shark is giving a little bit of vision towards the side of BTK.
Oh, caught in a bad way between 3 members of BTK. Alcyone gets taken down, getting taken down a notch, and the rest of Night Horde are going to have to disperse.
I feel like Alcyone, yeah, similar to a lot of the other games before that we've watched, like Godspeed versus Last Minute, the roamer is a little bit far too out, as they kind of bush check or face check by themselves without a team, and they just get caught off by the enemy side and just die right before like a turtle. Right here, yeah, you can see.
Yeah, and that's been a big solid story for the entirety of the night, is Rome's kind of being caught out or not being in a position where their team can help them. First turtle very firmly secured here by BTK. Shark doing a good job trying to zone out the rest of the team, and in comes Dez, is able to find a kill onto Shark. Mobazane picks up the turtle, now looking at the rest of the fight. Fly Chicken gets in there, finds a stun, and they are able to find a kill onto Legend. Might be next on the chopping block, is able to use that Tyrant's Revenge to get himself out of harm's way.
I think that was a really great team fight. For Night Horde side, they did lose the turtle and lose their mid laner, but at least they did not lose a lot more players, as they're still in the game, not that far behind from BTK, only 1k gold difference. But I do like that on the side of BTK, they are able to capitalize on that turtle, but Yellow BC getting it from Zia on the Harris.
Yeah, Hera, the Zia doing a great job diving under the tower with that Zaman Force, just places it down, then starts kiting all over the map and basically just laying down the damage onto yellow. Fly Chicken, ooh, actually in a little bit of trouble here. Mikasa, full health. Ooh, he was full health. That Astral Orb went ahead, almost halved him. Fly Chicken a little bit of trouble, is going to use that split, but it's not going to be enough. Dez finds the kill. He's not doing awful right now on his assassins, has 2 kills of his own.
Yeah, as you can see on the side of Night Horde, they're not doing that bad right now. As you can see, yellow BC is actually, no, the mid laners are coming in on Zia, but Zia did notice and did start backing out. So good on him.
Oh, Mikasa gets taken down up at the top. That's going to go ahead and raise the kills for BTK to 4 to the 2 of Night Horde. Now looking to put some pressure onto this top lane. You see Dez lying in wait. Maybe they'll look to go ahead and clear out some of these minions. He gets caught though, bursted down. Oh, able to use those dashes to get himself out of harm's way, but he did what he needed, cleared out those minions.
Yeah, Dez right now, he's on a roll. He's 3-0. As I said, Dez is a really great assassin jungler, and getting the Nolan, one of his most prioritized gold assassins, is something that BTK should be looking out for. But we do see on the side of Night Horde, they are gonna get the the second turtle, since Shark is out of the map, possibly.
Ooh, they go ahead, they catch a little bit onto Hoon, who's going to be able to use that Astral's echo, or his ability to get away. Fly Chicken latches onto yellow. This might be a bad fight for the side of Night Horde. They're starting to back off. Zia has to get off as he is getting very low. Fly Chicken lands on top of the legend, and Mobazane able to clean up house. Mikasa fighting for his life against Mobazane, trying to find the security of his tower. He goes in on Mobazane and gets killed. Unfortunate for the Night Horde. Alcyone next on the chopping block. That's going to be 2 more down for BTK.
Yeah, I think that Night Horde should have just backed right after the first death of their team. I'm not really sure why they all tried to stick around and keep at it next to BTK. That kind of just got half the team killed in that team fight, and it gives BTK a really big advantage over Night Horde right now. As you can see, they are around 4k gold in the lead on the side of BTK.
Yeah, it's so interesting too. I feel like the frustration is starting to show on to Night Horde. Mikasa even had a clean escape under his tower. Maybe it was instinct and maybe it was muscle memory, but then decided to dash into Mobazane, and Mobazane ended up going ahead, cleaving and cleaning up shop there. 2v2 here. Zaman Force has been laid down. Zia dashing back and forth. Big pop-up lands onto 2 members of Night Horde. Dez is going to be the first one on the chopping block. Gets taken out by Zia, and the next one, Mikasa. Zia doing a great job. 3-0 and 2. Mobazane closes the distance onto Legend in a bad way. He's not going to be able to connect those yin yanks. Flied Chicken backing up his team members from behind the tower.
Yeah, that was just really sad watching Legend die. He just got sandwiched by the entire team of BTK. As you can see, BTK is playing really well, as they're playing together as a team and able to capitalize on this by going after Night Horde together and just being able to win these team fights. But we do see Mobazane getting Dez's blue, which is a really important buff for Nolan, as without a blue buff, he's not able to do as many dashes as he could want to do. So it's something that kind of nerfed Dez on the Nolan right now.
Yeah, and that's a great point to bring up. Just like the Fanny, well, Dez can spam out his abilities with a very, very low cooldown. But if you don't have enough mana to manage up those abilities, ooh, speaking of which, we are going to go ahead. Fly Chicken diving into the back lane, has that split, is trying to put the damage onto Mikasa. That's going to be all she wrote. Alcyone next. On the docket there, gets taken out by Mobazane, sitting at 9-1-2, and just like that, Hoon finds a little bit of a snipe there with the Astral Orb to take out Legend.
Not BTK all just spam recalling and putting up emotes, but we do see that they are pretty ahead with 15-4 on the scoreboard. I do wish they actually have gotten more towers. They only have 3 towers so far at around 8 minutes, which I think compared to last game, they basically got all their towers at around 8 minutes, 9?
Ooh, Astral Echo is out trying to put the damage on Mobazane, who's very low here, finds himself some rehab. They're able to find a little bit more health coming back. The rest of Night Horde have to disperse from this push from BTK. Legend is very low. He needs to go back. I mean, you're not going to be able to serve it. Oh, and just like that, he gets sniped by Hoon.
Yeah, Hoon, honestly, the sniper god just straight up sniped Legend from the other side of the map and just sniped Dez for half of his HP. This intense gameplay coming from BTK. They did not come here to play. They want to show everyone who the true kings of NA are.
I was calling it out like, Legend, you're too low. You can't match this with BTK. You never know. And just like that, Hoon finds himself the right astral orb right on the button of a Legend. And now Fly Chicken trying to kind of hold off the front line here of the Night Horde.
Yeah, honestly, Night Horde is in a really sticky situation as they are like in a 13k gold deficit with no towers, no turtles, no lords.
Yeah, you see now Mobazane gonna go ahead and dive into there. They do find themselves 3 kills. It is just 2 members left to try and defend this onslaught right now. They don't have minions just yet, so they have a little bit of reprieve at the mid lane. However, top lane is a different story. You see Mobazane getting in good position there. Legend has to back off. I mean, he's gonna be mincemeat if Mobazane turns his sights to the mage, and now they're gonna turn their attention to the mid lane. Another one, they might not even be going, well, yeah, I was about to say, they might not go for the Lord, but it looks like they're gonna go ahead, think twice about it.
Yeah, we do see BTK are disengaging, possibly going for the Lord and possibly having a finisher on the base where Night Horde does only have 2 inhib towers standing so far and not a way of being able to contest that Lord with their gold right now at 24k compared to BTK at 37k gold.
Yeah, and a very firm 21-5 right now for BTK. You are basically hoping for a meteor to strike the other end of the battlefield to kind of take out these players right now, because they have shown already that they are very precise in how they go about a lot of these pushes, and they very rarely make mistakes. In fact, what they do is they kind of punish you for the mistakes that you make, and Night Horde is learning this firsthand.
Yeah, honestly, BTK is doing an amazing job this game. Compared to the last 2 games, they are closing out the game at almost gonna be maybe 11 minutes in, and with a really high scoreboard of 21-5 this game.
Yeah, Lord pushing in at top. They're trying to sync up some of these lanes. You can see the pressure coming in through mid. Night Horde trying to do the best they can to try to clean up. Oh, I like the little distraction there to try to get these minions. Final Slash is out, puts Mobazane on the wrong side of the map. Shark comes in with some CC. Mobazane with the Alpha Strike finds himself a kill. Shark finds one. That is 3-4 down for the side of Night Horde. This could be all she wrote. Another clean and kept victory for BTK.
Yeah, I think this game was just, I feel like a lot of the third games for most teams are one of their best games, as they have a, like, on the side of earlier at Godspeed, they had a clean third game, and on the side of BTK, same thing is happening where there's little to no mistakes, and on the scoreboard we do see a 25-5 on the board with the Mobazane getting that MVP with the score of 12, 1, and 9.
Yeah, I mean, a great game there for Mobazane, but man, let me tell you, those astral orbs coming out from Hoon just kind of made my day, especially poor, well, maybe not Legend, poor Legend here. I mean, he was getting sniped left and right from Hoon, and it didn't matter if he was low, there was an astral orb coming for his head, and a great job overall by BTK there.
Yeah, I think I have to ask Hoons for some Novaria lessons, as he did not miss on that Novaria. I want to just be just like you, but we do see Zane being the MVP of the game and having the most damage of this game with 51k as well as 8,000 tower push, and being in basically all of the team fights, or most or the highest team fights, as well as tanking around 22% damage. So great alpha. I think best alpha in NA. What do you think?
It's definitely has not been contested by anyone. I'm not even sure who would actually even come up there as a number 2 alpha, as I know some of the top players right now in NA like to kind of sit on a lot of those assassins. But I mean, as we take a look at some of the other stats here, I mean, the damage just being output almost doubled on the side of BTK, as they're looking at 180,000 compared to almost 100,000 by the side of Night Horde.
Yeah, again with the objectives, we do see BTK with 8 objectives this game, but Night Horde not getting any. So objectives, they did not get a single tower, lord, or turtle in that entire game, which is really surprising. But also on the side of BTK, we do see the gold per minute gap getting wider, as they did have around 7,000 gold per minute, where Night Horde only had around 4,600 gold per minute.
Now, I know I've said banning out Zane is a mistake, but I mean, if there's one that you have permission to ban every time, it would probably be the alpha. The man is just shown how well and how great he can operate on that hero, as we could take a look here at some of the replays.
Yeah, as we know, MOBA Zane on the alpha, he did get the first blood on the Kufra, and as we see, he just dives right in and just shoots out all his skills.
Yeah, and you can see here from a few of these turtle fights here, they're trying to do a good job. The Legend even able to take out Shark there, but a lot of these fights kind of ended up in that. There's Mikasa. I wonder if we're going to see that snipe that comes out from Hoon that lands onto Legend later on in the game. You see the final slash here coming out. Dez is powerless against as BTK comes in full force to go ahead and basically tear apart the Night Horde.
Yeah, BTK this game overall, from start to finish, they had an amazing game. Oh, right there, Hoon sniping Legend. I think that was one of the first snipes. I'm pretty sure he did snipe him again later on in the game.
Yeah,
oh, right there!
Another snipe just takes off Legend's head, and it's just an unfortunate point for the Night Horde there, and for being a mid laner against Hoon's Novaria there. You can see here the rest of the push here, the pressure onto the mid lane, and then the flank coming in from MOBA Zane to come in with that alpha strike, and then here the last few seconds of the game is a very clean and dominating victory there for BTK.
Right, so third game of the season. I feel like for a lot of the teams, every game as a lot of teams progress, they get more morale, and as their morale goes up, they get better. But I think for the enemy side, it's the opposite actually. Their morale goes down, and honestly, a lot of the teams just like do worse as they go. But hopefully we'll see Night Horde possibly getting a game 4 as this is going to be the last game of the night. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we're guaranteed that game 4 here. What we're not going to see tonight, unfortunately, is a game 5. BTK is already up by 3. This is just one last effort for Night Horde to kind of put something together against BTK that could possibly be successful. But man, I don't think this kind of comes as a surprise to many people here. I think a lot of people just wanted to know what kind of level that BTK was going to be on here. But Night Horde, I mean, we've seen some signs of life from them, and it is, I want to say, Dez's first outing on the main lineup of a team here. So it's of a lot of experience left to be gained and to be absorbed.
Yeah, I know that this is Dez's first professional scene, or not scene, but more in playing for a not professional team, but tournament, right? But I do really wish that Dez can really show us his full potential on that assassin jungle and show his fans who really is the best assassin jungler in NA. But we do have some player charts right now. So for BTK, we do have Shark. His role is the roamer. His favorite hero is Hanzo. Really interesting. His favorite player is Mao, which is gonna be Dave. His favorite hobby is Mao, and Mao is Dave. His hometown is Vietnam, and he plays on a iPhone 14 Pro Max. So it's really interesting he put Dave on his favorite player and hobby. We should really be asking Dave later why so.
Mao as a favorite player and hobby, and Hanzo as his favorite hero, which is actually Dave's favorite hero too as well. Here we can see Alcyone here and a little bit of inside information for him. He plays the roam, a favorite hero Kufra, favorite player Fleur. hobby, hiking. He loves nature. His hometown is in Castro Valley, and the device that he plays on is an iPhone 15 Pro. Little inside information there for Night Horde's roam.
Yeah, really interesting. Honestly, the hiking for a hobby, personally, I don't like going out. I mean, I don't like hiking as much, but I do. Sorry, I do like going out, but I don't like hiking. So maybe I should ask him to like tell me a lot of good hiking spots. So maybe I can start going out and touching grass and stop playing out.
Well, a great little opening there, and great little insides that we get from a lot of these players. But ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into our last game of the night. BTK right now up 3-0. Night Horde fighting for their survival in this series, looking for a scrap, anything that they can do to combat the awe-inspiring presence of BTK.
Yeah, I really do not want to see a 4-0 on both games today. That would not be fun where each side is getting sweet. But on the bans list so far, we can see Night Horde banning out Alice, Matilda, and the Lolita, as well as in BTK banning out their own hero, Alpha, Pip, and Ling. Really interesting. Not sure why they're banning out MOBA Zane's hero pool, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, and just like that, it's going to go ahead and leave open the Phoveus pick. Night Horde quickly scoops that up. And I'm not going to lie, these are the games I love to pay attention to because I need to see how you even go against a Phoveus. I mean, he has been a menace in ranked games that I've been in right now. His new kits, it's basically completely reimagined the character to even what used to counter him. Like an Esmeralda used to counter him. If you try to pick an Esmeralda against the current Phoveus, you are gonna get the floor mopped with you. So it's just an amazing thing that's been done with his kit, and has really kind of turned him from that niche pick of only when you use him against dash heroes to right now he's basically a pick or ban 100%.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you more. BTK, we do see Zane picking up that Nolan, a really interesting assassin jungle coming from the tank main himself, and Shark picking up that Arlaw. We don't see Zane on I think Nolan Law. Actually, I have actually tuned into the stream a few times and seen him on a lot of assassin heroes like Julian and Nolan. I think it's one of his better assassin champs, so I'm really interested to watch him and how he plays it in a pro scene like NACT.
I'm trying to snap him on a Nolan in NACT on stream, and I've kind of been waiting for him to kind of pull some of these picks out for the professional scene. So we're going to see how well it kind of does out here. I mean, if anybody can play it, and if anybody's been kind of using his time wisely, hopefully it's been Zane to kind of at least kind of step those toes into the meta, into the assassin meta, and see what he comes out with. But he's going to be going up against, ooh, that's an interesting pickup there with the Bane and Hayabusa combo.
Yeah, so with the Bane Hayabusa combo, I would assume that the Bane is going towards the gold lane side, and I actually have seen a few gold lane Banes instead of jungle Bane, so this is really interesting. I'm pretty sure Bane is one of Yellow's more used gold laners, so this is going to be really interesting to see, but we also one of his more prominent assassin jungles, so something that we should also be looking out for, as he is in a matchup against MOBA Zane with assassin to assassin. Really fun.
The only problem here is, like, I love that they kind of baited out this pickup from Dez, because yeah, he gets his Hayabusa pickup, but you're going to be going up against a pick that can really invade you, and especially in the early game, Hayabusa is going to have a lot of trouble trying to counteract the invades that come his way. It'll be interesting to see if Night Horde's going to have some picks that can kind of wary or weather that storm. Moving into the second banning phase here, I'm assuming we're going to, well, I guess we're going to be focusing a little bit onto that mid lane.
Yeah, we do see them banning out a mid lane, as you said. Loi E ban for the first ban for BTK. I do think that Legend, even though he did get sniped a few times last game by BTK, it's something that BTK really doesn't want to go against. And I don't know if you mentioned, but we do have fried chicken on his fried horse for this game, so it'll be really interesting to see what he does on that horse, one of his more favorite EXP laners, as it was his name. Yeah, but on the side of Night Horde, we do see another E ban, so sad for Hoon. He's not able to use Eve for a third game as they are banning out one of his more favorite mages. And Eve is I feel like she's a really good combo with the horse, as when he charges, she's just able to run down and just place down her ultimate and just keep everyone in the team in a square and at bay.
Yeah, and the other thing too here is I'm assuming that the next one might be a Lilia ban. If not, I'm expecting Hoon to kind of scoop that up. I do understand the Lu Yi ban out there too, especially when you're using a Hylos on your team. He's basically going to be a lightning rod for your team. If he's up there in front, Lu Yi's just going to spam out abilities. And if the rest of your team is following close behind Hylos, you're going to be in a world of pain. BTK going to go ahead, take out the Angela. Oh, and they leave out the Claude, which I think might signal a Lilia pickup for Hoon.
Yeah, possibly a Lilia pickup for Hoon. I'm not really sure why they banned out the Angela for the side of Night Horde, but there are a lot of mages that are opened up. Like, we do open. I know that's one of Hoon's more favorite mages, but he does pick up the CAG. Actually, no Valentina. I think, no, actually, Kagura is one of, I think, Hoon's more favorite mages and more used mages, and with Kagura's skill combos, it's going to be really fun to watch what he can do with a Kagura Flicker, or a Kagura Flame Shot, or a Kagura Execute. So yeah, a lot of these skill combos on Kag, yeah.
Not just that, but she's super slippery, and if I'm not mistaken, a shadow kill onto you, I'm pretty sure you can remove it by using your umbrella escape on Kagura. So if I remember correctly, so we'll see how that actually does into it. Oh, I like this Odette pickup. The only problem is the rest of the team out there. I like the Odette in that it could possibly counter out the Nolan wherever he's at on the map. He's not going to be able to kind of get close, but you still got the other picks you need to worry about, because you're going to kind of be sitting there as a sitting duck for a final slash or a yin yang overture coming from Hoon.
Yeah, no, I do like that Odette pick, but right now we do have the new Winter Crown item. So with the Winter Crown paired with an Odette ult, I think that would be a really strong ultimate. If she does get caught or picked off, she can just pop that while she's in ult form and she'll be fine for like 2 seconds. But I do think that Odette was picked with the use of Carmilla, as I think that's going to be a really interesting skill combo that we're going to see together on this team. But we do see on the side of BTK, they did pick out a Sicilian. I'm not sure where that lane is going. I think he's going on gold, Sicilian gold lane, so Zia on Sicilian. That's going to be really interesting to see for this game for the side of BTK.
I'm actually kind of curious as to why that pick came out, or if it has some type of shining against Bane. From what I know, with the distance that a Sicilian has to keep from the minions, it actually kind of makes him a prime target for a Crab Claw Cannon Ricochet to come heading his way. So it'll be very interesting to see how he deals with it in the lane, or if there's maybe another mix-up that BTK is going to be going with here.
Yeah, I do think that Sicilian has to watch out for Ibusa, as he's really squishy against Assassin like that. But as we're starting, we are getting into the game right now, so
yeah, ladies and gentlemen, your patience has been rewarded. We are here at the last match of the night. It is going to be BTK taking on GOSU, the Night Horde. Night Horde looking for any scraps they can get to mount any type of a comeback against a BTK.
As we can see on the side of Night Horde, Dez did start his orange buff, going to his blue buff right now, and Zane going towards his orange buff as he started blue. They're pretty even on the jungling right now at 45 seconds into the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're very even here, and I like this too. You're seeing a lot of protection coming out from his team. They're keeping an eye on his jungle, making sure. Ooh, snatched up very quickly. Shark dives in, Quad Shadows is out, and just like that, Alcyone gets chopped out, and that is a first blood for BTK.
Yeah, really early kill for BTK on the side of getting the Carmilla. I think Carmilla is one of the squishier roamers, so I'm not really sure how she died so early, but Dez barely living with a sliver of health.
Yeah, you can see there, Mikasa finds a kill of his own there. Oh, FlyChicken actually might be in a little bit of trouble. Horsey trying to run away. Hoon throws an umbrella to try to slow them down, and it is a little bit effective. FlyChicken is going to be able to find the safety of his tower.
Yeah, I thought that Shark was gonna live, but Dez just coming in with his shadow kill and daggers. Ooh, Absolute getting caught again on the mid side. I think this is another problem. This is the same problem we saw as last game, where the roamer is kind of far out by himself and not really watching the map, so he's just like an easy kill for the side of BTK.
Yeah, Mikasa actually might be in trouble. He does put on that vengeance now using the demonic form, but it's not going to be enough as Mobazane comes in, puts the boots to his neck, and that is another kill for BTK. Alcyon trying his best right now, but like you said, having problems in the roam position, kind of getting caught with none of his team in a position to help out. Shark just doing such a great job of being able to Quad Shadow goes out. It doesn't, just narrowly misses Shark. Mobazane coming in, FlyChicken from the side. It's a 3-man BTK gank. Is it going to be enough? Alcyon trying to get the heck out of Dodge is now going to have to teleport home. Dez going to start on this turtle. 4 members among BTK trying to contest this. Legend gets sought out there looking for a swan song. Can they find it? You see the chills come out there. Mobazane able to find the turtle and a kill, or no kills for them. So it is 2-3 in favor of BTK.
Yeah, even though Zane was able to retrieve that turtle, the side of Night Horde was able to get a kill onto Shark. I think that if the Carmilla actually wasn't low and did not recall, or wasn't that low to recall, she would have been, I think Night Horde would have been able to actually win over that team fight. But that team fight was a 3v4, so it was more in the favor of BTK than Night Horde.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, a little bit more even for the side of the Night Horde, but the gold is starting to kind of run away from them. They need to kind of be able to, I feel like they've kind of sprung a leak right now, and they need to be able to plug it if they want to have a chance going into the mid game, going into the late game, especially going into a late game where both of these mages are going to start shining. Oh,
yeah,
man.
As we can see the gold charts right now, we did see that Mobazane was 1k gold ahead of Dez on jungle, as he did get his item, first item, Hunter Strike. So really good start for BTK.
And this is the problem that you saw. Mikasa face check that bush. A great read by BTK, having 3 members in that bush and then reading the face check there coming out from the side of Mikasa.
Yeah, as we can see, BTK is walking together as a team going to the top side, but we do see Night Horde, they are coming up there.
Oh no, follow-up as the Curse of Blood goes out. It does look like Alcyon gets taken out yet again. This might have been, I want to say that this really wasn't even his fault, that the team kind of backed up. I'm not sure if there was any mention there. Zia gets caught with a shadow kill. Dez finds a kill for himself.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Zia has to be careful of that Hayabusa. It's one of the things that he really cannot run away from. If the Hayabusa latches onto him, he's just dead right there. And as we said earlier, I think Alcyon, he was like a little bit out. I think that it was because he thought that his team was gonna follow up or engage, but his team wasn't really there. I don't know where the Odette was. If the Odette was there, I think that would have been a really good team fight.
Mikasa gets taken down. Alcyon's going to be next on the list. It is a trio of BTK roaming around the map. Shark in a little bit of trouble here, getting chopped down by Des and Yellow. They're going to find a kill. Des with the quad shadow secures, I want to say, the space he needs to be able to pick up this purple buff. But at the bottom, Mobazane already going to work to steal his orange.
Yeah, we can see Dez is actually doing a good job right now, as his today is 202, but still behind Mobazane. We do have gold charts up right now, and we can see that a lot of the gold, like Hood on the Kagura, 700 gold up from the Odette. But on the gold lane, we do see that both of the gold laners are pretty even, with Yellow being a little bit higher than Zia on Cecilian in the gold lane.
Yeah, starting to mount about a 4k gold lead for the side of BTK. 4 to 8 right now, trying to do the best they can. you can see when it comes to kind of, actually there, Alcyon might be in a little bit of trouble here, gets caught by Mobazane. He does have the Vengeance out. He is going to be taken out by Zane and diving into the back line. Dez not able to find the kill. Fly the Chicken comes in with that Hylos, not able to find a kill. Swan Song finds its mark onto Zia, and that might be Ultra Mode. Fly Chicken marching forward. We do have the Demonic Force laying waste, trying to put the damage onto BTK, but Mobazane is there to clean up shop.
Yeah, honestly, that looked like a really good fight for Nighthorde, but they just did not put the execution out there as BTK were one step ahead of them. They did fall, but they did get half of the team. Mobazane being on a legendary streak with the KDA of 8-0-4. We're going to have an instant replay of that team fight right here.
Yeah, you see from the quad shadows going in there, they tried their best. Dez gets picked off along with Legend, and on the backside, Mikasa tried the best he could with that Demonic Force, but it was already too late with so many members of BTK there to clean it up.
Right, I do see on the side of Nighthorde, the Roamer is at 0-6, which is compared to the rest of his teammates, KDA, he does look like a feeder right now. I feel like he is engaging a lot of times when he should not be, and when he does have good engages, his team is not with him. So that's like a really big problem where I think communication would be key for Nighthorde in actually having team fights, having good team fights.
A little bit of a fat finger there from Mobazane. Tries to go in on Legend, misses, uses his fracture, doesn't land. But that is going to go ahead, push Nighthorde away to the mid tower while they go ahead, clean themselves up the third turtle.
Yeah, so Zane just instantly got that third turtle.
Yeah, you see there now Mikasa trying to find himself a kill there. Zia finds one onto Alcyon there. Fly Chicken able to take out Mikasa. Legend is down as well. That is 4 down. Dez returns to the map. He's like, what happened? Where'd everybody go? It is him alone. Oh, finds a kill, a shadow kill onto Shark, and able to stop him from going home.
Yeah, you know, I felt like that Nighthorde probably should have contested that turtle. I'm not really sure why they gave it free to Mobazane when they knew he already retreated like a second before on a Legend on the mid lane. But the whole team did get wiped off, which is really surprising as they were all basically under their towers. So it just really truly shows the domination of BTK and their 7k gold lead right now.
Yeah, it's very interesting here. Mobazane gets caught there. A little bit of a Demonic Force issued out to Hoon and Zane, but they do both split up and back up into their towers.
Yeah, great game for BTK right now as they are ahead in objectives with getting all 3 turtles right now. Only having 2 towers so far in the 9 minutes. I think when we watched a lot of the other games, they did actually get more towers, but maybe it's because they really don't have a tower pusher on this team with just the Sicilian on their gold lane. So yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess, you know, I was about to say, I guess maybe Mobazane would kind of be filling that role. Ooh, I have a little bit of gain coming at the bottom there. Alcyon's going to have to get the heck out of dodge. He's trying to save that orange buff. Mobazane comes in and picks off Legend with the help of the Sicilian pick there. Zia finds himself a kill. We do have the deadly catch going out. Mobazane gets wide of it. Alcyon next on the list. This is going to be an orange buff going over to BTK. Look at the sieging potential coming out of this team.
Ooh, did you see Hoon's Kagura TikTok right there? I'm not sure if you saw it, but yeah, that's what I'm talking about with heroes like Kagura. They're really versatile in their skill combos and tricks that she can do. I wish I could do that. I can't do that. I can only do the basics, but yeah, really great gameplay.
I can get a couple of auto attacks out there, maybe a flicker in the wrong direction. Yeah, speaking of which, almost gets taken out. Mobazane comes in there, tries for a fracture, is not able to catch it. In the back line, Fly Chicken looking for a kill onto Legend, not able to find it. But on his heels, Zia and Shark there to go ahead and help secure his escape, while they leave it up to only high ground towers left for GOSU Nighthorde.
Yeah, right now at 10 minutes into the game, the KDA scoreboard is 8-20, and all of Nighthorde are just huddling and hiding under that mid-inhib tower, waiting to see what will come next.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's not a lot that they can do right now. They're starting to fall. Or they're already. It's at least a 10K gold lead for BTK here at the 11-minute mark. We have the first Lord starting to barrel its way down to the bottom lane, and we're going to see where that BTK can go ahead and sync. If they're going to be able to sync up all of these lanes and get a pressure, full map pressure for this next push.
Yeah, as we can see, they are sinking the waves right now for the side of BTK. Lord is crashing on the bot side. Possibly BTK could end the game right now at around 12 minutes in the game with this one Lord.
It does look like they are still waiting for that top lane. A little bit of a recall there at the mid. Lord taken down very quickly by the side of Night Horde there. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get too much damage. Another wave coming in here. We do see that passive coming off from the tower. Fly Chicken going to look to dive in. We do have the deadly catch coming out from the side of Night Horde. Mobazane able to find himself a kill. Hood finds one in the Alcyon. And Dez able to take down Mobazane. Are they going to be able to turn this around? I don't think so. That's 4 down for Night Horde. It's just Legend alone running for the hills, alone to tell the story of what happened to his mates as 3 members of BTK come in and seal the job. That is going to be a clean sweep for BTK.
Currently they could be ending, but they are just waiting to end the match as they know they won. But actually, not a game ender right now. Yeah, but this one in yellow BC. Ooh.
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't want to end it right there, so Alcyon's going to go ahead and take a kill. They actually allowed them to kind of push back there. It's at the core sitting there at 50%, and they did just get pushed back a little bit. I mean, looking for them stats, I guess, is BTK.
Yeah, I mean, there was the game screen ending right there and then, but I guess BTK just said, no, we don't want to end right now. We want to give them a chance, or actually, we want to play around with Night Horde for a bit until we can actually end for real. So it does give Night Horde a chance to actually come back a little bit, as BTK did kind of troll a little bit before ending.
Oh my god, look at the damage going on with Fried Chicken on that Hylos. Absolutely decimating Legend. Now diving in. 4 members here he's taking right now as BTK coming in to finish the job. Vengeance is not going to be enough to save them. Hoon finds himself a kill onto Mikasa as well. Shadow kill drops Fly Chicken very low, but that's going to be all she wrote for Yellow. Are we going to finally end this suffering for Night Horde? Dez finds a kill onto Shark, and Yellow finds one onto Hoon. That is gonna be a wrap, a 4-game win sweep for BTK.
Yeah, honestly, that last game, really interesting. The side of BTK winning and having the scoreboard going for 31-12 with Mobazane getting yet another MVP with the score of 11, 1, and 13 on the board.
Yeah, and this is makes me wonder, are we seeing the Mobazane assassin arc right now? Is he starting to dip his toes into that side of the meta? It's kind of hard to ignore, especially with so many powerful assassins out there, but I want to say this time it looks like BTK selected to ban a lot of those assassins. The only one that they really used was that Nolan, and very successful was Mobazane on it. A 12-31 victory for the BloodThirstyKings.
Yeah, as you can see on the scoreboard right now, Zane having the most damage on the game right now at 72k with similar pushing stats to his team, as well as being in basically most of the team fights. His stats are pretty even and similar to the other games as he has gotten MVP for. And yeah, this game was really just one-sided going for BTK.
Man, what a rough game for Alcyon, the roamer for the Night Horde. Just every opportunity that he got caught out, BTK was right there to deliver punishment for it. And it was just it was a wrap after that. I mean, once you start falling behind of a Nolan, there's just not much that he's not going to be able to burst down from you. You see here, again, when it comes to the objectives 1 to 10, once they get that ball rolling, it's very hard to stop a BTK. Yeah,
looking at the objectives too, we do see BTK having the highest objective score at 10 and Nighthorde only having 1. So we can see that BTK did dominate basically, actually no, all of the games so far for today. All 4 games, clean sweep for them. And I think great job towards BTK and their debut with their new lineup.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to have to go against a team like BTK in your first match of the season, but BTK really kind of setting the standard here for North America, letting them know what you are going to be up against. And if you want to have a chance to take them on, you're going to have to step up your game.
Yeah, actually looking at the drafts, I feel like BTK was kind of trolling a little bit. I'm not really sure about you guys, but a Sicilian gold lane, what do you guys think?
Well, I guess they are trying to learn from some MPL plays. But overall, it was a great series coming from BTK. The ending got me a little bit paranoid ever since MSC. I almost thought they couldn't have ended that game. But in the end, they were just playing around, and it was a dominating performance coming from BTK.
Yeah, very dominant, and you would expect nothing less from the grand finalists of last season as well. So hats off to them for a very dominating, and they got better and better, just as we saw from the last series, better and better every series here. And then that kind of brings up the question: is once it gets to 2 games, once it gets to 1 game, is it impossible for one of those teams to kind of pull themselves out of the rut, pull themselves together, and be able to kind of mount a comeback?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like that with BTK's new lineup, I think a lot of BTK fans were really hoping that BTK would come in and sweep the team GOSU Nighthorde, and yes, which they did do for today. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what they have forth for us in the upcoming matches against a lot of our newer teams, a lot of our newer upcoming NA teams in NACT.
Yeah, that is not to say that GOSU Nighthorde didn't do a great performance. It's just they need to build up that chemistry. And with the upcoming matches, with this format, the Swiss format, they really have an opportunity to step up their game and really adjust their mentality. It's really about the mental game. If you lose the first game, you can still come back, and really all it matters is the points. And with that being said, we have an interview with BTK. Wow, look who's here, the Mobazane himself. Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, I noticed you were smiling a lot after every series. You just happy to be back to the NACT?
Yeah, that last game was pretty fun though, so everybody was kind of messing around, so I was laughing a lot about that.
Yeah, speaking about the last game, you guys pulled out the Sicilian. Is that Skylar RQ kind of tryout? Why is Sicilian viable in the role lane?
Honestly, I don't even know if he is. Just Dia wanted to go home and mess around for the last game. I don't know if it's good or not.
And you approved of it?
I think it worked good. Yeah.
Yeah, and for you, we noticed that you pulled out the Nolan as well as the Roger. And before M3 and even for M3, you were always known as the godly and marksman player. But it seems like people are forgetting your name. Now they refer to you as a tank jungle. Is that the reputation that you are going for?
As what, a tank jungler?
Yeah. As a tank
no,
main.
I mean, not necessarily, no. It was just because they were so strong. I mean, before tanks were around, I was playing damage, so it's going to take a little bit of time to get back into playing damage for the team again, but overall things are going well, and every day it feels better to be playing damage.
And we're excited to see how you perform this season. Does BTK have a coach, I wonder? Because on the sign-up sheet, you guys don't have a coach put in yet. So what is going on with the coach situation?
We do have a coach. I don't know if I'm supposed to make it public who he is, but we've been working with a coach, not for too many scrims, not too much yet, but we're working with somebody else.
Yeah, and I think it will really help out the teams. And your previous team for MSC, C9, will be playing tomorrow. What are your thoughts of the new C9 with Naz as the XP laner?
Who do they go versus tomorrow?
That is a great question. that I will have to check. All the viewers will get to know from the community post right after this stream. But regardless, how are your thoughts on the new C9?
I think they're pretty good, but I'm not too worried for the season, even if they have nods, because to me, I'm in BTK, I'm super comfortable. I know the whole team is super comfortable, so not to say we're taking this season lightly, but it feels very good to be back.
Yeah, it's like you're back home again, and with the name BTK. And for all the viewers out there, tomorrow they're going to be playing against Accelerate. It will be C9 versus Accelerate. And last question. So Joybotch actually shouted you out in a previous interview today that he is the most excited to go up against, and I quote, his daddy Zane. What is your response to that?
I saw that, yeah. He messaged me after and said if I saw it. I'm excited to go versus him too. I need my revenge on Shiro when he beat me on YSS.
Yeah, and we're excited to see that as well. Good job on all the games today, and we're excited to see BTK in their power meta in this season.
Alright, thank you for having me.
Wow.
I mean, expect nothing less from MOBA Zane than they are. I want to say a lot of the questions around it will be, how is the synergy going to be? How is the communication between the team? As there were some issues, and that's kind of why Zane decided to kind of separate from C9 and come together here with his old friends. And I mean, what's a dominating performance to come back to here for BTK.
Yeah, first interview from BTK coming from Zayn. Really interesting and fun to listen to what he has to say. And I'm really excited to watch future matches with other teams that are going to come out for NACT.
Yeah, and I think we can expect to see more assassin or more damage jungler coming from Zayn. I feel like he's just adjusting to whichever meta is the strongest, and I believe that BTK will be the menace that they are throughout the season, and all of the team members will be adjusting to whichever meta it is. And let's take a look. Private answer, let's take a look at a rewind of today's tournament.
Yeah, we can see here 2 clean sweeps. Match 1 went over to the very dominating opening for Godspeed. Unfortunately for last minute, they just had a heck of a rough time there. Oh man, a little bit of confusion there. Cloud9 sneaking in there. Match 2 though, BTK. I don't think anybody expected this to go any other way. Unfortunately for the Night Horde, the GOSU Night Horde fans, BTK just right now showing that they are basically at the top of their game.
Yeah, I think today was really fun to watch, but I'm really sad that both of the games were clean sweeps, with match 1 going to Godspeed with 4-0 and match 2 going to BTK 4-0. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have more exciting games where the teams are actually might go into a game 5 instead of having just a clean sweep.
I mean, we're all excited to see that, but nonetheless, 4-0 just shows how strong the teams are. And regardless, we'll have 4 games tomorrow, 4 games in the morning and 4 games at night. So a lot to look forward to. And that kind of wraps up our first tournament day. I'm so excited to be here with both of you guys. It's been a long time. And for Sayuri, you did a great job today. Any last words coming in from our casters before we end the day?
Well, if anything, right now, a lot of teams trying to prove that they are at the top of their game here in North America. And if you want to beat or even compete at the top of North America, you're gonna have to step up your game. We saw Godspeed, one of those teams who has not been very well known, just came together for this NACT. I'm excited to see what some of the new teams can show us tomorrow as well.
Yeah, like Prive said, I'm really excited for a lot of the newer teams and their performance for NACT tomorrow. As I said earlier, I really don't want a 4-0. I wish a lot of the teams may have a 2-2 so we can go to a game 5 and see who actually stands out on top. But the season has been really interesting. A lot of older teams did get knocked out in qualifiers, and a lot of new stars are rising up for the season. So yeah. Really fun.
And we really hope that tomorrow the teams will be taking out at their best of the best and get Sayuri the 2-0 that she wanted. Sayuri will be casting as well for tomorrow, so make sure you guys tune in tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to see Sayuri and to see your favorite teams compete. And with that being said, thank you guys for joining us today. Thank you for your patience during that 1 hour pause, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I'm your host Liz. I'll see you tomorrow.
You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous, a million my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round, and you all wanna be round a champion, This